makes me happy. Seeing my wife and my children makes me happy. Slow, doing it slow. Run from sin. 'Cause when we obey, His glory extends. Doing it slow makes me happy. Serving my King make me happy. I just want to be free and so happy. Living this life makes me happy. Reading these precepts over and over, it makes me happy. Reading these precepts over and over, it makes me happy. Doing this laws makes me happy. Serving my King makes me happy. Oh, this Lord makes me happy. Serving my wife and my children makes me happy. Yeah, Yah is my light, my salvation. Whom shall I fear? Yah is the strength of my life. Whom shall I be afraid of? Even when the wicked, even my enemies and my foes came up to eat up my flesh, they stumbled and fell. Yeah. Though a host should encamp against me, my heart shall not fear. Though war should rise against me, in this will I be confident. One thing have I desired of Yah, that will I seek. That will I seek after, that I may dwell in the house of Yah all my days, all the days of my life. Yeah. Doing this law makes me happy. Serving His King makes me happy. I just want to be free and so happy. Living this life makes me happy. I'ma look into the right for whence it came. I don't wanna go down as profane. I don't wanna be looked at with disdain. Giving you my heart, you got a whole thing. Doing this law makes me happy. Serving my King makes me happy.
I gotta post something, Rocco.
Hallelujah. Yeah. You called out to the nations. You gather us and make us one. Thousands of generations. In Yasharel, your will be done. We are the chosen. You spoke and we heard. These troubles not live. There's life in your word. From the four corners of all the earth. Todah, Yahuwah. We say Todah, Yahuwah. Todah, yeah. Yahuwah. Lift your voice. Todah, yeah. Yahuwah. Lift your voice. Yeah. Yeah. Covenant keep. and understanding, and for calling us, keeping promises, and redeeming us, and restoring us. Yeah, for your love, and your mercy, and your Torah. Yeah, 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 yeah. For your rule, and your power, and for choosing us. For your wisdom, understanding, and for calling us, keeping promises, and redeeming us, and restoring us. Toda Rabba Yahuwah, Toda Rabba Yahuwah, Toda Yahuwah, Toda Rabba Yahuwah, Toda Rabba Yahuwah, Toda Rabba Yahuwah, Toda Rabba Yahuwah, yeah.
What pairs nicely with space gazing? A spacious new SUV.
And I know I don't deserve it. After all I put you through, somehow you show up for me. Guess you saw something I couldn't see. Maybe you knew I'd find a way someday. Feels like I've been waiting on me. Maybe all that pain was the price I paid just to feel your love this way. Waiting on me. After all that was waiting on me. You never show whatever you do. Yes, you don't waiting on me. You see, waiting on me.
Even though we don't deserve it, we don't even feel worthy. If we confess all our sins, yeah, He's faithful and just clean you up when you're dirty. Sufficient your grace and your mercy. Psalms 86, let their earth sing. Direction to life, what your word bring. Repent for your sins, how we urge. Remember the word that He said. No servant is greater, we pick up this bed. Persecution gon' come, just remember your head. It's already won, He the God of the living, now y'all of the damn. Walk in that victory, walk, let it spread. Your holy son, we gon' walk in that red. Stay humble, we sheep and we gotta be led. Your word is enough, we partake in that. You sent the spirit of truth, we was blind, we got loose, we was dead, and now sin turned these hearts out to you. From the start it was you, Abba Yah, it was you. Reconnected this vine and we bearing all glory and honor belong to you, Father. You gave your law set apart, we gon' honor the children of Israel, your sons and your daughters. Psalm 91, Abba Yah, by the God. The wilderness coming, your healing is coming. No more tears, no more pain, yeah, that feeling is coming. We gon' gather the tribes, we gon' lift up His name, we gon' all give Him praise, they gon' hear that we coming. We gon' give it all back, 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 all the glory and honor, all the glory and honor, we give it all back, 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 give it all back. Grateful that you lily in the valley, grateful that you found me. The devil tried to bound me, keep your hands around me. Lily in the valley, grateful that you found me. The devil tried to drown me, keep your hands around me. Give it all back, give it all back, give it all back, give it all back.
he's facing.
A, get it in, A, check it out, A, it's going down, A, mash it up, A, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up.
Yeah.
You are now flying.
Where my captain at?
Southwest!
Wake up, moon outside, it's a party. Hop up, dedication, it's a party. The can't destruction, it's a party. Too live, too lit, move with the body. Bible with the pins in a black bag. Dance, 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 dance real fast. Zonovan book, yeah, I got that. Hold up, that's an Israelite starter pack. Passover dance with a staff in hand. Beast day show for a contraband. Dancing like I'm trying to see the homeland. Pentecost first fruits to the big man. Nobody party like an Israelite. Fist in the air like it's time to fight. Northern Kingdom trying to party with the Judites. Bop, 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 bop on my Benjavites. We ruling like Wakanda in the king time. Meanwhile, he told us work and party in the meantime. All the Lord feasts probably start around your bedtime. Dancing in the field like a band when it's halftime. You ain't got no wine, here, have mine. Don't talk about your sorrow, this a bad time. Look, I'm just trying to tell you that it's high time for us to battle to this beat like it's drumline. Wake up, moon outside, it's a party. Hop up, dedication, it's a party. The can't destruction, it's a party. Too live, too lit, move with the body. Wake up, moon outside, it's a party. Hop up, dedication, it's a party. The can't destruction, it's a party. Too live, too lit, move with the body.
Dance floor time, just move up your body. Don't get loose and groove on the body. Bruise, wine, and Bacardi. If you're not turn up, then you are granddaddy. We living in the truth. We full up of the style and we dripping with the juice. And me where the most I choose. Make me happy so me dance and sweat till me slipping in me boots. Yeah, party and in a party we have fun and a dancing where we a dance till we see the sun. Party where we a party and have fun. And we not go left the party till it done.
Get it in, A, check it out, A, get it in, A, check it out, A, it's going down, A, mash it up, A, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up. Get it in, A, check it out, A, get it in, A, check it out, A, it's going down, A, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up.
Wake up, moon outside, it's a party. Hop up, dedication, it's a party. The can't destruction, it's a party. Too live, too lit, move with the body. Wake up, moon outside, it's a party. Hop up, dedication, it's a party. The can't destruction, it's a party. Too live, too lit, move with the body.
Get it in, A, check it out, A, get it in, A, check it out, A, it's going down, A, mash it up, A, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up.
Said the feeling is here. Can you feel it out here in the air? He's bold as the lion appears. He's making the vision so clear. We are Yahudim. Do you know what that means? E1, B1A. Got it marked on my jeans. E1, B1A.
All right, shalom, shalom, everyone. We're gonna get started, like do things on time so we can stick within the allotted time frame and people will be joining us as we go. I just want to thank my moderators for helping me out today. If y'all have any questions, please put them in the chat. They'll be looking for them and collecting them when we do our question and answer session. I thank you all for coming. We're going to start with a word of prayer and then we're going to jump right into it. All right, let's pray. Father, thank you so much for this day. I ask that you will bless and protect us today as we are going about our day. And thank you so much for this homeschooling conference that we're able to participate in. I ask that you will bless us and speak the words that we need to speak and help us get answers to the questions that we are looking for. And thank you so much for all that you've done. In Yahushua's name I pray. Amen. All right, I forgot my video. All right, so let's get started. We're going to go to, first I want to ask about everyone. How are y'all doing today? I hope y'all are doing fine. We're going to be doing some questions in the chat pretty soon. So if y'all will be prepared to do that, to go to that link. Let me see here. All right. All right, we're going to start with our welcome. And I hope everyone is registered. The reason why I asked for registration is because we were going to be sending out, links to the presentation and all of that. So if you want to get access to all of those information and all those links, please make sure you're registered, even if we're already here doing this right now. So we're going to start with Arise and Teach. This is the title of our Hebrew Homeschooling Conference, and we'll get into that more, but that's the drive. We want to make sure you guys know that you are called to teach your children, and we want to equip you and empower you as we go through the day and as we go through this meeting. So I just want to give a brief background of who is Hebrew Homeschooling Network. It's a community that supports Bible-based education and Torah living. And so we encourage parents to teach their children through the scriptures and to learn in that way. We want to make sure that we have strong homes that are rooted in faith, and we're trying to do the conferences every year. That's what my goal is. And so if you want to help out with our conference next year, please email me at HebrewHomeschoolingNetwork@gmail.com. And also, we also want to give out resources and connect you with resources that are beneficial for your homeschooling. So this may be, free links from different creators or resources that you may purchase, but we really want to focus on connecting you with those resources to build our strong families. We want to encourage you. This walk sometimes gets lonely. It's hard to homeschool sometimes, and especially if you don't know what you're doing or you're like, I'm guessing out here. We want to connect you with people who can encourage you, who have years of experience under their belt and who can help grow. So we also have a Facebook community where we are trying to grow there as well. So if you all would like to join that, I'll give you the information for that later. So that's a little bit about Homeschooling Network. We are in this conference today. Our goal was to give you inspiring speakers who can really give you great information. And we are going to be learning about finding your why. Your why helps to kind of drive you in when the days get hard. So there's reasons why you will not take your kids back to public school or private school. Those reasons have to be strong in order for you to commit to homeschooling long term. Encouragement for the journey. Like I said, we're we're in it to help each other. And tips to get started. We will be talking a lot about those, especially in our panel later on. But our sister Gia is going to be talking about that soon. Tips to get started, how, homeschooling 101. So if you're interested in that, please stick around for that part. How to cut costs. That's going to be something that I'm going to be talking about later on. And we know that homeschooling, and especially in this condition, in this world right now, things are getting even more expensive, but we are trying to, learn how to cut costs in any way we can. So I have a presentation on that. Then we'll do networking and fellowship. We're going to share resources from each other, and hopefully they will benefit your homeschool. So we have a question in the chat. If y'all would please put in the chat, we want to get to know a little bit about you. So where are you from? Please put in the chat, where are you from? Someone's from North Carolina. Heidi? Heidi is from North Carolina. And PQLR1 Radio, Sister Cece is from South Carolina. Mount Vernon, Mora Ashira, I think that was. Tanisha Ortiz. I was going too fast. Let me see. Maryland, Florida. Let's see. Let me go back to the chat so I can read all these. Okay, Richmond, Texas. Jasmine's from Texas. Marquita is from Charleston, South Carolina. Joseph is from South Haven, Mississippi. And we got someone from Memphis. That's wonderful. And Mississippi, there we go. We got Mississippi. Oh, from Jamaica. Okay, you live in New York. Well, that's still wonderful. We're glad to have you. Mississippi, New Jersey, Illinois, New York City. Very good. All right, let's see. Let's go to the next question. So y'all are from everywhere. So how long have you all been homeschooling? How many years is it under your belt? Are you just now starting? Are you interested? Or you've been a veteran for a couple years? So let's see what y'all. "20 years. Yes, that's why I was like, oh, we have to have Miss Gia because she's very experienced. She's going to be teaching us a class or a session in just a minute. And so she has 20 years experience. We have 1 year. Good. And I'm about to start. That's wonderful. We'll hope this is the perfect place for you. Homeschooling 101 would be a great session for you to stick around with. 1.5 years. Very good. 0 interested. Wonderful. It's good to have people that are interested in homeschooling, and hopefully we make an impact today. And those that have been around like 3 years and 6+ years, maybe you guys have some tips, or you can learn from some older people as well, older homeschooling parents, and we learn from each other. Almost 6 months, 6 years. And I think what you said, my first child was born, it's important. That's what I'm doing with my kid too. Like, he's not officially registered, with the state yet because he's still too young, but we've been going at it for a very long time. So he's a beautiful child. So interested, very good. About 8 years, pre-K in 2 weeks, but we're jumping all the way in for kindergarten next year. Okay, awesome, very good. So you're still wanting to learn about it and see what y'all can do. I love that. My granddaughter has been homeschooling since age 2, now 7.5. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Preparing to start officially. My son just turned 4, so early childhood was at home. Very good. That's awesome, y'all. Yeah, start early. Whenever you can get them to, and it doesn't have to be serious, just get them to start being interested in it. We have homeschooling for 8 years, 2 teens now. Oh, that's wonderful. They are in it for the long haul. So how many kids are you blessed with? This should be our last question, and then we're going to get start to transition into the next section. All right, let's see. Y'all have one child, 3 children, 5 children, 2 children, 2 children, 1 child, 3 children, 7 children, 6 children. I lost my place. Okay, 3 plus children. We have 1. You must be on the way. 1 is on the way. We have 3. 1 who is a young adult. Very good. 3, all praise to the Most High. 6 children. I read that one right. 7. Yes, third child was born last week. Oh, hallelujah. That's wonderful. I have 1 on the way, so our family is growing. So that's all praises to the Most High. And grandchildren, yes, anyone has grandchildren, because I know a lot of people are taking care of their grandchildren. So that's a blessing as well. How many grandchildren? Add those to the chat as well. All right, so I want to take a moment to transition now. I just want to take a moment to say thank you to our moderators, and thank you guys for helping out, and for all the panelists and the speakers. This was I got the idea and I was like, let's just start it. So people are, got together. So I appreciate y'all. And I also want to say to the husbands, because this is often a homeschooling, homeschooling is more of a female type thing because we're home with the kids, right? But I also want to say thank you to the husbands, because husbands make this work as well. If without them, it's harder to homeschool. It's not impossible, but it is definitely harder. So I just appreciate the husbands, my husband especially. He's on there, Warrior for Jerusalem. My husband's name is Asa. And I just want to say I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting me in this endeavor, but also thank you for supporting our children. And I'm going to turn it over to you for a few minutes. You had a scripture to share, and then we're going to get into our first presentation with Mora Kayilia. All right, thank you. If you can unmute, let me see.
Shalom, everyone. Hope y'all are doing well. I appreciate y'all for being here and supporting my wife, and also for wanting to be spectacular with your families and children. And I'm just going to share a quick scripture that I thought would be good for this as an opening. This is Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 1 through 7. And it is saying, now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments, which Yah your God commanded to teach you, that you might do them in the land whither you go to possess it, that thou mightest fear Yah thy God, and to keep all his commandments, which I command thee, thou and thy son and thy son's sons, all the days of thy life, that thy days may be prolonged. And we know it's also including sons and daughters. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it, that it may be well with thee, and that thy might increase mightily, as Yah thy God, the God of thy fathers, has promised thee, in the land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one, and thou shalt love Yah with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thy heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and thou shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And I just like that last part where it says to teach them to your children diligently. If we think about that word diligently, this is it's a very serious thing to teach these things to our children. And what better way to do that but by doing homeschool? Because it says, when thou walkest by the way, when you sit in the house, when you get up first thing in the morning, when you lie down, get ready to go to bed. I mean, you have all day to teach your children the right way. And so that's all I wanted to add. I appreciate you guys for being here. Shalom.
Thank you, husband. All right, so we're going to get into the next portion in just a second. We're going to, I'm going to introduce our next presenter, the Mora Kazilia. She is going to start her presentation in just a minute, and I want to welcome her to the stage. She's going to be here in just a second. If y'all have any questions, please feel free to put it in the chat. And I'm going to go quickly over the agenda for the day, so that way we will understand what's going on. So you guys can come in and out of the Zoom at any time. We'll just admit you, or you can go to YouTube if that's what you prefer. We're going to, the sessions are going to be, by time blocks. So we're going to get started with finding your why right now, homeschooling with a purpose. Finding your why, homeschooling with a purpose. And she's going to start that. So the next one is at 3:30 with homeschooling 101 with Sister Gia. And then at 4:45, we're going to do how to homeschool for almost free with me. So we're going to stick with those right now, and then we'll come back on. So we're going to go ahead and transition.
know a place in heaven's gates, somewhere I wanna go, praise his name. People, they talk about it, they don't walk about it, gotta keep his laws, they solid, and faith in him surrounds it. Just stay grounded. I lift my eyes on the hill, lift my eyes on the hills, from where my help comes from. My help comes from, my help comes from you, my help comes from you.
Shalom. Can everybody hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we hear you. Good.
Awesome, awesome. Alrighty, and hopefully you guys can see me. My computer has been acting a little wonky, but give me 1 second to get that together. Alrighty, can you guys see my face? Shalom, y'all. All right, and I'm hoping you guys can, oh, yes, it's on the screen, so perfect, perfect. Alrighty, so you're each definitely read the scripture that we are going to talk a little bit about today. So let me first introduce myself. I am Mora Kayuya with Set Apart Hebrew Academy. It's a Hebrew co-op. And today I'm going to talk to you about finding your why, homeschooling with a purpose. All right, let's go on. I know you guys already heard the scripture, but we're going to kind of just talk a little bit about it again. Finding your why scripture. Shema Yisrael, Yahuwah Eloheinu, Yahuwah Akkad. Hear Israel, Yahuwah our El, Yahuwah is one. And you are to love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart, with all your being, and with all your resources. These words, which I am ordering you today, are to be on your heart, and you are to teach them diligently to your children. You are to talk about them when you sit at home, when you are traveling on the road, when you lie down, and when you get up. Tie them on your hand as a sign and put them at the front of your head, around your forehead, and write them on the door frames of your house and on your gates. And we're going to actually focus on this scripture as we're going through the different slides today. So I have a question for you guys. And I want you guys to think about this question as we're going through the slides, okay? And I'm very interactive, so I do want to hear your thoughts in the chat, your questions, things like that. All right, so my question is, who taught you how to think, and do you want your children thinking the same way? And before you guys answer that, we're going to go over some thinking motives, and then you guys are free to answer, okay? All right, so on my screen, give me a second. you guys see some different thinking motives, and we're going to go through each thinking motive. One can be fear-based, one can be outsourced identity, another can be learning without purpose, another is emotional patterns, and 5 would be passive learning versus intentional learning. All right. So fear-based thinking, let's focus on that one first. Many of us are taught to think from fear. So fear of failure, maybe fear of authority, maybe fear of asking questions, or fear of standing out. So now, as adults, we may struggle with confidence or our purpose or our identity because of that fear-based thinking. And we have to ask ourselves, do we want our children inheriting the same fearful mindset, or do we want to raise our children to think critically, move with wisdom, and know who they are? So another thinking motive can be outsourced identity. Many of us grew up learning what success should look like. So that's our beauty, our intelligence. All of this is coming from external systems like media and culture, not from your household. So when they grow up as adults, they spend their years trying to rediscover themselves or try to find their identity or something else because everything was shaped externally. One second, charger. Great. And also with outsource identity, it's more of an intentional shaping identity that you get at home. And the world doesn't do that for you. Next would be learning without purpose. And this is number 3. And learning without purpose is being taught to just memorize things, repeat things, test, move on. Kind of like what we do in school when we're in public school. We're just memorizing, repeating what they're telling to us. Then we take a test, which tells us if we're smart enough. And then we just move on to the next grade. But we're never taught our purpose, our wisdom, how to discern, or how to apply any of the knowledge that we memorize to our life. So we're kind of just becoming educated with just information, but we're kind of disconnected from understanding how it applies to us. Another one would be emotional patterns. And this one is a really good one because a lot of times we don't think that emotionally, things that are happening emotionally with our parents actually affects how we think, how we speak to ourselves, and how we move in many situations. And you have to always think that a lot of our patterns are not always passed down academically. It could just be emotionally. So that means maybe you grew up around chaos, constant stress, anxiety. Correction was very harsh, so you don't really understand what right correction is, or you didn't have any emotional guidance. You didn't know how to really deal with your emotions, wasn't taught what to do with them, how they work for you. And even that, you can say, you know what? I don't want to teach my children this because I don't want to pass down anything that I had to heal from to my children. If I had to heal from it, I definitely don't want them to have that. And that awareness can actually change how you teach, correct, and nurture your children. And 5, which is our last one, which is passive learning versus intentional learning. And this is when you are trained to just comply. Follow directions, stay quiet. So because of that, it makes it hard for you to lead, to create, to ask questions, or to think independently. So whether it's intentional or not, every environment will teach your child their value, what to fear, what to pursue, and who they are. So I want you guys to kind of put in the chat, use one of these numbers. What is some type of thinking that you might have had that you're no longer doing, or you're trying to make sure that your child doesn't get that passed down? So you can just put a number in the chat. It can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If any one of them resonates with you, put it in the chat and we can talk about them as we're going through the slides. And of course, we listen and we don't judge. So go ahead, put it in there. Give you guys a little time. Oh, I love that. Definitely learning without purpose, just passing the exam and moving on. Yeah, you definitely, that for me too, because you definitely just forget it all. And you're like, what? Why did I learn this? But yes, mixed with fear-based learning. I like that. Just learning to get a good career because if I don't, I won't succeed in life. I like the ones and the fours and the threes. Good. Good, good, good. I love them. All right, well, let's go on. Let's try to change our why as we are getting to the end. By the end, I'm hoping that you guys will have a different why. All right. And just to add, many of us were taught fear, conformity, disconnection, memorization, and survival. What we want to build as Hebrews, as homeschooling mamas and papas, and the village, because all of them play a part. We want to build wisdom, identity, discernment, purpose, and confidence into our future because our all these little faces are our future. They're going to soon be my doctor or my children's doctor or my children's teacher or whatever it is that the Most High has purpose in them. They're going to benefit the community and the village. All right. Some portions we'll talk about today. We'll talk about what is your why. We're going to go over a Torah blueprint for education. We're going to talk about breaking false reasons for homeschooling. We're going to talk about building a purpose-driven home, the cost and the reward. And then we're going to talk about some practical start guide, something to just help us get started. For those who said, I'm just starting out. All righty. Your why is not just a reason. It is your root system. I'm going to say that again. Your why is not just a reason of why you're going to homeschool your child or children or nephew or whatever it is. It is your root system. Where there is no clear why, homeschooling becomes emotional, reaction-based, and inconsistent. And what do I mean by that? You'll start strong and then life will hit. Tired days, distracted children, moments of doubt. Maybe you're about to have another child. Just financial issues. These are things that are always going to come. But without a strong why, you will begin to question everything. Like, why am I doing this? Maybe we need to get rid of this. Maybe this doesn't work anymore. But when your why is clear, it anchors you. It will discipline you when you don't feel like showing up. And if anyone who has been homeschooling for many years, showing up is always the problem. So remember, your why needs to be strong so that you can show up. This is not optional. This is an assignment. A strong why removes negotiation. Negotiation is usually your flesh telling you, you know what, maybe we don't need to do this today. They're just not feeling it today. So that negotiation is usually because your why isn't stronger enough. So many people will start homeschooling out of discomfort, but discomfort is not strong enough to sustain obedience. Your why must move from preference to purpose, from emotion to instruction. Your consistency will be weak if you do not have a why. Your why is what's going to make you consistently show up and do what you're supposed to do. All right. Gonna keep going. All right, let's talk about this Torah blueprint. Torah blueprint for education. Education belongs to the household. Teaching should be daily, lived, and modeled diligently. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, right? Children are not meant to be raised by systems. They are raised by households. And the command is not just to teach, it is to teach them diligently. The word diligently is very rich. It carries the idea of repetition, sharpening, engraving, and impressing upon the heart. It is not casual teaching, it is intentional shaping. To teach diligently is to train the palate of a child. Just like natural food, if a child is constantly given processed, overly sweet, artificial things, their palate becomes trained to desire what is unhealthy. The same is true with spiritually. If the child is constantly fed worldly perspective, confusion, surface level teaching, they will develop a taste for it. So when we teach diligently, we are not just giving information, we are training their appetite. We are teaching them what to love, what to desire, and what feels normal. We are shifting their palate to love, the things of truth, the things of righteousness, the things of order, all the things of Yah. We have to kind of give them that in their palate. This means that you have a job. You have to repeat truth daily. So whether that's scripture, things like that, you have to also model it. You have to be consistent in correcting them with intention, celebrating what is right. So you have a job here in this diligently teaching because you are literally creating a palette for them to love it. So what you're doing, either they're going to love it or hate it. So think about that. Over time, the child will begin to crave what is right, and that is what diligent teaching produces. So we can see it from your children if their palate has been trained from your diligent teaching, your diligent consistency. Does anybody have any thoughts or questions? Because I could just go on. But if you do have them, definitely put them in the chat and all of it will be answered. All right, so let's go through the false foundations will not sustain you. I'm gonna say that again. False foundations will not sustain you. I've been homeschooling for 10 years already, and honestly, I see this over and over again. People fall off because of the false foundations. What are false foundations? Homeschooling is not just safety, it's not just avoidance, not just flexibility. It is identity formation, covenant alignment, and intentional upbringing. And we can be honest. Most people come into homeschooling for reasons that will not sustain them. Safety is important, but safety alone won't keep you consistent. Avoiding bad influence is important, but avoidance is not a vision. Flexibility, yeah, that sounds good, but flexibility without structure always creates chaos. So you can be as flexible as you need, but don't make that flexibility just about what you have going on in the day. Your foundation is weak. If your foundation is weak, you will build weak. Always think about that. If your foundation is weak, everything you build on this foundation will be weak, it'll be shaky, and it won't grow into the thing that you will like it to grow into. Homeschooling must be rooted in identity, purpose, and responsibility. Otherwise, being burnt out, that's going to happen. You are going to definitely be burnt out in this homeschooling journey if you do not have a good root system. All right, 4 pillars, the 4 pillars of a set apart home. So we're going to actually really talk about those 4 pillars. I don't want to be just saying, do this, and not give you examples of what that looks like and how we can do that, okay? So let's go along. And I'm moving along so that we can chat a little bit at the end before I have to transition, okay? All right, so the 4 pillars of a set apart home. Remember, we are not just raising children to pass tests, we are raising them to walk in purpose. So our 4 pillars would be spiritual formation, skills and knowledge, character development, and calling awareness. The goal is always going to be bigger than academics. At the end of the day, this is not about grades, checklists, or comparison. It's about who your child becomes. Can they think clearly? Can they stand firmly? Can they act righteously? And walk confidently in who they are? Because when that is established, everything else can be built on top of it. A purpose-driven home doesn't happen by accident. It is shaped daily through what you prioritize, what you repeat, what you correct, and what you model. What you consistently do in your home becomes your child's normal. And I want you guys to keep remembering that. What I do in my home becomes my child's normal. All right. Let's start with spiritual formation. All right. Spiritual formation is the foundation. This is what we're building off of, our spiritual formation. So before academics, before activities, your child must learn how to hear, how to respond, and how to align. So that means your daily rhythm. Start your day with prayer or read a portion of the Torah, something for them to know that this is how their day should start. We're not rushing into a day. You are creating that spiritual rhythm for them. Also, helping them to ask questions about what they're reading. Why are they reading this? What, just like when the Most High says, he says, when the children ask, why are we doing such and such, you say. So he knows the children are going to ask. So we shouldn't shut down their questions. We are now walking them through their questions, seeing how they think. Why are they thinking this? How do they feel about this? So those things are very, very important. So some more real life motions for like moments when we're talking about spiritual formation would be like when your child gets upset, knowing how to help them deal with their emotions. How you deal with their emotions is how they're going to deal with their emotions. So this is, I like to say homeschooling is a mirror because it helps you to become who the Most High has called you to be while you're shaping this wonderful, beautiful child into who the Most High has called them to be. Also, teaching them how to hear would be when they're asking questions. Ask them about those questions, like where did this question come from? What were you reading? Let's read this. It also says it here. So you're kind of opening the door for that child to lead you spiritually where they need to be, while you're also creating a consistent training for them. I like to say anything spiritual is training. Just like the Most High, he trains us spiritually in everything, like the tests that we go through, the trials and things like that. Those are shaping our characters. And it's the same thing for your children. They're going to be going through things and you're going to be able to shape their character with how you're telling them how to deal with those situations. So you're not just training them to follow instructions, you're training them how to discern and how to respond. All right, just to go on a little bit. All right, character development. This is my favorite one because everything in the Bible is about character development. So that will be their discipline, their humility, their responsibility, and correction is a part of love, right? Character is not taught through words alone. It is built through your correction. How do you correct them? Your consistency, your expectations of them also shapes their character. Discipline. I'm gonna go through each one. Like discipline, my biggest one is, let's say a child disrespects you. How you address that disrespect is how they're gonna address disrespect from someone else. So this is a teacher moment for you too. Like, hey, this is why we don't do this thing. Or this is why we don't disrespect your mother. Your mother is this. And the Bible says, you know what I mean? So everything should be a teaching moment. Responsibility. Giving them daily tasks. Your children will only learn responsibility when you allow them to be independent. So that means, I don't know, making their bed, cleaning their space, helping in the home. I know when I'm homeschooling, Fridays is prep day for everybody in the house. Everybody knows what they have to do. Usually we like to start Thursdays, but they know like everything should be done. When we get to Friday, we should not be scrambling. Everything is in order, everything's done. That is a part of their homeschooling. So that is their responsibility. And we make sure that they're covering their responsibilities because that also builds their integrity. It builds their ownership, it builds structure, and of course, their accountability. Humility, teaching them to apologize properly, not just, oh, I'm sorry. but actually helping them to see and understand what they did wrong and how they will correct it. That also builds their character. I did this wrong. This is how I'm going to correct it. Everything in the Bible, you see, whenever you did something wrong, if you're going through Leviticus, there was a way to correct that issue. Start teaching that to them very, very young, and that will also build their character. And also showing them that correction is not rejection. Correction is love. Because I love you, I correct you because I want to see your character develop into the person that Yah has called you to be. So constantly getting them to understand that this is refinement. This is not like a bad thing. There's no end all be all here. This is so that you can become better. And that I always say your biggest fight is with yourself. That's it. You're only fighting against yourself to make yourself better. All right. Let's go to skills and knowledge. Now, I didn't say throw the academics away. You thought I said that. Academics matter. Excellence is still required. Being set apart does not mean being behind. It means being grounded, skilled, disciplined, and capable. So your academics, you should be encouraging daily reading practice, writing assignments, so journals, copywork, math drills, problem solving. That is still very much important. Excellence. But we should be acting with excellence in all things. Remember, the Most High shows us what excellence looks like. So if a work is rushed, tell them to redo it. Teach them we don't just finish well, we do it well so that it's pleasing, not only to you, the creator, but the person that you're handing the work to. So you're kind of teaching them that real life integrity of how they should hand in their work, how they should do their work. They should have pride in their work, in their excellence, in their smarts, and in all that they're learning. So you get to create that. I always say, especially with younger children, you create whether they're going to love learning or whether they're going to hate it. So just like those who have maybe those who are in pre-K or kindergarten, first and second grade, that is the best age. You should be having so much fun with them because learning should be fun. But when you start to teach it early that learning is fun, this is a gift that the Most High has given us to get wisdom, to get understanding, then as they're growing, homeschooling becomes easier for you because you have instilled in them very early on that this is a good thing. This is great. Another real life learning skills and knowledge would be like cooking. So measurements, you have math. You get to be as free as you want to be when it comes to homeschooling. You can do gardening. That counts as science. You can run a small project with them. That would count as responsibility and leadership. You can do debates, public speaking, things like that. If you're an entrepreneur, have your child work your business with you. That also helps with learning math, help them being a leader, help them with writing out things. So there's so many things that you can do that actually will help them as they get older to become good citizens, right? So instead of giving them fluff, like I've worked in the sorry, y'all, I'm just going. I've worked in the public schools, so a lot of it is fluff. A lot of it we don't need, especially if you have a child who loves math and they're going to grow up to do something that has to do with math. You will want to keep them on that track, doing all the math so that they can do what they need to be if they want to be like a carpenter or construction or things like that. You know, you get to see it early on and say, this is the path that we're going to take for you, instead of just being in school forever. And then at the end of high school, you're like, oh, now pick what you want to be when you grow up. Like, I could have been working on this a long time ago, but now I have to do this as an adult. So you get to avoid all the unnecessary fluff when you are instilling that skills and knowledge pretty early. Alrighty. Calling awareness. Calling awareness is my favorite, especially with the younger children. The Most High reveals your child very early. It doesn't take too long for you to just see your child and who the Most High has called them to be. Every child carries something very unique. Our role is to observe, guide, and cultivate it, not force them into a mold. Some practical examples would be observation. Watch what they naturally enjoy. Do they love building? Do they love speaking? Do they love helping others? Any of those sorts. And then your job is to call it out. You're very patient. That's a strength. You explain things very well. You may be a teacher. Things like that. And then, so you can identify it, and now you have to cultivate it. An example of cultivating would be give them opportunities. So if you have a child that loves speaking, give them opportunity to present their lessons. Maybe they're not the people who want to write everything down. Maybe creative writing isn't their thing, but presenting is their thing. Go ahead, teach them how to use Canva. Here's your assignment. Go ahead and present it to me. They love speaking, then go ahead and speak and be the leader that you're called to be. Things like that. Or a child who loves creating. I love hands-on projects, like project-based learning, because I have a lot of children that love to build. So we're going to build everything. We can do math. We can build a roller coaster. How you critically thought in building this shows me who you are. Or a child who nurtures. This is my favorite one. So you get that child that loves to nurture, and you're just like, oh, I don't know what that child needs to do. That child is going to help you with your younger children. So you can give them assignments, and you can also help them to help you with your younger children. So a lot of times we leave our older children out, but a lot of them are nurturers. A lot of them are leaders. A lot of them will help you with your homeschooling journey. Your whole family is a team. Do not keep anybody out of this. Remember, we are not just raising children, we are revealing what was already placed inside of them. Alrighty, let's go on. All right, let's talk about the costs, because with everything, there's a cost. Most High tells us to count that cost, right? So the cost may be our time. Yes, our time. We love our time. Our energy, because if my child has a lot of energy, I'm outside with them. We're running, we're doing all types of things. Financial adjustments, meaning, hey, if I know that I can't do all of the schooling, you may have to pay for a co-op, or you may pay for a homeschooling school to help with the morning assignments and things like that. Next would be dying to convenience. And I know this is our biggest one. The bus comes at 8 o'clock. The bus comes back at 3 o'clock. So we have this window to do what we want to do. And that is a convenience that a lot of us do not want to let go of. That, and we don't have to pay for anything. They're doing all the work for us. So it's easy. I don't have to think about it. When they come home, I'm still doing my mom duties. Here's some dinner, take a bath, let me help you with your homework, and you keep it moving. So that convenience is very hard for us because they made it so easy to where it's like, just drop them off. We got it. And now you get to do what you need to do and also work. We know that the convenience of how am I going to be home with them? Somebody has to work. So these are things that we have to think about, the cost. There is a cost with homeschooling. It's not just, hey, everybody go ahead and homeschool, which is why I always stress the village is needed. This is our village. We should be outsourcing. We should be helping each other. We should be making sure that your child still gets what it needs while you're at work, if that's the case. So start networking, start creating your village around what you need. All righty. The reward. Let's chat a little bit about the reward. The reward, children who know you. When you say, I don't know where he got that from, or I don't know why she started doing that, or where that came from. Yeah, because they don't know you. You at this point, you're not really their parent, unfortunately. The school system is, and everybody around them. So everybody around them are helping them, creating a mindset for them. So you have to think about that too. Children who know Yah, which is the best part, and generational stability. So now you have created a new generation who are thinking different, who are moving different. You are literally cleansing your bloodline because every child from this day forward will be doing something different that is bringing on the blessing of the Most High onto that bloodline. And just so I want to end out my practical start guide. If you guys can take a little picture, define your why. I want you guys to write down your why. Write it down, put it on the wall so that every day you can see your why and you can speak it. Establish daily routine, not perfection. It doesn't have to be perfect. Whatever your routine is, that's your routine. That's what your house needs. That's what we're going to do. Choose a curriculum that aligns with your values. So find a curriculum that works best for you, your child, that they love, that helps them to grow, become who they need to become. Oops, sorry. um, next, start small and build. Don't overload your day. Start small and build upon it. So just small things that you can do. Maybe for 2 hours a day, we're just going to do this workbook together. Hey, that's fine. Build on it. Last, stay consistent, not emotional. Keep your emotions out of it. Stay consistent. Your consistency and your discipline is what's going to help you in this homeschooling journey. So I'm going to end here. I do want to leave you guys with this. Start with what is in your hand and build from there. Whatever you have in your hand right now, start with that and build up from there. Shalom, y'all.
Sis, I believe there's a few questions for you in the chat if you want to go ahead and answer them before we transition.
Cool beans. What are these questions? Let's see, Ryan, how do you pick a focus if your child displays multiple strengths? Pick a focus. Well, that depends. When you're saying pick a focus, like, are you picking a theme? Because if your child displays multiple strengths, you can maximize on each one. So you can use a little bit of each one, which is why I love homeschooling, because you can make your curriculum. Like if I know my daughter is really good in math, but I also know that she's more hands-on, then we're going to do a hands-on type of math. If I know that she loves science and that science isn't like reading a book or looking at videos, then we're going to have some days where we go to the museum and that's going to be counted for her science, or some days that we go to aquarium, things like that. So you can maximize on how you create that curriculum for your daughter. Let's see. Was that the only question? I didn't see anyone. Ooh, I love that. How do you get a toddler into reading Torah? We love that. Um, for me, with toddlers, lots of hands-on reading books. There's actually like a whole bunch of Torah books for younger toddlers where they can read it. Lots of hands-on. Of course, we don't want them to fully know the Torah, but we want them to know the basics. It can just be the basic stories, or it can just be the basics, 10 Commandments, things like that. So I think in that age, lots of singing, dancing, and fun ways of them learning the Torah. Yes. Tanisha, you can ask your question out loud. He said you can't talk quick.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I was trying to type and I was like, she's gonna miss it. Um, so my question is when it comes to like I really want to do co-ops with my son. He's starting pre-K in a few weeks just so I can help him get acclimated to being with kids his age and things like that. But when he starts kindergarten, I was looking into co-ops just so that I can create that village. But we do live smack dab in the middle of Amish country, and so I've really struggled finding co-ops with, people that look like us. And so, how would you navigate that?
Are you open to virtual co-ops?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of virtual co-ops, especially for pre-K and kindergarten. That is a good way of getting him to see people like him who believe like him and things like that. That is another way. And then you'll be working with him. So you'll still be homeschooling and you will still be able to, for him to still have someone to play with. And then I would always say, find Even if you got to drive a little bit, it's okay. Find a group outside of where you live just so that he can have that time. I know that the library also have those things too, but I don't know if in your town they have that. But the library is also a good resource also. Alrighty.
Thank you.
All right, yep, everyone. Thank you so much for your questions. We're going to go ahead and transfer to the next session. If you have any more questions, please put them in the chat. We will answer them a little later during our panel question and answer session. We're going to move right on into the next part with Sister Gia. Let me see. And while we're getting Sister Gia set up, we're going to look at this really quick. We have a Facebook group that we are trying to, get more people in and have more community. So if you guys would like to join, that is Hebrew Homeschooling Network community on Facebook, and you will be able to find the links in the chat as well, but also the the description of the videos and also in your email as well. So if you guys will be interested in that, we're going to try to do monthly, bi-monthly encouragement Zoom calls. So that way, sometimes when it feels hard and difficult, we can still get on Zoom and talk it out, share our testimonies, pray over each other. So if you guys are interested in that, please join our Facebook group and so we can stay connected to each other. All right, Sister Gia, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right. It's all yours.
Okay, let me see if I can share my screen. Shalom, sisters and brothers. Let's see. Can y'all see that?
Yes, it's beautiful. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, the title speaks for itself. One Homeschool 101, Foundations of Homeschooling. And I want to first say thank you for Sister Abigail for inviting me. I get excited when homeschool is the issue, okay, and it's the topic. So let's just move right along. So a little bit about me. If y'all don't know, I'll be real quick about it. I love to talk though. But my name is Sister Gia. I am the mother of 6 children. Of course, 5 are grown, and I have a 16-year-old now. But my 3 oldest ones were in Christian school back in the day. Okay, then they transitioned to public school when we moved to Maryland in the country. They excelled because they were doing really good in their private school, and so I started homeschooling my fourth born, and he was 3. And we got a letter in the mail that said he won the lottery for pre-K, to go into pre-K. And I was like, what? I'm sending him on that big bus because we lived in the country. And so the buses come get him. And I was like, he's not going on that bus. So that's what started Gia to homeschool. And like I heard a couple of y'all say, I started homeschooling at 3 years old, but of course it doesn't count until they turn 5 in kindergarten. So I had 2 years underneath my belt before it became official, where I had to put his name on a dotted line and say that we're homeschooling. So it's beautiful whenever you have children and you know you want to homeschool, start. Just start, and then when it's time to put the name on a dotted line, you'll be like, oh, I know how to do this, I know what I got to do, so that's the one thing I want to just share with y'all. And then the next thing is real quick about me. Yes, I've been homeschooling for 20 years. I started homeschooling in 2006, and I've homeschooled 3 children, 2 homeschool graduates from pre-K to 12th grade, and my last one is 16. She's in 10th grade. So I got 2 years, and then I guess Sister Gia be retired, unless my grandbaby be homeschooled. Then I'll start homeschooling him. That's what I'm praying for. So let's see here. this here slide, I'm just gonna I also wrote some notes down on my paper so I don't forget things to say because I want to tell y'all a lot, but a little bit of time we got, but I hope the Most High gives me strength to be able to say what I got to say. So homeschooling can feel very overwhelming, all right, at first. But the 101 version is really about understanding a few core foundations and building from there. All right. And the first thing I want to say is I don't ever want to like sugarcoat nothing and think like homeschooling is so easy. It's so this. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. In the beginning, it's not because you pulling things here, you pulling things there, you're looking online, you see people doing this, and you're like, oh, I could do that. It's too many things, too many variables. So that's why, just like Sister Abigail in the beginning prayed, right? Her husband brought the scripture out, right? Sister Mora, she brought her scriptures out. That's the foundation. Okay, scripture, prayer, your family. All right, and you can make it through. So let's go to the next slide. So let me go over here 1 minute, y'all. So what homeschooling actually is, okay? Homeschooling simply means you take primary responsibility for your child's education at home instead of sending them to the schoolhouse. It can look very different from family to family. All right, structured like a school or flexible and interest driven. All right, so the thing I want to say about this here is that whatever you choose as your family, that's between you, your family, and the Most High. Okay, if you want to do school like structured, all praises. If you want to be flexible and pull from here to there, all praises. If you want your child to have the interest driven, where it's called unschooling, we didn't have that 20 years ago, but now it's in here. So whatever you do is for you and your family. Okay, as long as your children are learning, that's the primary responsibility that you have. All right. So the next thing is mm, it's kind of tricky, okay? Because when you say about the state laws, you got to know the laws. It's the truth. We live in a country, okay, where we can't sometimes do what we want to do, you know. So just know your state laws. All you gotta do is go online. Everything is there. Put your state in there. It'll tell you what you gotta do. Okay. So we all know that homeschooling is legal. Okay, we can homeschool our children. Okay, so if somebody tell you, no, I don't think you're supposed to be doing that, please don't believe them. You can homeschool your children. It's legal. It's your home. It's your school. Okay, so now we were in Maryland for 17 years. So now I'm in North Carolina. So it's a little different here. Okay, so I had to file my notice of intent to homeschool, and that's the majority of what everybody has to do because I did it in Maryland too. Okay, but down here in North Carolina, we have to keep attendance. So they give us like a little paper you print out every year with all the months in it. You put your name, your school's information, and you just check off the dates that you do school. Okay, you keep that in a folder. Then they also have vaccine records. Okay, which we opt out for with our notarized letter because we don't vaccinate. So I have that in the folder. All right. And then for North Carolina, you got to have administer testing. Okay. You can do them yourself. I do them myself. Okay. I use the CAT untimed test. You pay for your little test. Your child has the week. I let my children have the whole week, Monday through Thursday, to do their testing. And then after their testing for the year, we're done with homeschool. We on summer break. Okay. Now, like I said in the beginning, always check your state because sometimes it could be something so small that you might forget. And then, uh, 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 then you got somebody, in your business, in your family business, and we don't need that. Okay. Because over the years, I have witnessed a couple of families that have, got in trouble because of some things, but that's why you have to know the laws and keep it in the folder, right? So if anybody say anything, all you gotta do is bring it on out. Here go all my stuff right here for my children. We're doing this, and this, and we good. Okay. And another thing I want to tell y'all before I move on, the HSLDA, that's the Homeschool Legal Defense Association. Let me tell you something. It's a good thing to go on there and read the things that they have on there. And if you want to become a member, you can. I'm not sure. I think back in the day it was like $5 or whatever, but I think now it's a little bit more. I'm not a member anymore, but I do go on if families ask questions that I might not know about the law. So I go on there and I get the information and I give it to them. But it's good to go on there, all right, just to know, all right? So let's see here. Choose your homeschool style, all right? I'm going to say this here. There is no right way to homeschool, all right? Most families lean toward one of these particular styles, all right? Now, traditional, that's school at home. So that means it's like you in the schoolhouse, you got textbooks, you got the schedule, your structured lessons, right? There ain't nothing wrong with that, okay? I did that in the beginning because I was like, oh, I gotta have this, I gotta have that, you know. I had the big old portfolios and all of that there, okay? And it was beautiful in the beginning, but then I said, let me change it up a little bit, okay? But they have all these different names for homeschool, you know. So people say, what do you do? Me, myself, I'm eclectic, okay? That's what they call it, you know, a mix of everything. All right. So I got textbooks, I got hardcover books, I got printed out free copies, I got nature studies, you know. And then we have this Charlotte Mason. That's the literacy based nature short lessons. Back in the day, I don't know if they still have them, but back in the day, we used to go to the little churches, and they had the Charlotte Mason program, and it was like a lot of us little homeschoolers in the area would get together, and it was nice. It was nice, you know, back in the day. I don't know if they still do that. They might do it online now, but it's literature based nature and it's short lessons. Then you got your classical education, right? This right here is really it's fun to learn different classical education, especially in history and logic. Okay. Then you got your unschooling. I talked about that the last slide. That's like child led, interest driven learning. Now, I know a lot of people say, oh, I'm not going to let my child tell me what to do. You know, I don't want to, you know, they don't have nothing to do with this. And I'm going to share with you this here. In the beginning, when I first heard about unschooling, I was like, no, we're not supposed to do that, you know. And then when I started digging into it and seeing families that do it, right, I was just like, okay, I get it, you know, because I didn't get it. But I was like, oh, I get it. This is beautiful, you know? And so all it is just the child might say, can we talk about bees today? And then you say, oh, okay. You get your YouTube video out, you print out some printouts about bees, right? You do a little project, and that's what y'all do for the day. So that's what the child led is. It's their interest. Okay, they might want to do cooking. It's their interest, and it's a beautiful thing to put that weave that into textbooks or printed out worksheets or pencil time. You know, so just think about different things. You know, before, especially myself, because I did. I was like, no, we're not supposed to do that. But guess what? It's a beautiful thing. Then, like I said, you got eclectic. I think eclectic majority, all of us homeschoolers do it, a mix of everything. I have done mixes of everything. And one thing I want to share with y'all is you can change your style anytime. Okay, whatever you do is not permanent. So if you do traditional this year, and then you say, Jerry, he don't really like the textbook structure. So let me just try a little bit of classical education. You know, you can switch. You can switch. Okay. And another thing I want to say about the styles is that just because Jerry liked to do traditional homeschool, don't mean that Rebecca, the next child, is going like traditional. Okay, she might like the classical education. All your children has different personalities, different learning styles. So we're gonna get to that too. All right. I don't want to get ahead of myself. All right. So we come with this one here that says you can pick curriculum or don't. All right. um, you don't have to have curriculum, okay? But it's beautiful if you do. But you got to remember that curriculum is just a tool, it's not a requirement. So the Homeschool Association is not saying, well, what curriculum do you use, Sister Gee, in your classroom? They're not saying that. They're looking to see if the children can read, write, add money, okay? And for us, you know your Bible, you know your memory verses, you know about the story of Abraham, the story, that's us. Okay. We put that in there with it. Okay. Now the next thing I want to say is please don't try to create a school at home on day one. Day one, let it be fun, especially if you're just starting out. Let it be fun. Make a little breakfast, have a little program on, a little music on, and all that there. You got to remember that children cannot sit for so long, especially pre-Kers, kindergartners. They cannot sit for so long. And that's why when you send them to the schoolhouse, they're sitting. And then when they come home, they going crazy. They running. And you like, oh no, what's going on? It's because they've been sitting all day. Okay. So just remember, you know, don't do the whole school thing on day one. Day one. Break it up. Monday we're going to do this. Tuesday we're going to do this. Next week we're going to bring this here in. Okay. So you always start with math or reading. That's just where I'm at because I'm so adamant about the math and the reading. Okay. That our children, can be great scholars. All right. And then after that, you add one or two of those extra subjects and then you build the routine gradually, okay, over a few weeks. And uh, uh, and then after you do that, you'll get into the groove of things. Okay, you'll get into the groove of things. A teacher and your children will say, oh, okay, today's Monday, Mama. Okay, we do math, reading, phonics. Oh, and today we got science. And then Tuesday, oh, Mama, we got art today. So you add that math, that reading, then art. And so the children will know, oh, today we got this, or we doing our science experiment on Wednesday. You see, you got to make it fun, okay, for children to learn. All right. And then with the curriculum, we got full all-in-one programs. That is the easiest thing that y'all can start with. Okay. And I love this because I think throughout my 20 years, probably about 8 years or 9 years or so, I do that full all-in programs because the children will start being able to like navigate themselves. They know the computer, right? So they know how to navigate. So that's a beautiful thing when you have more than one child. You can have this one over here doing this one over here doing this, and then you teaching one. And then after they're done, then they switch, and then you teach the next, and they're on there, and they're on there. It's really good, and I think whenever you have more than one child, people might get a little nervous, like how am I going to teach all these children? The Most High will give it to you. He will give you what to do, what subjects to teach together, especially if they're close in age. Okay. So now the next thing is your individual subject resources. That's your math, your reading, your science separately, free online materials. Now I'm telling you right now, we love us some free stuff. Okay. And there's a lot of free things out here for homeschoolers. You got to dig in there and you got to find it. Okay. I always tell my homeschool mothers, if you got a computer and a printer and some printer paper, get the print because you can do a whole curriculum with free materials. Okay. And then of course the library-based learning, free resources. Okay. We love the library. Okay. I love the library. It just got so many resources in there for homeschooling. And then also make sure y'all start simple, okay? Don't overload the curriculum, because that's one of the most common beginner mistakes. Okay. And I always tell my homeschool mothers, please don't do that. Don't do that. Don't get all of that curriculum because one child might like it. The next one might be like, What is this? Their learning pattern is different, and now you don't wasted, a little bit of the finance on something that you're only going to use one time. Okay, so you got to be careful with that. And I'm telling you this, y'all. I want to share this real quick because I've been through it. Okay, yes, Gia has misused the Most High finance with some homeschool stuff. Okay, when we moved from Maryland to North Carolina 3 years ago, oh my goodness, I had so much homeschool stuff I didn't even know I had, right? And wasn't even using it. Okay. But the Most High told me sell it, and I sold it and put the little money in the savings. But still in all, you gotta know, don't misuse the Most High's money, you know. So that's one thing I always tell my homeschool families. The next thing is make sure that y'all set up a flexible schedule, because whenever you have a flexible schedule, it works for you and the children and the whole household. All right. So of course you have the typical reality. Elementary school is between. It's not saying, oh, I got to do 3 hours of focused academics. You do not. You could do the 1.5 to 3 hours. Some children can be okay with the table. Some children might be on the floor, put the bean bag chair on the floor. They doing the puzzles, So, however you think the many hours you need, that's between you and your child. Okay. Middle school, I always say around 3 to 4 hours. High school, 4 to 6 hours. It could give or take. Okay. And then I'm going to say this again, homeschooling does not need to mimic a 7-hour school day. All right. Just remember that, because, they're in the house. They don't need to be sitting at a table in a chair for 7 hours, or they get up for an hour lunch or 2 15-minute breaks. You know what I mean? We don't mimic the stuff that's in the schoolhouse at your home. All right. Make it your own. All right. And then remember, you can school year round or traditional calendar, 4 days a week instead of 5, morning, afternoon, or evenings. So one thing that we have done, and it's so funny because before we came in the truth, we've been in the truth for 12 years. So I was homeschooling before that. But when I first started homeschooling, I started doing Monday through Thursday. So we could have Friday, Saturday, Sunday off. And then we came in the truth, and I was like, look at this, Lord. You was preparing us for this, in the beginning. So I kept it like that. Monday through Thursday, we homeschool, and then Friday we're off. And so the next thing I want to tell y'all, this right here, y'all need to put this on a sticky note, okay? Make it your own. All right. Remember, it's your home and it's your school. All right. If you don't remember nothing else, this is the one thing that a lot of families need to have, because you need to know that it's your house and it's your school. So whatever the Most High tell you to do, that's what you need to do. Okay? Don't worry about what anybody else is saying or doing or what they got going on. You make it your own. All right? And make sure that your children are learning and you're having fun learning too. And I always say that for myself, while I was teaching my children, I was learning right along with them, even though I have, a degree and everything, right? But it was some things that I forgot. And so I was learning right along with them. Especially when you get to the math parts and the geometry and the trigonometry and the calculus. I was like, oh no, I forgot about all this here. But guess what I did? Went on to Google, got me some materials, learned it, and taught my children. So we learn also. All right. So now the next part is focus on core subjects. Now you might not know what core subjects is, so I got them here. All right, so y'all can understand what they are. So of course, for us, number one is the Bible. All right, Bible is number one. That starts first. That's the first thing that we do. Okay, before we do anything. Okay, we do our Bible. Reading, that's like phonics and your language arts. Then you got your math, your writing, your science. Then you got your social studies, and then the real history. Okay. Um, our children know the real history. All right. Now, when you have high school children, for high school, there is specific things that you're supposed to teach for high school, like world history, like American history, like government, like this, like that. You can teach them those things, right? So they can get their credits, but you also can wheel it in with the real history. All right. Same thing with science. Okay. And then number four, everything else. So, like your art, your music, your coding, your life skills, your PE, your health, world languages. It's good to know another language, y'all. All right. World languages. You can layer it into your other subjects. All right. And I think I already told you on the other slide about whenever you do your weeks, you do your Bible, your math, your language arts, your reading, right? And then the next day you add in social studies. Then the next day you add in science. Then the next day you do PE and health. Okay. That's how you do things. And but your core subjects, you should keep them for every day. Okay. And your core subjects, the main core subjects are your Bible, of course, your reading, your language arts, and your math and your writing. Those are the core subjects. And then everything else comes twice a week or once a week. Okay. All right. All right. So the next thing is this here. Now, now I know that those that have been homeschooling, they know. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, they know. I'm sorry, y'all. I had my thing up there. They know about this here. So socialization is a common concern. Okay. Um, let me just say this here. Whenever I first started homeschooling, this is all I heard. All I heard was, is Jordan going to be able to be socialized? He's not going to know how to speak or, talk to people or interact. That's all I heard, y'all. Right. And of course, being a brand new homeschooler, you're like, because your mind, you don't know. You're thinking like, well, is this true? Is this true? And it was at a point one time, my first year, I was thinking, yeah, this is probably true. He not gonna have any kind of know how to talk right or be around people. It that's how that let me just bring it back around. Back then I didn't know. Now I know. That was nobody but the enemy that was trying to be in my ear saying, you got to put him to the schoolhouse so he can have socialization skills. Okay. But let me tell you something. This right here, it is a myth. Okay. It is a big myth. All right. Please don't believe this. If your family says different things, please don't believe this. Okay. Because guess what? They're going to socialize through a lot of things. And I'm going to share these things. If you go to a co-op, right? They got group classes with other homeschoolers. They going to make friends. Don't be fearful that your children are not going to have no friends. Okay. That was one thing that I thought. I'm like, oh goodness, he's not going to have no friends. That's not true. Please, please don't be fearful about that. Socialization through the sports. Okay. There's different sports out here that homeschoolers can do. All right. Community groups like 4-H club. My children were in the 4-H club. Okay. They met so many people. They did public speaking. All right. I mean, they did art classes. Okay. They're meeting people all around them. All right. Then you got your library programs. Please check your library. All right. The library has so much stuff. And I'm talking about they have things for homeschoolers. They have summer programs. Like you should be at the library like twice a month with the children because that's a beautiful, beautiful resource. All right. Then volunteer work. All right. Go around and clean the street up. And guess what? You're going to meet people that's going to come up there and start helping. That's socialization, right? Siblings and families. I think all of us, all of us, if you only have one child, all praises. If the Most High grows your family, amen. People that have more than one child, guess what? What is your child doing with with their siblings? Talking, getting on each other's nerves, right? Playing games. So please do not. I want y'all to get that, just get it through you, because it is still here to this day. This right here is here to this day. I got a question probably about 3 weeks ago. A sister called me and asked me this question. Her child is 5, and she was going to put him in public school because of this, because somebody was in her family said this, right? So then I had to tell her, I had to tell her story, okay? And I'm gonna tell y'all so y'all can know. So I told her a story. I said, guess what? My fourth born, who I started homeschooling, he is 22 years old now, all right? And he talks, he socializes, okay? He is a trucker. He owns his own big rig. He owns his own flatbed trailer. And he was homeschooled from pre-K all the way to 12th grade. Now, if you say to yourself, oh my goodness, he's a trucker. Yeah, truckers got to open their mouth. Truckers have to be like tough and rough and okay. So that's what I want y'all to understand. Socialization, common concern, it don't concern homeschoolers. It don't concern us. So when somebody tells you that, you say, thank you very much for your opinion, but I know the facts. Okay. And then the second thing that I can tell you about this here common concern is that my second or my fifth born son, the second one who I homeschooled, he is now 19 and he is a trucker and he owns his big rig and he owns a dump trailer. Okay. So they have to go in the truck by themselves, go to the different sites, talk to the people. Can I have paperwork? Can I do this? Blah, 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 blah. They have to socialize. Okay. And guess what? Both of them do a good job. All right. So if if you don't get nothing else, well, what I say, please get this. Okay. That this is a myth. All right. And especially with our children. All right. Our children, they going places. All right. So don't be thinking, oh no, they don't have friends. They don't do this. Please don't think that. Mm-mm. Let somebody say this to you and you say, oh, okay, thank you so much for your opinion, but I know the facts. And then keep walking. Okay. And that goes for family members too. Okay. So the next thing is about record keeping in progress, y'all. Okay. We have to keep records, because if we don't keep records, then you might get somebody to say, and these are facts, okay? You might get somebody to say, oh well, we we need to see your last attendance, your work samples, and this and that, right? The minute somebody say that, or you have to go up there to the Board of Education and prove something, you shouldn't be having to print stuff out. It should be already in your records, and you pull it out. That's it. Okay. That avoids so much stress. Okay. So for record keeping in progress, these are just samples. Okay. And especially for every state is different. So for me, for North Carolina, and I know for a few, it's attendance. Okay. It's just a piece of paper that got the months. You check, you put it in your folder. All right. Some work samples. If you're in a state like I was in Maryland, you had to go to the Board of Education twice a year and you had to show work samples. So whatever subjects they did, I had to have work samples so they can look through it and see what they were doing. Okay. Test results. That's if required. For North Carolina, yes, they do the standardized testing, and the results print right up. After they're done with them, they send me an email. I print them out. I put them in a folder. So every year I have done that for this. This will be the third year for North Carolina. Okay. So in my folder now for my last child, I have their attendance. I have attendance. I have her test results will be in there next week because she's doing her testing next week. So her test results, her reading lists are in there also. Now, work samples, I don't put in there because we don't have to do that for North Carolina, but some do. Now, move over to high school. So she's in high school, right? So I have her transcripts. So she is 10th grade. So she already has 9th grade transcripts in there. 10th grade, I will do next week, and I will put that in there. So in her folder right now, she has her attendance, the test results will be in there next week, and the transcripts will be in there next week. And then she's fine. So that is 2025 through 2026 record keeping. Okay. That's how it works. Just keep your records. So, and for me, I still have the records from Jordan, my first Jordan and Zachary. Okay. I still have all my records, from them for high school. I have the diploma, I have their transcripts. Okay. Now, diploma for graduation. Okay, you can make your diploma up. I make my diploma up. At the bottom, you just got to put a little excerpt, and when you go online, they'll show you what to put down there. Okay, for your homeschool child, and then these homeschool documents, they are needed for further education, and that's a question that I get a lot. And I'm going to say this here. Yes, homeschoolers can get accepted to college or trade school. All right. And that's another thing. Don't let people scare you into that, because you have a lot of people that homeschool elementary and middle school. And then in 9th grade, they send them to high school. It's a lot of families that I know that do that because they get scared of, oh, my child won't be able to go to college. My child won't be able to get a trade. My child can't go to, community college. It's not true. Not true. I have transcripts, diploma. That's all you need. And then you just put a letter to it that your child was homeschooled from this day to this day. You can get a letter from the Board of Education that you can put with all of your college applications if your child is college bound. All right. So it's so many ways around everything. And I'm going to, and speaking about the college and trade school, I have a friend who she homeschooled her children from the same thing as me, from pre-K to 12th grade. And her child got accepted to a college in Ohio with transcripts, homeschool diploma, and a homeschool letter from the Board of Education. And he got accepted, I think, to three colleges, and he picked one. So don't let people tell you, oh, they can't get into college or trade school. It's not true at all. Please, it's not true. All right. Now here we go, y'all. This right here is the big kicker. This is Gia's this is what Gia I just do not like whenever people make such common mistakes, right? And it's funny because I'm talking to myself and I'm telling you because I did it. I didn't have anybody to tell me anything. Okay. So I did this. Common beginner mistakes to avoid. All right. The first thing is buying too much curriculum up front. We go online or we go to a curriculum fair and we're like, oh, I got to get this. I got to get this. I got to get that. I got to get this. I got to get this. And then when you get back home, right, you might use one thing for the homeschool year. Okay. The other things, your child might be like, I don't like this, because I'm going to share this too. Everything that's good for the first child is not good for the second child. The second child learning path is different. Okay. So you got to be careful. Don't buy too much up front. All right. Just see where your child's learning path is at as you are homeschooling. Then you will know, okay, she's this here. He's this. Okay. She'll like this. He'll like that. So let me see if I can get that on a used site. Because if I can use that one time, then I can maybe sell that or maybe share it with another homeschool family. All right. Now, the second thing is expecting instant structure. No, it's not true. It takes time. It really, really does, because we expect whenever we start homeschooling, it's going to look like the TV or the stuff on the internet. where the children, when the children are sitting there so nicely, and they're like, okay, and they got, right. That's not how it is. In the beginning, it's not like that, because the children are learning right along with you. Okay, because you took your mama hat off, put your teacher hat on. We both learning. Okay, I'm learning, you learning. All right, so don't expect instant structure. But guess what? Whenever the Most High, boom, get you and your children together, you're gonna see it. You're gonna be like, okay, all right. Like everybody doing what they gotta do. But it's not gonna happen overnight. Okay. So please do not get discouraged. All right. Um, this here one right here is one that I want to focus on a little bit. Comparing yourself to other families. All right. Mm-mm. Please don't do that, y'all. Don't do that. It's a big mistake. All right. Because what happens is, once you start comparing yourself to other homeschool families, you start to doubt yourself. And especially us as mothers, we are teachers to our children, right? Right? Our husband teaches us, we teach the children, right? And we're like, well, what's going on? Susie, she 3 and she don't know that the ABC. When we look at the paper, she know A or a C or a D, but she don't know these other letters. But the other lady over here, when I went to the co-op, her 3-year-old was writing. She writing her name and everything. Susie don't even know anything about that. Okay, I'm gonna say it to you as a veteran homeschool mama. Okay, do not compare yourselves to other families. All right, you have children that might not start reading until they're 7 or 8 years old. Okay, and now when they 16 and 17, they got a book in their hand all the time. All right, you might have a child that is a scholar at math, right, at 4 or 5 years old. But then the next one that comes, your child is don't want to have nothing to do with this, don't understand how to do this. What's going on? They might not get it until they like 6 or 7. Okay. So please do not compare yourself to other families, especially if you do join a co-op where you're there in person and you can see certain things, or if you do go to a mama's meetup group with other like-minded people, and you might see, oh, Sally know how to tie her shoe. Oh, Barbara don't know how to tie her shoe, and she a year older than her. What's going on? Don't compare yourself to other families. And this is a big mistake that a lot of homeschool mothers do. We do. I did it. And see, I could be so honest with y'all and tell y'all, I did it in the beginning. Jordan did not know how to read. He wasn't like a reader. And I was just starting out. I didn't know how to teach nobody how to read. I was like, okay, we gotta do this thing together, because I never did this before. And I remember like it was yesterday. He was 4 years old, and he could read. Just it was like little bitty things he was able to read, little things. But then we had went to the co-op, right? And this other little boy, he was like 3, and he had those little Bob books, right? And while I'm saying that, y'all need to write that down if y'all don't know them about them books. Bob books is the best kind of books for reading. All right. So he had the little Bob book, and he opened it up, and he was just reading. And then he was just going the page reading. And I'm looking like, what's going on here? Like, how does he know how to read? And I'm looking at my child like, what am I doing wrong? You know? And I'm telling you, for a good month, sisters and brothers, I was just so hard on myself. I kept saying, what am I doing wrong? What's going on? And I know it was nobody but the Most High tapped me on my shoulder and was like, yeah, please. Okay, please. You doing what you can do. You doing what you're supposed to do. Every child is different. Okay. And once I got that out my mind, I was good. Because when the second one came, I was cool. When the third one came, I was cool. I didn't compare myself to nobody. Okay? Because you don't know what's going on in their home. You don't know if they had that child sitting at the table for 5 hours going over hooked on phonics. You don't know anything. Okay? So please, if I don't emphasize anything else, please do not compare yourself to other families. All right? Then the next good one too is something that a lot of us make mistakes at in the beginning. You burning yourself out in that first month. So here comes September. We all, school starting back, homeschool starting back. Um, and you done did everything. The room is nice. You got a room. You got all the desks in there and everything, and everything is just everything. You got the big bookcase with all the books up there, and and everything, and you got the globe hanging from the ceiling, and just everything is beautiful, right? And then the first month come, and at the end of the first month, you like, you like, hold on now, you like, I got to keep going. I got a couple more months to go. I'm tired. When you do so much in that first month of homeschooling, you just do so much. Your mind is thinking, well, what I did just now, I gotta do way more next month. No, mm-mm. Do not do it. Okay? Day to day. That's your day. Day to day. If you want to write down a little layout, Monday we going to do this, Tuesday we going to do this, Wednesday we going to do this, that's good. That's it. But let me tell you something. When you crossing off the list, you like, okay, we did Bible, we did this, but then you might didn't get the art. And don't be like, oh no, we gotta do art tomorrow. Add that. No. Lord willing, if we here next week, we'll do art on next Monday. Okay? Don't burn yourself out that first month. And a lot of homeschool mothers burn themselves out. And then they're like, what am I supposed to do? And a lot of us as homeschoolers don't have nobody to talk to. Okay? That's another thing. Back in the day, Gia ain't had nobody to talk to. Okay? The only one I had to talk to was my next door neighbor across the street because she was homeschooling. And then I got introduced to a homeschool co-op, and I was there for about 7 years. And Jordan loved it, and then Zachary came along, he loved it. And then that's when I learned how to teach, how to really, really teach, because I was able to teach classes to the kids, you know. But, just be careful. Do not burn yourself out. And also, if you feel like something's going on or whatever, all you got to do is just ask questions. Okay? All right? I'm here. DM me. Okay? I get so many questions asked every day. All right? I love giving information. Okay? So, just be mindful of these common mistakes, because they'll creep up on you, and you'll be like, oh no, I'm doing that. Okay? So just be mindful, y'all. All right, y'all. The next part is, y'all already know me. If y'all know me, y'all know I love the Lord and I love the scriptures. And it is something else when Sister Abigail husband shared the verse, and then Sister Morva shared the same verse. So I was like, Lord, you know that we all in together. The Most High is good. So of course, foundational verses for homeschooling. We already know Deuteronomy 6, 6, and 7. Okay, we already know that. That's like the main verse. Okay, and then of course Proverbs 22 and 6. Train up a child in the way he should go. All right, and then you need scriptures for different things that's going on in your homeschool realm. All right. Encouragement for tough days. I'm gonna tell you this right now. You're gonna have tough days. And I wish I could say, no, you're not gonna have tough days. It's gonna be all happy and rainbows. I'm not gonna say that, because it's not. You're gonna have tough days. You're gonna have some days where you're like, oh, like, can I do this? Like, I really don't feel like homeschooling today. And guess what? Because it's your home and your school, you can say to the kids, guess what? Today, let me put a learning video on. and we're going to do some puzzles. Okay. And then you do what the Most High tell you to do. All right. So encouragement for those tough days. There's many scriptures, but of course I just putting two down. So Philippians 4:13, of course you could do anything. Okay. As long as you got the Most High. Okay. Galatians 6:9. Don't grow too weary. All right. Because you're going to get a harvest. Okay. Don't grow weary, because when that school year is over, you're going to see all this stuff that your child knows. Oh my goodness, he or she knows how to read, write her name, do this. You're going to see it and you're going to be like, wow, Lord, you really equipped me to teach my child this. It's a beautiful thing when you start singing it. All right. Wisdom and guidance for learning, y'all. Proverbs 1:7. Of course, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. James 1:5. You got to ask the Most High for wisdom, especially maybe when you don't get an answer from somebody else. Sometimes you got to go to Him. Okay, like, Lord, show me how to deal with Johnny and how he acted. His learning pattern is a little different. Help me. Show me what's going on with him and why he don't understand the math, why he don't understand how to do the math correctly. Let me know. Show me what I got to do. Give me some kind of games and some kind of structure so I can make it fun for him. Okay? And then also for your character and your growth, y'all. All right? For us mothers, fathers, okay? Galatians 5:22-23. You got to make sure you keep them fruits of the Spirit on you while you is homeschooling your children, because if not, you're going to wake up with a bad spirit. You're going to be at lunch making sandwiches with a bad spirit, dinner with a bad spirit. We don't want that. You got to have that in your heart every day, okay? And your children has to see it. Your children have to see that, oh, mama, she loves teaching us. She loves teaching us. Okay. And I'm gonna share this one quick thing right here when I got this here on character and growth. There were times when I wanted to give up. And I'm talking about, let me call the school and tell them to stop the school bus in front of the house because I got 2 people getting on the bus. Okay. It was times when I was like, I'm done. Like, I'm tired. Like, I'm just, and that ain't nobody but the enemy. When you start hearing that, that means that you need a little bit of a break. All right. And remember, it's your home and your school, so you can do what you want to do. Okay. So guess what? Today, Today, we going to go to the library today. We going there. Okay. Let me get my mind together. All right. Because those little things will mess with you. And you don't want that, because you want to be a good teacher for your children. All right. And then we got Ephesians 2:10. Just reminds that children are, of course, the Most High's workmanship. All praises. So I got just this last one, y'all. So homeschooling is rethinking what learning can look like. All right. So think about that, y'all. It's rethinking what learning can look like. So guess what? You got the Most High, you got Christ, you got your husband, then you got you, then you got your children. All right. So that's how it is. Flexibility, personalized learning, and stronger family connection. That's the foundation of homeschooling. All right. Um, when you can school your children, be with your children all day at home, right? And then at night, they help you with dinner. They help you do this. They help you do that. You get baths in, give them a story. They go to bed. And then you can say, look at what the Lord helped me do. Every day he's helping me, and guess what? It's stronger family connection when you homeschool your children. They're your children. The Most High gave them to you. You know what I mean? The Most High didn't give them to Miss Smith at the schoolhouse talking about happy birthday and Merry Christmas. You know what I'm saying? So he gave them to you. All right. And we got to also remember that homeschooling is a journey. It is a journey. Like you walking that 5K, Just walk it with stride. Don't rush. Don't rush. All right. Every family's path looks different, and that's what makes it beautiful. All right. My path is different than somebody else's. Okay. We don't got the same thing. You might be doing something different. Wow, that's beautiful what you got. And then they say the same thing back to me. That's beautiful what you're doing. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Make it your own. And the last thing before I'm done is give yourself grace. Sisters, brothers, please give yourself grace. Stay flexible and celebrate each victory, big or small. All right. Guess what? Uh-oh. Christopher, he learned how to read. He read his first book today. Oh, we having a little celebration. You know? Celebrate them victories. Let them children know. What? You did 1 + 1 is what? All right. And then when daddy come home and everything, if he out there working, he come home, guess what? Show your father what you learned today. That I used to love that part. Now that they bigger, we done with all of that. When they were little, I used to be like, when daddy get in the house, show him what you learned today. And he would be so excited. And so you celebrate each victory, y'all, big or small. And then remember, you are giving your children the gift of learning, the gift of love and freedom to grow at their own pace. And guess what? That's the greatest virtue. All right. And I'm going to stop sharing. Let's see. All right.
Thank you so much, Sister Gia. I just learned that. I'm saying it right now. Gia? All right. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Do you have a moment to answer a few questions? It's like 5 minutes, or do you want to
Yes,
just...
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see if we got some questions in the chat. I think she said, do you have any reading? Caitlin Brooks said, do you have any reading language arts curriculum recommendations for kindergarten?
Yes. Well, reading Hooked on Phonics is really, really good. Okay. I think it's the best. And also Bob Books, that is good for language arts also. And you can go online and find a lot of different things for like spelling and that kind of thing. But number one, Hooked on Phonics. And I still got Hooked on Phonics here for my grandchild. Hopefully I'll be able to teach him.
I'm right down for you too. Hooked on phonics. I know we worked on that as growing up as well.
Mhm.
Let's see, another question. I lost it. Okay, is hold on. How are you able to navigate in a Christian co-op when you're in the truth?
Okay, that's a good one. Well, we were in a Christian co-op before the truth. Okay. Then when we came into the truth, we were there for about 2 years. 2 years after the truth, when we was in the truth. And so it was kind of difficult. It was difficult in the beginning, but then I had to like sit the women down and just let them know, like, because they were looking at me like, oh, she wearing dresses now. They were looking, and I could tell they were looking at different things. And so I had to let them know, this is what we do now. And I won't be associating with like the holiday parties anymore and this and that. And they were like, oh, that's fine. That's fine. I said, I'll still teach and everything, but those things I can't do. And they were like, okay, that's cool. And they respected that. And for 2 years we stayed there after that. But after that, I think I knew that it was like, it's time to move. And so we did, and it was all right. But I was there for 2 years in the truth.
I think last question would be, what do you recommend 4 to 5? What do you recommend for 4 to 5-year-old? Right now, I have mine about 30 minutes of sit down a day, and they try to incorporate life learning with everything we do.
Yes, that's good. That's all you need. 30 to 45 minutes. See, maybe like 10 of those minutes, sit them at the table and like put something in front of them and see how long they sit there. That's it. And then once they get down, because they're gonna get down, put a little learning on the TV or something, put some puzzles in front of them, and that's all they need. That's it.
I think someone has their hand up. I can't find them
Oh.
anymore. If you want to go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, shalom is kind of a big question. So how do you shalom, sis? So how do you I find where I have trouble is with the flex curriculum, flex scheduling. Um, I find it challenging trying to meet all the requirements and record keeping that the state has. How do you balance the two?
Okay. Are you talking about for high school?
No, elementary.
Okay. For the elementary and middle school, you can you don't to meet all the requirements, it should just be the core curriculum, the core subjects, that's it. And then you can add in your other subjects. For
Okay.
elementary and middle school, it's fine. For high school, that's when you have to make sure that you do your world history, your government, this, that, your three maths. So it's a little different for high school. But for elementary and middle school, you can be very flexible as long as you're doing the core subjects.
Okay. And also like with the scheduling, because they require 180 days, so many
Mm-hmm.
hours every quarter. I have to report how many hours we
Yeah.
spent.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so with that, I'm just gonna be honest with that. With that, sometimes us as homeschoolers, we might not do that full 180 days, and we might not have that many hours. So sometimes you have to just structure yourself and say, hey, we're going to do it like this. And if you might, because some days you might do like a evening homeschool, or a Sunday homeschool. So you can easily say, okay, yeah, we did 180 days or whatever, so you got to just know how to be flexible with yourself, and even when you're doing your calendar, just check off your days, Monday through Thursday. That's it.
So that's
You're welcome.
And the last question was two more questions. How do you get the vaccine exemption?
Oh, um, the vaccine exemption, all you got to do is write your own letter. And whenever you sign it in front of I'm done forgot the name of the word, a notary.
A notary.
In front of the notary, yes. That's it. And yeah, I just put it in my folder. And then that's what I also use for the doctors. For my 16-year-old, they know we don't vaccinate, so don't even ask no more.
And the last question from Kayla was, I have a question. How do you teach real history with the Bible? I have a first grader.
Oh, that's easy. Just all you do is just go through your Bible lessons, and you just break it down, and then go online and make you a little PowerPoint, and do like certain things each week. Like once a week, you could do the real history, and you just telling them, go through the Bible and just do your little stories, so so they could understand it at first grade. That's all. Just letting them know the real history. It's not about what's in the book, the social studies books. That's not the real history, because they don't even have hardly any brown people in the social studies books. So, you want to just teach them about the Bible, because that's our real history, who we are, where we're at, what we did, how we made it, and that kind of thing. And then you put a Bible verse with it too, so they can learn that, memorize it.
Okay, is that all the questions?
Well, I thank y'all.
Thank you so much, Sister Gia.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much.
You're
And
welcome.
thank you, Sister Mariah, Sister Mora, for that beautiful presentation. I was like, oh, where was she at when I needed this? That was beautiful. And if y'all need me, I just wanted to share with y'all. Y'all can DM me or or anything on Instagram, or if y'all have my number, y'all can text me or call me or whatever, and I can give information. Ask
Oh,
me any questions.
yeah, can you put that in the chat so that they can connect with you? All the
Yes,
presentations and I mean not presentations, but the links to all the presenters will be on the website. So y'all can also click their links there as well. But if you could put that in the chat so they can know and get you, that'd be great.
I will. All right.
Thank
Thank y'all.
All right, we're going to transition into the we're gonna take a quick little break and go to the next in just about 5 minutes or so. And y'all stick around, take a break, get some tea and all that, and we'll come right back.
Royal bloodline, no cap, get high, stay humble. Stay humble.
Neck, boy.
Oh no, oh no. 12 tribes. Hello, how are you? Let me introduce you to a real true Hebrew. House of the weed, his seed, I'm so true. Royal bloodline, no cap, get high, stay humble. Stay humble. We gotta stay humble. Cause when it comes to my people, there is nobody equal. When we come through, we gon' show you how you're supposed to. New fit with a new shoe. My Isha looking good too. Keep the kids on point too. Fringes with a little blue. I hail from Yehuda. Yehuda, that be my tribe. Children of the Most High God. His commandments be my vibe. Let me tell you about the Most High. Yep. No one compares, he's the greatest of all time. Angel the days, yes, he transcends time. Oh, he's the best, no stress, he gon' save us in due time. All in due time. He made us his people, above all people. Our royal priesthood, peculiar Hebrews. All the hell we've been through. We survived, that's what we do. We gon' show you how you're supposed to. Fringes with a little blue. I hail from Yehuda. Yehuda, that be my tribe. Children of the Most High God. His commandments be my vibe. My vibe. My enemies are not my equal. We not the same. But they serve the one who fell from glory. But my God reigns, and we still here to tell the story. I correct the lies. Open up your eyes. Renew your mind. When it comes to my people, there is nobody equal. When we come through, we come through. We gon' show you how you're supposed to. New fit with a new shoe. And my wife, you looking good too. Keep the kids on point too. Shalom to my Hebrews. I hail from Yehuda. Yehuda, that be my tribe. Children of the Most High God. His commandments be my vibe. I hail from Yehuda. Yehuda, that be my tribe. Be my tribe. Children of the Most High God. His commandments be my vibe. Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you? Hello. Royal bloodline. Let's go.
Sorry, I was talking with my mic off. All right, so we're going to get started. I just have a quick little something to share with you all. I need your help. So we are beginning, we're just trying to get this rolling, this Hebrew homeschooling network, trying to get people together and connected. So if you all would do me a favor, I need you guys to do me a few favors. So complete our conference survey. So after we finish the whatever sessions you want to attend, go to our website. It will be available for us to go get a conference survey, and you'll be able to join that, and we'll also give you a free gift. Sorry, this is real life. If you can hear my child in the background, I'm sorry. All right, let's see. One more thing. We have one more. So we also need from you all, if anyone teaches a class, so they have a hobby and they have a passion that they really enjoy and they would like to share it with our children, we would like for you to apply to teach it for our kids on the Hebrew Homeschooling Network. If you have any hobbies, you don't have to have a degree, but if you have anything that you would really just enjoy sharing and that you would like to do it virtually, please contact me at HebrewHomeschoolingNetwork@gmail.com, and we will connect and see how it works out. And y'all really, we want to kind of get people together with resources that they really, really need. So thank you all for that. If you can put that on, email me as well. Let's see. So we're going to go ahead and get started with my presentation. I'm going to put that on the screen now. All right. Almost there. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, so my presentation is on how to homeschool for almost free. And a lot of this was touched, in Ms. Sister Gia's presentation. She has some great information on there as well, like the library and things. So I'll be touching on that as well. So so we're gonna start with our quiz. So we're just gonna give you a preliminary questions. We're just gonna read the questions, and then at the end, we're gonna do the quiz time itself. So let's just go through the questions so y'all can be listening out for the answers. So question number 1 is, which of the following places have cost-effective resources available to homeschooling families? A, the library, B, Burger King, C, skating rink, or D, the amusement park. Question number 2, YouTube can provide free educational videos. Is this true or false? Question number 3, what is true about public libraries as a resource? Public library memberships often provide free access to a wide range of books and resources. Public libraries often offer free, cheap, outdated books. C, libraries charge hefty fees for resource access. Librarians are a helpful resource for homeschooling families. All right, question number 4, which websites offer free educational lessons and exercises? A, Spotify, B, Netflix, C, the Hebrew Homeschooling Network website, or D, Khan Academy. Question 5, where can you find affordable textbooks? A, eBay, B, thrift stores, C, Facebook Marketplace, D, thrift books. And question number 6, which statements about free educational resources are true? A, paid courses always provide better quality than free courses, or free resources, excuse me. B, podcasts can be a free source of education. C, the Hebrew Homeschooling Network website offers free educational resources. D, Pinterest is a helpful tool in finding free educational resources. So think about those questions as we go along. So we have financial benefits of homeschooling. Believe it or not, there are actual benefits. So you can check out the video that I posted on our YouTube channel about that top 10 ways homeschooling can be financially affordable. I'm not going to go into that today, but we're going to start off with some tips. So this first section is going to be things that are very low cost. So they're cheap. They're almost free. So they're not free, but almost free. So this first one is protective sleeves. Now, these are, I'm going to show y'all if you can see in my camera. Let's see. Here in my camera, I have just a folder, and I put my kids' worksheets inside of the folder. And so instead of printing out this page every single day, or making him write on a new piece of paper, I have him trace it on this paper with a marker, expo marker. So he's practicing his words, practicing his letters without me having to spend more and more money every single day. So this is also just a book I found, at the Dollar Tree, and you can just simply stick it in a sheet and it protects it, and you can use it over and over again. Also helps when you are, you're not sure if he's not getting, or if your child is not getting a certain aspect and you want to review again. It's also very helpful for that as well, right? And then you can use it for the next child. So when my oldest child is finished with one, I can save it and we can go to the next child. So you're saving money on curriculum and you are redoing. And then if you need to take pictures for like a portfolio, because that's what your state requires, then all you have to do is take picture of the paper. Then you don't have to use it, right? All right, so the next one is courses in person and online. So there's a plethora of courses available online and in person. So you could do a simple Google search, but also I found some classes that I've looked at are like Home Depot. They provide like a fun little free learning course on a certain like woodworking activity. So you could do that. That's also part of the socialization that people are so worried about. You could do that. You go to a class. Let's see, you have, there's Duolingo. That's an app that you can use for a course. You can learn a language through that. There's a free version. Crazy Little Projects, Chop Chop Cooking Club. I think those are YouTube, but you can learn, YouTube courses with your child to learn something. Maybe you don't know how to teach it, and you were able to give them that information. Then we have Teachers Pay Teachers. Now, this one you may think of like, I'm not officially a teacher, so I don't think I need this website, but you are a teacher. So let's get out of that mindset. You're a teacher. And number two is Teachers Pay Teachers is normally for like public schools, parents and things like that. I mean, public school teachers, but you can use this resource to find free or very cheap resources that they use as well. So you always, use your discretion, obviously, on what you're going to pick, but that's a great website to find free or very cheap resources. All right, let's see. The next one is old books. Now, people get scared with this one because they're like, I need to make sure I have the most updated things and all that stuff. But listen, nothing has changed that much. Math is mostly just the same math. I know that they teach it differently now, but if you don't have to teach it that way, please don't, because it's confusing. But if you teach it, the same old way, like, the standard way that we learned how to teach and learn math, you can use an older book to help with the curriculum, right? And so you're not having to get the newest, latest, most expensive curriculum out there. And old books can be found different places. I go into that A little bit later. Oh, no, here it is. Thrift books. You can go to thrift books. You can go to Amazon, eBay, reselling sites. Facebook also. Facebook Marketplace has some great teacher resources. If you like Google, search in their search bar, it's like homeschooling, curriculum, any of those kind of keywords. I'm telling you, they come up with a whole section. People are just trying to get rid of it, like out of their house. So they have like a whole spread of, here's all the books. And it could be just like living books, reading books, fun books for kids as well as curriculum books. I love it. And then you can also start a co-op in your area, or you can join a co-op in your area. But Sister Gia just said she had a co-op and that she operates one. You can go to that as well. You can find networking opportunities within our community. That's what we're hoping as a Hebrew Homeschooling Network to kind of start to gather that information. So like, hey, I can start a like a list of people that says, okay, in South Carolina, these people who are in this area. They would like to, get together. So y'all, let's add you to this list and we can keep the networking going. So starting a co-op or joining a co-op is very, it could be an expensive way to get group tickets to things, like different museum passes and things like that, because larger groups get more discounts. Also, things like that. Okay. So here's another one. I grew up, and my mom, she homeschooled me and my siblings. There was 6 of us, and we homeschooled for a lot of years. I'm going to say a lot of years, not the whole time. But I just remember every year she would plan for us to go shopping, back to school shopping or whatever during the tax-free weekend. And I thought that was like brilliant because we lived in West Virginia and we lived in Maryland. And so one of them had like a tax-free weekend on clothes and the next one had food. So, you could kind of to work it out. But tax-free weekends, you can take advantage of, purchasing materials that you may need, like, art supplies and clothing, whatever. You can get that during the tax-free weekends, okay? Another way is to shop at Dollar Tree. Dollar Tree now has prices have risen just a little bit, but you can still compare and see which ones are still effective and which is still the best price. At the Dollar Tree, right? And so like I said, I would check. So maybe like, the popsicle sticks over there is $1.25, but at the Walmart it could be 97 cents. So you do your checking, but you could at least start at Dollar Tree to see what the prices could look like, right? They have lots of good, what's those things called? Like books, for like younger kids, workbooks and things like that, which you can then obviously put in the little sheet protectors and so you can keep them and it'll last you even longer. But always do a price comparison, but Shop at Dollar Tree is a great resource. I actually have a video on the channel that you can look at. It's called Money Saving Ideas at Dollar Tree. And where I just walk through Dollar Tree and kind of show you all of the just little things that I see that, this would be good to do this activity or this project in your classroom, in your school. Homeschool. All right. Then another one is to go thrifting. Now, this is my personal, like one of my favorite ones because I just absolutely love thrifting. Thrifting is fun. So you can go to thrifting and go on the so this is the regions that I kind of hit when I go thrifting. I will go to the book section. A lot of especially you find some good thrift stores, they'd be like 25 cents. They'll have like a book sale, you know what I'm saying? But more expensive one. I'm not really a fan of Goodwill. But if you can find the more mom and pop kind of shops, thrift store shops, then you can get better deals. but you also can be on their mailing list and see where they, when their sales are. I think there's one thrift store near me that like has like a dollar day, it's one time a year, but you can get all of your clothes that you need for your kids or your books, your toys, and sometimes they also have great resources for toys like blocks. I found a marble thing, and my child really loved to play with it. Like it's a different levels to it. You can piece them together, and then you put your marble on it, and it goes down. And he just really loves that. So that was a great find. I think it was like $5 at a thrift store, and it has given us some good hours of activity. You know what I'm saying? So take your time, go thrifting, go with some sisters, go with some friends, and enjoy and look around, but really be like open-minded or think outside of the box. Like, how could I use this? Go around looking for like things like, how could I use this in my school? How could I use this in my homeschool area, right? Or my classroom. So, all right. So the next part would be cheap or discounted field trips. So one way to do this is to, sign up for, sorry, I got distracted, y'all. Sign up for, I lost my train of thought. Let me go back. Let me just read it. Okay. Oh, yes, here we go. That's what it is. Sign up at your local library and see if you can get discounted tickets. So on my personal like library area, they had zoo tickets that were free. They stopped doing it, but we used it for like 3 years in a row. And we absolutely loved it. So we would go, there was like 4 people that you could take, minus like the kids. And so you could take 4 plus kids and you go have for free. So you bring your little packed lunch and look at that. Like you just paid for gas and lunch and that's it, to go to the zoo. So you can do things like that. I know they have other museums that are available for free, or discounted. Like they have their aquarium in Atlanta. They have the aquarium that's discounted tickets. Just find ways to kind of combat and offset the costs, right? Let's see. The next one, it's a shop with a teacher's discount. I saw somebody put that in the link below. That is great. That's perfect. Great minds think alike. So yes, you can create, because you're a teacher, you can create your own ID card, right? You can use Canva or you can ask me because I actually have made them. So you can also send me an email if you're interested. But you just put your name, maybe your school name, if you have like a name for your academy. Mine is ASA Academy. And so if you put that on the page in your face, and you can get discounts at the teachers at different stores like Michael's, I believe. And I know Michael's, but it have a website listed on here, and you can get access to this presentation on our website, and you can just click the link to this other website that shows the stores that offer teacher discounts. And it may need to be updated, but those are the main ones. All right, then you can go, like I said before, you can go to Facebook Marketplace, but you can also sell on these reselling sites. So not only do you can shop, but you can sell. And I have sold quite many things. So you can make some money off of Facebook, just depending on your area. But list some things in your house that you don't need, and then take that and contribute it to your homeschooling budget. That way, you can save some money and you can be a thrifty person. That's great. You can purchase on Etsy. Etsy is a selling app that I'm sure you guys have seen. There's a lot of people that are going to be presenting tonight that are actually selling on Etsy, so you can always look at their links as well. But they have discounted products and things there that you can look at. A lot of Hebrew people are actually doing it as well, so you can get resources with Black images and Bible characters and holy days and all that kind of stuff. So that's a great resource to have, especially in our homeschooling rooms. Okay. Let's see. So this next section we're going to talk about, these are absolutely free. So that was stuff that was almost free. So those are discounted things, but this right here, this next section is going to be absolutely free. Okay. So you can subscribe to sites with teaching resources. Obviously, mine is one, Hebrew Homeschooling Network, but you can go to anywhere. You can go to you just go to Pinterest and type in, I need a worksheet for this math addition problem for first grade, right? And you can go and you will find it. Oh, here's the person that made this. Let's click it, and then you can go and subscribe to their site. And often they have big freebie libraries or things like that. So that's another way of showing or getting free resources from these families, from these groups. Okay. I think this is my favorite one though. Thrifting was next, but make the library your favorite place. The library is so full of resources. I actually have to go through this slide so I won't miss anything on this slide because I think it's such a beautiful place. It's such a great resource. Okay. So one thing you can do is just very simple is you just walk up to the desk and ask one of the librarians, hey, do you guys have any free books that you're giving away? And honestly, there's like a free section in my first library area. And you can just walk in and look at all the books that they have that they're giving away because it might be outdated and they replaced something or something is going out of print. So they give it to you on the little checkout table. And I found a lot of great books doing that way. Okay. Then another question that you can ask the librarian is, do you have free activities and resources for children? And often they will direct you because they know this place better than you do. They will direct you to the right place. Then you can do print resources. So if you don't have a printer at home, you can go to the library and print for like 15 cents or 30 or 50 cents for colored. I mean, it's a little bit more expensive, but if you don't have the money to buy a printer right now, then you can get access to print resources there, right? So you can go to the website, you find your little hard drive of free resources that you've gathered and print them there, okay? Then there's books, obviously, at a library. You can get library cards for yourself, and then you can also get library cards for your children. So y'all can have tons and tons and tons of books. It's just up to you if you want to have that responsibility of keeping up with all those books. But I think I had like 50 books where I was able to check out. And then if I got my kids, they were like up to 20. So that's like 70, 80 books that you can have, just from one trip. So you can build your own curriculum through the library resources of living books, of just fun books to read and get children interested in learning. All of those are available at the library. Okay. Let's see. Then, as I said before, you have discounted tickets for the, museums, parks, aquariums, zoos, whichever you like to do. You could also look at that as well. Some activities, some libraries offer activities, which like STEM projects, puzzles, arts and crafts kits. All those can be available for checkout. You can look at that as well. Media, they have computer sections, so you can go. I saw someone post in the chat the ABC Mouse. That is something that this local library that I have, they let you play it for free over there. I'm not sure if they let you take it home or have an account to take home, but they let you play it there. So you can, just make a trip to play ABC Mouse there. They have lots of computer games that are available for children, and also older children, not just little kids. But you can do that. They're also equipped with parental controls and all of that. They also have Nintendo gaming systems sometimes. I mean, I've seen that. That was something that was wild to me. They have Wi-Fi boxes, tablets or computers that could be also things that you could do or if you need to do as well. Let's see. Then we have in-person workshops. So many libraries have a full calendar of activities that they offer to your children. You can do this mostly for free anyways. They have like toddler reading time, gardening classes, writers workshops, and even dog petting visits and things like that. So that's another great way to have socialization that they're so worried about. But also, you can learn how to do things or activity that you can't provide at home by yourself. Like I don't have tons and tons and tons of Legos, but if I go to the library, my child will have a whole plethora of Legos, but also he can see other children building something and he's like, oh, that's how that works. You know what I'm saying? So where mommy can only make, a little box house, you know what I'm saying? This other child may be like, oh, let's make a tower with this, huge thing coming out. So he can learn through experiences and viewing other children's play. That makes sense? So that's a great aspect of that. The last one I was going to say is the librarian. Use the librarian. They know they're there for a reason. They have a whole degree because they took this seriously. Okay, so they do know exactly what the library holds. So you can ask them, and they may be able to give you things that just are hidden resources that you don't even know. So get a kind of relationship with your librarian and see what they have. All right. So another one is to ask for donations and gifts. Okay. So, people, especially since we have stopped doing Christmas and we have stopped doing, Easter and all the other things, the grandparents and other parents and things may be like, but I want to get y'all something, So we like, okay, instead of getting me these, these pagan holiday kind of gifts and things like that, let's just turn them into my school, back to school supplies. We need a printer for this classroom. We need, this poster. We need this curriculum. So y'all can just donate either the items or, the physical items, or just send me some money and I'll go get it. You know what I'm saying? So ask for donations. Don't be afraid of that. Ask for gifts. Create an Amazon list. Hey, y'all, here's my little list. Y'all can go get it for me if you want. So don't be afraid of doing that. Another one is to collect items around your home. And this is a great one because so often, like I was saying, go around the thrift store and just kind of like open your eyes like with a fresh look. Do the same thing at your house. Go around and look around and see what exactly you can use to like repurpose and figure something else out. Maybe even let's say you have a cabinet over here, but instead of using the cabinet over in the kitchen, move it to the living room and put it with your homeschooling things. You know what I'm saying? Repurpose what you have to keep within your budget. All right. Let's see. Next one. Let's see. Okay, DIY. This is one of my favorite ones too. I love doing some crafts. So do some crafts. Get some, I have this picture. Okay, so this is what I was doing. I had some construction paper, right? And the construction paper had, I was cutting out shapes because I wanted my child to learn the shapes, but I also wanted him to do some, cutting practice, special motor skills and things like that, right? But then when I was done cutting them, I was like, look at all this paper. I was like, I could just throw it away. But then I was like, oh, we could do another craft with this pile of scraps, right? So if you could take a look at the screen, I don't know if y'all can see that, but it's just a black paper. We put all the shapes, we glued shapes, and we made a nice little cool little collage out of scrap art because we reused and reduced and recycled all the materials from another activity. So if y'all just think about that and see what ways you can kind of repurpose things and how you can recycle. I think we have to like look back. I think look back and see. We got to, okay, this is what I'm gonna say. We need to take a step back from looking at Instagram all the time. You know what I'm saying? Because Instagram has some beautiful homeschool rooms. They have some, you know, Pinterest perfect looks and things like that. But it's not reality, y'all. And the best learning is messy, honestly. I mean, I'm not saying it disorganizing things, but it could be messy, right? And so you that's beautiful. Children learn in you know getting into the stuff. You know what I'm saying? It don't have to be always pretty and organized and color coded things. That's not how children learn, to be honest with you. So get out of that mode. You can have that for yourself, but get out of that mode and just think of creative ways to make homeschooling fun and exciting and cheap, because this is how you do it, through construction paper, okay? Scissors, construction paper, and glue, and get on it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's nice to have a nice little printable sometimes. I offer printables on my Etsy, but it's also nice to just be like, hey, we're going to make a Noah's Ark out of this piece of paper. Let's figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Do it like things like that. So that's the DIY. All right. Immerse yourself in nature. Nature is Yah's gift to us, and it's healing. It's freeing, and you know your mind gets all messed up and everything. So you get to have this moment of going outside and just rejuvenating. I'm telling you how many times I've had like an attitude or just been like, you know, ugh. But I went outside, and you know the sun hits you, and it gives you like it rejuvenates you, charges you back up, and it makes you tired too. So that's also good. They'll go to sleep early, so you have some, you know, me time at night. But it will, you will be able to just connect. Then you also can talk about so many things. It's a learning opportunity. Not only is it beneficial for your health and your wellness, but it's also beneficial for, you know, learning. You can go outside and like, you know, the kids look down on the ground and they see ants, and then you have a whole conversation about ants. Then it can be a learning platform for you to learn about ants. What do ants eat? What do ants need to survive? Why are these ants coming in my house? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are they looking for? How can ants find food? So all these things are questions of you just going outside to get a break. Now you've turned it into a learning opportunity for your children, and it was totally free. And then you can also use that tactic to follow where their mind is going, where they're leading, where they're thinking. They're now following, they're interested in ants. So now we're going to learn about ants. You see what I'm saying? So nature is a beautiful time. So you can actually structure, you know, outside time where you can say, okay, we're going on a nature walk and we're going to look for these certain things. Here is a checklist of things that we're going to look for. Here's a book, a field guide, and we're going to see if we can find, you know, we can see if we can find these leaves outside. We're going to compare and contrast and all that kind of stuff. You can do it structured, or you can do it very, you know, loosely and just let them enjoy and have fun and still learn every single day. Okay, it's a great way. Let's see. Next part is use your state's educational standards. Now, I want to preface this with, I'm not advocating that everything that the state says is correct. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is use it as a guide to guide you through building your own curriculum. Okay. So, I didn't bring it down here. But I have a paper where I just like list all the things that the kids are supposed to know in preschool according to Georgia standards, right? And so then I can go through and look and check and say, okay, so I'm gonna work on this kind of standard this week. This standard is, you know, cutting in preschool. I need you to cut this way, or you know, in 5th grade, I need you to learn about the sun, moon, and stars type of thing, right? And so I can find curriculum based on that. So I can look up lesson plans that they've already created, or I can make up my own. I can look for activities on Pinterest. I can come up with, let's go outside and observe the stars in the night. So we're going to learn about astronomy. Let's go see what the Bible has to say about the stars. Let's go look into how the slaves charted the stars to find their escape routes, all these types of things. So now you can get into it more deeply, but just from one state standard that I am able to use. Now I'm able to grow a curriculum all through just this one standard. You see what I'm saying? And it's not like a cookie cutter pattern. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So if you go to, I think you just type in on Google, wherever state you are, Illinois State Standards Educational, whatever. And then you look it up and you'll be able to find, you can print them there, or you can just use create a Google document or something like that. And you just kind of highlight to see if you're kind of following the structure, right? And so that also gives you freedom from staying within a rigid curriculum that's already written for you. Okay, so it gives you kind of the ability to branch out. All right, let's see. Another one is design with Canva. I am a little bit addicted to Canva, I have to admit. So this is one that I enjoy using, but they have a lot of preset templates for like worksheets and things like that that you can put in and you can adjust. And it could be for older children. They even have like a special like educational Canva. So, where teachers are using this resource. So you can, if you can't find something that you're looking for, like say, for instance, we are doing the stars, and I want to come up with, how the slaves charted the stars and how they followed the star, the North Star, to get to this point, but I don't have a worksheet that describes what I want my children to do, then I can create it, right? And so this is a wonderful resource. And then all you have to do is print it. So it'd be 15 cents or, free if you already got the little printer in your house. So that's just some way to cut costs and make sure that it is beneficial. And then it's also designed to do exactly what you want to do. And I'm going to show y'all real quick. So this is a planner that I made with Canva, and it's not for free or sell or anything like that. This is just something that I made for myself. But and then I printed it. It was like $12 to print it. Okay. But I have come up with, a thing that I needed for myself. You have the yearly goals, and you have the attendance tracker in the front. But I came up with this because I'm like, this is what I need for my classroom. And all the other books and all the other planners are not correct. But it was something that you could do with Canva that makes very specific for your homeschool classroom. Okay. So if y'all understand that, and here's another one, like here's a monthly planner page, right? So you have the notes and the goals here, and you write in the days of the week or the activity that you're going to do, whatever. However you want to use Canva, this is a great resource to start with, right? That's how I did that. All right, so this one is also kind of like the Facebook Marketplace, but however, this is in the Facebook group. So you can share resources within that group. And that's one of the goals for our homeschooling group that I want to do, is to actually have like a curriculum swap and buy and sell type of event one day. Hopefully that'll be in the near future, but I think that'll be really great. So for older homeschoolers, more veteran homeschooler families, they're like, okay, I'm done with this resource. Let me share with our community, so we can keep costs down for each other and look out for each other's back. So that's another way to find groups that share resources. Another way is to simply search YouTube. YouTube has a plethora of things that you can learn from. So much, so much stuff. So, if you need you can use it to like supplement a activity, a lesson. Say for instance, your child is not understanding how you're talking about this shape stuff. Like, I don't get the shapes at all. Play a music video and help them to learn the shapes and do it every day. And now they got the shapes down like this because it's music, it's stimulating and all that stuff. So there's ways to do that. There's also classes, like if you want to learn how to draw, like for your older children, maybe they are really interested in drawing, but you're not a good artist. So you say, well, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to draw, and I don't think I can make that work. Go to YouTube and see what is offered out there, and use your discretion, but allow them to grow from there as well. Okay. This one is like the last one because I think this is the best one. The Bible as a textbook. And I'm going to go into this just a little bit because the Bible is a wonderful place, and this is where we are all based out of, right? And we're trying to grow our children up in the fear and admonition of Yah. And so in order to do that, we have to use the Bible. It's like the only place to create children that have the mindset of growth, right? And so I just want to remind you, of course, of Deuteronomy 6:6-7. Everyone has been saying that this whole day. But I also want to remind you of this verse. It's in Daniel 1-4. And it says, there are children in whom was no blemish. So we're talking about Babylon. Daniel and his friends got taken from Jerusalem and were taken to Babylon under King Nebuchadnezzar. And Nebuchadnezzar wanted to select. He needed wise men. And so he selected some people that he says were like the best of the best. So here it goes, Daniel 1:4. Children in whom was no blemish, but well favored and skillful in all wisdom, in cunning in knowledge, and understanding science, and such as had ability in them to stand in the king's palace, in whom they might teach the learning and the tongue of the Chaldeans, excuse me. In Daniel 1:4. So to me, Daniel and his friends stood out the most. These were Hebrew children who were taught the Torah, they were taught the scriptures, they were taught the wisdom of the Bible. And these people were the ones that stood out above all, the ones that had knowledge and the ones that had schooling and all this kind of stuff. But when you start with the Bible as your foundation, there is no replacing you. There's no getting ahead of you. You can be the wisest one in the room, right? Because Yah is filling you with his wisdom, right? And so I want you to take that and now take that into your classroom. How can you use the Bible as a textbook? And here's one suggestion that I would like to use in my homeschool, and I'm believing that this is like a way to structure my homeschool. Basically, I want to take a story, and this is how you can do it as well. It's called thematic units. You can take a story and then dive deep into the story. Okay, what I mean by that is even have like questions, like ask your husband, like talk this out, talk to other people and see what can you like glean from this story. Let's just talk about it like right now. So if you guys to put in the chat, how could you teach Noah's Ark? Like what are concepts, like structures and topics that you can pull from Noah's Ark lesson that you can like teach your child? Okay, so like me, for example. So Noah's Ark, people think it's like a fun little story, but anyways, it's a very serious story. So Noah's Ark, you can learn about animals, obvious one, but you can also learn about shipbuilding. You can learn about flotation versus sinking. You can learn about what makes things like, seal. How can you like a pitch in the basket of like Moses, right? How do you deal with that? Clean and unclean animals. That's very good. Let me see. Let me read this in the chat because I want to hear y'all's topics. Let me see. I can't get the thing to come on. All right. So clean and unclean animals. I saw one. Here we go. Chat. Okay. Let's see. This one says, draw an ark, and all the animals you think of that went on the ark. Yes, that's a good one. Draw the animals, right? Math, measurements, obedience, character, counting, clean and unclean animals, listening and not conforming to society, patience and faith, rainbow signs. So that's a good one too. Obedience and community, very good. Who was in evolved. So all of this is so important to learn. How do you do this? Okay, so like I said, you can do this for each Bible lesson, right? So now that's implementing your history, right? Who was involved? Yes. Sorry. I was trying to think what word that could be. Okay, who was involved? So now you are implementing history and you're making it you're putting it into real life. You're making the Bible come alive through showing them this is what really happened. It's not just a cute little Bible story where these little animals sang a song and got on a boat. Like it's something literal. Like he had to build this, and this was all the things that were involved in the building. So now we have to figure out, is this really going to float? I mean, obviously, God knows it's going to float. So you learn about floating, right? You learn about obedience. You learn about the rainbow. You can find the colors of the rainbow. You can do light structure. You can learn. I mean, there's just so much that you can learn from this one story. You can be on it for like 2 months and just Noah's Ark, learning about everything that's involved in Noah's Ark. Then you could, somebody said you could do chronology, ages of the characters. Yes, you could do the chronology. That's a great one. I agree with integrating Bible lessons with content learning. We do that in our homeschool. That's really good. Yes, because now you're making the Bible come alive. So I like to give myself time before the week starts to look at the Bible reading we have and come up with activities. Or sometimes I look up activities online. That's a great resource. That's a great way as well, right? So you're combining what you're learning with an activity, and activities stick. I'm just telling y'all because my activities stick for real, because I still remember activities that we did from my homeschool. And one of them was I made this poster. It was like the functions of the cell, right? And so I made a drawing, right? But then I made it come like stick out to the paper, so like it was 3D, right? So I used like pipe cleaners and like balls, just little things that makes them come out of the picture. And so then I had a song that I went with the presentation, and I was like, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Why do I still know that? Only because of that that project that I did. So implementing projects makes these things come alive, makes the Bible come alive, makes it more realistic for them, and helps them to understand exactly what it is that they are learning. Maybe a matching game. That's a good one too. Yeah, you can do matching. It depends on the age of your child. Maybe like, animal matching, and you learning the sound of the animal, but you can also go up bigger, you know what I'm saying? You can see which classifications. I want you to put these animals in their right classes and the right families. You know what I'm saying? So you can do all of those types of things through this one story. Pattern for preparing for the last days. That's true too. Yes. Chronology, ages of the characters. Yes. All those are really good. Pattern for preparing for the last days. That's something that's really is important, because the same thing is happening again. And so you can learn and teach that as well. Water laws of displacement, floating. That's right. That's right. So I want y'all to take into context these topics, because the Bible is a living textbook, the best one that you can find. And when you implement it in your classroom, you will see a connection to the Bible in real life and in your child's speech and their thinking, because it resides with them, right? Just for example, I just want to show y'all this little joke my son was telling me. He said, he's 4 years old, and he said, Mommy, Jacob is our forefather, right? And I said, yes, son, that's our forefather. And we were just sitting in the kitchen, and he said, but he's not our five fathers, right? And I was like, I just thought that was so funny. I just had to share that because he's understanding the concept of numbers and everything, but it was just so funny. But you can have these conversations with your children on a daily basis at any time of day, because you are implementing the Bible into their lives in a core way. And that's the beauty of homeschooling. I think it's one of the favorite things of homeschooling, is that you can put your children in the mindset of Christ at all times, and you can just pour into them the knowledge of Yah. So the last part, we're going to do a quick quiz. So I need those answers in the chat. Okay, so question 1, which of the following places have cost-effective resources available to homeschooling families? Uh-oh, I messed it up. Sorry, excuse me. The library, very good. And I lost my page. Let's go down. Here we go. All right, the library. Correct. Very good. All right, so the question number 2, YouTube can provide free educational videos. Is this true or is this false? Let's see what y'all think. In the group chat, Caitlin says true. Natalia says true. Jay Branch, true. Very good. Everybody says this is true. That is correct. YouTube can provide that, so that's a great resource for you to use. Question number 3, what is true about public libraries as a resource? Public libraries, library memberships often provide free access to a wide range of books and resources, but public libraries often offer free, cheap, outdated books. Libraries charge hefty fees for resource access. D, librarians are a helpful resource for homeschooling families. This could be more than one, so you can choose which ones you like to pick. It could be more than one. A, B, D, Tanaya said. A and D, Ron Pride said. All right, let's check. The answer is A, B, and D. Public libraries provide memberships. They also often free outdated books, cheap books too, as well. They have like sales, and they also, librarians are a very helpful resource for homeschooling families. All right, let's see. The next question is, and someone else said also CDs, tapes, and events. That is correct. Yes, they do provide those as well. So check out your local library. It's a great resource. Question 4, which websites offer free educational lessons and exercises? Spotify, Netflix, Hebrew Homeschooling Network website, or Khan Academy. There could be more than one for this one as well. What y'all think? C and D. Very good. All right, so people are saying C and D, Hebrew Homeschooling Network. That's great. That's us. And we're growing. I'm trying to grow our website freebies as well. So if y'all can check that out, that'd be a great thing. Khan Academy, yes, it's has free stuff. So check them out. So you can also, like Sister Gia said, that you can use your, discretion, and you could also kind of like, get inspiration from some of these links and then create your own in design in Canva, and you can make your own. So maybe you're like, okay, well, I like this S worksheet, but it got scents on it, so let me go make my own. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. So use what you got. All right. Question number 5. Where can you find affordable textbooks? A, eBay, B, thrift stores, C, Facebook Marketplace, or D, thrift books? What y'all got? What y'all think? What you think? A, B, C, and D. All of the above, Mahalia. All of the above. Very good. All of the above. So the answer is all of the above. Find them everywhere that you can look. Facebook Marketplace, thrift stores, thrift books, eBay. Very good. All right, question 6. I think it's the last question. It says, which statements about free educational resources are true? Paid courses always provide better quality than free resources. B, podcasts can be a free source of education. C, the Hebrew Homeschooling Network offers free educational resources. And D, Pinterest is a helpful tool in finding free educational resources. What is the answer for this one? It could be multiple as well. Someone said B, C, and D. B, C, and D. All right, let's see. B, C, and D. Yes. Okay. Very good. Yes. They all I mean, not A. B, C, and D. That's correct. So we have to remember that paid things are not always better than free things, but also that you can create these free things. That's what this is all about, is finding free things to help you out. And I think Sister Gia mentioned also that in the curriculum section that she was talking about, the curriculum, don't go buy a whole bunch of expensive curriculum that, you may only use for 1 year. And also your kid might not actually work well with. So starting with free resources and building as you go, keeping like a folder or a resource journal, keeping things organized for yourself for years to come will also help you keep your budget low. All right. So thank you so much for following along with this presentation. We're going to go ahead and transition into a time of break, and then we'll get started. We're going to get started with our next part of this session, which will be our panel discussion. So we have multiple people on our screen. We're going to be talking and sharing questions. So if you guys are interested in that, please join us for this next section, and we'll get started very shortly. Oh, did y'all have any questions? That's what I was supposed to be looking. Did y'all have any questions for me? Let me stop the screen share. All right, did y'all have any questions for me? Let's see. If y'all did, can you post them one more time? Because I am not seeing them, but I know someone said nature walks literally save my day sometimes. I think that's wonderful. Yeah. Yeah. Gives you a break and kind of like gives you a reset. Someone said, Nina said, if it hasn't been said, take pics of activities, outings, and random days for memories in documenting work and experiences. That's correct. And then like, especially if your state requires that you do a portfolio, you can, stick that in their portfolio and show that y'all been doing something. You're not just sitting at home eating food. You know what I'm saying? That's a great thing. And so Joseph said, is all this information available in a PowerPoint format? Yes, it is. It is actually on my website already. But we will also be sending this to people who have subscribed to the channel. Subscribe to our website. So we'll be sending all this information to y'all as well directly. But you can go on the website. It's there already. It's a 50-50 for me Tania said, it's a 50-50 for me on YouTube. It's helpful with phonics, but I feel guilty of screen time management. And I understand that. That's something that, you got to kind of battle with and see how, your home is going to structure it. So yeah, I understand that. That's definitely something to consider. But, I think that also, here's one suggestion that I have done. I have played YouTube on my phone, but turned it upside down. You know what I'm saying? So like they can hear the sound, but they can't see the screen. So they're still hearing the words, just depending on what song it is. So like there's a song by Little Israel Music. I love them. Little Israel Music. And they have the 10 Commandments songs. Hold on, lady. 1 second. They have a song for they have a song for 10 Commandments. And so I want my children to learn that. So instead of just putting on the TV, I just turn my phone over and they can listen to it right there. Okay. So they're still learning it, but without looking at it. So that's the one way that you can help regulate that. Daily vitamin D also. Yes, the sun is great. The nature. Natalia says nature is also y'all's free regulating tool. It's good when kids need a break from school, but it's also sneaky learning. That's right. And guess what? I just want to say with that, like regulating, behavior and things like that. You can literally use it, especially for our boys who are, the school structure is created for like females, right? So the so when you sorry, let me think. So when you can talk to and deal with your child, I know that, for instance, my son has a very high energy level, right? So, and it's different from my daughter. And so but I was like, he still has to learn. His brain is great. So what I do is I make him do an activity while learning, like a physical activity, right? So like what you're saying is going outside is a good regulation control for that, for your stress level. Take him outside, put a football or a basketball or a baseball or some kind of ball. Let him kick it around and answer the questions on your cards. Or, I used one example when I was tutoring a child, and he told he wasn't stopping or reading at the right, with the right punctuation. So I told him to stop. Every time you see a period, you gotta jump up and down or something like that. And it made him like forcibly, recognize the punctuation, right? But it also gave him that extra energy output, right? So those are things that you can do for your kids when you see them, kind of stressing out or getting overwhelmed. Take breaks. This is all your information. Like, this is ways that you guys can, it's your homeschool. Like people keep saying, I think Sister Maura Kayilia, she said that, it's your classroom. Do what you want to do and don't regulate by anyone else. All right. Let's see. Can I be a tutor through your platform? Yes, you can. Can you please email me? We'll have to set up some, talking points, but I need tutors. I need people who are doing classes, and I need people to share their stories on our podcast. So yes, I need y'all. So email me. How do you access the survey? It is, I will put the links in the chat. So give me a second on that, and I will do that for you as well. Yes, my email is HebrewHomeschoolingNetwork@gmail.com. You can email me there. And yes, you're welcome. All right, let's take a break. We're going to turn on some music, and we're going to get ready for our panel discussion. Thank y'all so much.
Is here. Can you feel it out here in the air? He's bold as a lion appears. He's making the vision so clear. We are Yahudim. Do you know what that means? E1, B1A. Got it marked on my jeans. E1, B1A.
It's the M-I-S-H-P-A-C-H. We are who are children is Ruach, lead our way. It's the M-I-S-H-P-A-C-H. We are who are children is Ruach, lead our way. You a lamp to my feet at camp with my peeps. Clamp on the MIC when I speak. Shalom, I'm at home with my mishpachah. Ain't alone in its own, this a diss to gods of the other nations and organizations. We the chosen of Yah, you know who you facing. We tasting salvation, that's good. Spreading this information through the hood. It's the M-I-S-H-P-A-C-H. We are Huah's children, the Ruach lead our way.
Yeah,
talk to me.
Me and the eyes locked in like a hair. I've been staying dedicated with my family all here. I'm walking in with this armor, no fear. Keep the squad on my back, and my soldiers all here. We gon' march up in that kingdom, we gon' take some. I see a lot of fake Jews doing fake stuff. A real Jew, I can say that with my face up.
But how you gonna sell your soul for a pay stub?
They know they can't face some Yahuwah out of patience. Get glory to the king from my family out the matrix. Gotta send a prayer up into the east I'm facing. Death to the gods of these other pagan nations.
Said the feeling is here. Can you feel it out here in the air? He's bold as a lion appears. He's making the vision so clear. We are Yahudim. Do you know what that means? E1, B1A.
Got it marked on my jeans. E1, B1, it's the M-I-S-H-P-A-C-H. Hey, hey, hey. We Yahuwah's children, the Ruach lead our way. Talk to me.
Dressed in the Ruach, what about you? Favored and blessed by Yahuwah. You not, don't get upset, don't let go of envy. Got you in the frenzy, your style so flimsy. Bar from the Shamayim, can't brush it. Far from my Elohim, can't touch this, no competition. Been sent to accomplish a mission. Straight
Selling your
fishing.
soul is a no-go. Popping pills, drinking Hennies for our show. People lost in the club, but they broke though. Put your hands in the air, pray for their souls. You heard? I brought a true light. When he walked in my life, I felt so bright. I might be hard at first, but it's alright. Y'all won't open your eyes when you get white.
It's the M-I-S-H-P-A-C-H. Hey, 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 hey. We Yahuwah's children, the Ruach lead our way. It's the M-I-S-H-P-A-C-H. Hey, hey, hey. We Yahuwah's children, the Ruach lead our way. Talk to me.
They ask me who I am. For the culture. Yeah. They ask me who I am. I told them I'm an Israelite. That's right, I'm an Israelite. They ask me where I'm from. I told them you can pick a side. We worldwide, I'm an Israelite. Whether through scripts or history, no, I can show you. In the army of Yahuwah's, oh boy, I'm a soldier. Yeah, they ask me who I am. I told them I'm an Israelite. That's right, I'm an Israelite. When I say Israelite, they say you Jewish. Look, don't be foolish. Come get a dose of this mental renewing. See how we brew it, it's just different. Like, for instance, first thing to know, brother, it's a culture, no religion. Talking the bloodline, they say we Jacob children. And yeah, that's a factor, but what really matter, how we living? Given that we gotta get Beseda, that mean in order. For that we got that Torah, some brothers we got Basora. Of course, and some don't believe, but that don't matter today. I ain't trying to throw no shade, as long as we all stay in the way. That 613, we coolin' like palm trees. A couple that got, you ain't a fam, know what I mean? They ask me who I am, I told them I'm an Israelite. That's right, I'm an Israelite. They ask me where I'm from, I told them you can pick a side. We worldwide, I'm an Israelite. Whether through scripts or history, no, I can show you. In the army of Yahuwah's, oh boy, I'm a soldier. Yeah, they ask me who I am, I told them I'm an Israelite. That's right, I'm an Israelite. He said that we the light, got no choice but to shine. By the sweat of your brow, now you see why we grind. How we do, and we move to keep that ruach in our midst. When we eat, I got a list. Wanna build, break out them scripts. We don't hate and we don't diss. We ain't worried about another. He called us his firstborn. You can call us big brother. Look deeper and you'll discover. In your movies and shows, truth been exposed. What you know about those captured and sold. The Igbo, and the Ashanti. Check out the history, never lost. Ain't gotta find me. Right where we meant to be. Rebellion led to expulsion. Repentance fixed that. God gotta get back. I can call them big facts. They ask me who I am, I told them I'm an Israelite. That's right, I'm an Israelite. They ask me where I'm from, I told them you can pick a side. We worldwide, I'm an Israelite. Whether through scripts or history, no, I can show you. In the army of Yahuwah's, oh boy, I'm a soldier. Yeah, they ask me who I am, I told them I'm an Israelite. That's right, I'm an Israelite.
Working across teams.
By your hand you brought us to freedom, delivered us from our enemies. We can count on you to keep us. We know you'll lead us to victory. Oh, majestic one, who can compare? There is none. How excellent is your name, the only one that deserves our praise, all glory, and all honor. We sing it straight up, it don't belong to us. No, all praises belong to you. All praises belong to you. And we cry, oh, we're sending a praise to you. We're sending it up to you. We're sending it straight up. Yeah, you are our defender. Bring our enemies down to the knees. The King who sits in power. From our hearts we raise this song to thee. Mighty one, you're our defender. To you there is no contender. How beautiful is your name, the only one that deserves our praise. All glory and all honor. We sing it straight up, it don't belong to us. Oh, no, 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 no. All praises belong to you. All praises belong to you. And we cry, oh, we're sending a praise. We're sending a praise to you. Oh, yeah. We're sending it up to you. We're sending it straight up. Oh, Abba. For there is none like you. So we lift up our voices, we lift up our hearts, and we sing this song unto you today. Our praises we lift up higher, our offering we light on fire. We sing with the angels to the Ancient of Days. We're sending a praise to you.
Our praises we lift up higher, our offering we light on fire. We sing with the angels to the Ancient of Days. We're singing a praise.
Our praises we lift up higher, our offering we light on fire. We sing with the angels to the Ancient of Days. We're singing a praise to you.
Praises we lift up higher,
Higher, yeah. We sing with the angels. Hey.
the Ancient of Days. We're singing a
Praise we lift up higher, up higher,
offering we light on fire.
on fire,
Sing with the angels
to the Ancient of Days. Oh, I can sing of your goodness forever.
singing our praise.
And I know all of the stories that I'll tell my children.
Singing our praise to you.
For who you are, and what you've done. Oh, what you've done.
Singing our praise to you.
Sing all glory. Oh, Creator of glory. All glory and all honor. We send it straight up. He don't belong to us. No. All praises belong to you. All praises belong. All praises belong to you. And we cry. All praise, all praise. We're sending a praise to you. We're sending a praise to you. We're sending it up to you. Come on. We're sending it straight up. All of the glory belongs to you. When I think of your goodness and will, we're sending it up, 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 up. Oh,
Singing our praise.
we're sending a praise, sending a praise, we're sending a praise.
Singing our praise to you.
Our praises we lift up higher, and offerings we light on fire. We sing with the angels to the Ancient of Days. We're sending a praise to you.
Check it out, A, get it in, A, check it out, A, it's going down, A, mash it up, A, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up.
Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah.
You are now flying.
Where my captain at?
Southwest!
Wake up, moon outside, it's a party. Hop up, dedication, it's a party. The can't destruction, it's a party. Too loud, too lit, move with the body. Bible with the pens in a black bag. Dance, 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 dance real fast. Zonovan book, yeah, I got that. Hold up, that's an Israelite starter pack. Passover dance with a staff in hand. Beast K show for a contraband. Dancing like I'm trying to see the homeland. Pentecost first fruits to the big man. Nobody party like an Israelite. Fist in the air like it's time to fight. Northern Kingdom trying to party with the Judites. Bop, 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 bop on my Benjavites. We rolling like Wakanda in the king time. Meanwhile, he told us work and party in the meantime. All the Lord feasts probably start around your bedtime. Dancing in the field like a band when it's halftime. You ain't got no wine, here, have mine. Don't talk about your sorrow, this a bad time. Look, I'm just trying to tell you that it's high time for us to battle to this beat like it's drumline. Wake up, moon outside, it's a party. Hop up, dedication, it's a party. The can't nut destruction, it's a party. Too live, too lit, move with the body. Wake up, moon outside, it's a party. Hop up, dedication, it's a party. The can't nut destruction, it's a party. Too live, too lit, move with the body.
Dance floor time, just move up your body. Don't get loose and groove on the body. Bruise, wine, and Bacardi. If you're not turn up, then you are granddaddy. We living in the truth. We full up of the style and we dripping with the juice. And me where the most I choose, make me happy so me dance and sweat till me slipping in me boots. Yeah, party and in a party we have fun and a dancing where we a dance till we see the sun. Party where we a party and have fun and we not go left the party till it done.
Get it in, hey, check it out, hey, get it in, hey, check it out, hey, it's going down, hey, mash it up, hey, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up, get it in, hey, check it out, hey, get it in, hey, check it out, hey, it's going down, hey, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up, mash it up.
Wake up, moon outside, it's a party. Hop up, dedication, it's a party. The can't nut destruction, it's a party. Too live, too lit, move with the body. Wake up, moon outside, it's a party. Hop up, dedication, it's a party. The can't nut destruction, it's a party. Too live, too lit, move with the body.
Your love don't change like seasons. Your love is timeless. When I feel like I am weak, I take it up to you in prayer. Your love don't come without challenge. You are my realignment. And when I feel like I'm lost, I take it up to you in prayer. When you on the path and you step on, we can realign, you can come home. Before you crash out and your hope's gone, take it all to you. He won't let you fall. Your way back home with the heart of repentance. He won't let you fall. He won't let you fall with the heart of repentance. I've never seen such a love like this before. Your laws give me the keys to that narrow door. That's why I worship you. I give my heart to you. You'll never reduce me, but you only reprove me. Oh, when you on the path and you step on, repent, realign, you can come home. Before you crash out and your hope's gone, take it all to you. Oh, he won't let you fall. Won't let you fall. Make your way back home with the heart of repentance. He won't let you fall.
You can take the wheel. I ran off the road. Yeah, who am I lost? Not to mention, I seen you slipping. Your forgiveness, so clap back into this. No more breaks, it's the time. I hear you say, ain't no part-time living, ain't no part-time living. Part-time living, ain't no part-time. Ain't no part-time living, ain't no part-time living. Part-time living, ain't no part-time.
When you in the path and you step on, repent, realign, you can come home. Before you crash out and your hope's gone.
Hey, y'all, we're gonna get started.
He won't let you fall. Make your way back home. He won't let you fall. 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 Oh. When you still on. Rip and realign, you can come home. Come home, you can come home.
All right. I would like all the panelists, if they could, please just put your name and um, where, like your like business, you know what I'm saying? Like where you coming from with your name of your business in the chat so we can find you all. And we're going to get started in just a minute. All the panelists have been co-hosts. So if you will go ahead and unmute your mics when we get started, but also make sure you have your video on so we can all see you. Please let me know. All right. Awesome. We got everybody here. We're going to get started in just a second. Y'all put your information in the chat so everybody can reach out to you if you need to. Put your name and a little bit where you're from or something like that. All right, so we're gonna just kind of go a little bit, just tell y'all how this is gonna work, so everybody gets a good idea of the structure of this. So this is our panel, where it's called a Rise and Teach panel discussion, and how this is going to work is that I'm going to ask some questions. We're going to do an opening and welcome. People can kind of briefly tell us about who they are and what they are, what they're about. And then we can dive into the questions. I have a whole list of questions, and it's going to tackle the daily life, how to teach Torah and how they implement it in their own homeschools, challenges that they faced, and just very different questions. So what I want from our panel is to take turns, but also give great information, good maybe Bible scriptures that you've used to help encourage you, or something that's focusing you right now. So that's what we're going to start with. We're going to so I'm just so excited that you all have been with me so far today. We've had a lot of great sessions. We've had Maura Kayulia and Sister Gia, and I've spoken, and we've also had a lot of good information being shared. So if you all weren't able to catch that, please go back to our YouTube channel, Hebrew Homeschooling Network, and be able to go back and replay the live video, because it's a lot of great information. And hopefully I'll put the timestamps in there as well, where we got to kind of transition. Just as a little add real quick. I am looking for people to be a part of our podcast. It's a brand new podcast. Sorry, Mori Kayuya, is it possible for you to go ahead and play that trailer in just like 1 second, that little short video? Thank you. So we have a brand new podcast, and it was inspired by this conference. And so I wanted to take people's stories and help it to really help other people and to connect us with the stories for our community. And so if you all would like to be featured as an interview on this podcast, please reach out to me, Hebrew Homeschooling Network at gmail.com. Brand new podcast. I'm going to show y'all the trailer right now and hope y'all would be interested in applying for that.
Not the Arise and Teach one, the second one, right? Oh, you're muted. Sorry, the video, but not the slideshow, just the actual video. It's like Okay,
like a
perfect. Okay, that's the one we're putting up now.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Homeschooling can look a little chaotic sometimes. But somehow, in the middle of the mess, it's still beautiful. The conversations about Yah that happen in everyday moments. The light bulb when understanding finally clicks. The freedom to grow, learn, and walk together. Because every family has a story. On Arise and Teach, we're sharing real stories from real families, offering encouragement for the journey, talking with experts, and grounding everything in Scripture. No perfection, no pretending, just real homeschool life. Join us for honest conversations, faith, laughter, lessons learned, and the beauty of homeschooling Yah's way. This is Arise and Teach.
Thank you so much, Jess, for sharing that. So if y'all want to be part of that, please reach out to me, Hebrew Homeschooling Network at gmail.com. We want to hear your stories. We want to share our community, like our stories and our passions, our testimonies with each other, so we can keep our community growing. All right, so let's get started. So good morning and good evening, good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here to our panel discussion. We are grateful to have you here as we continue to learn and grow together as a community. Today's discussion is about real stories, real experiences, and challenges that we faced and how we've overcome them. So if we have a wonderful group of panelists, and so we're going to start by giving them a little bit of an introduction time. So if each panelist would please make sure you're able to unmute whenever you want to speak, and you don't have to raise your hand or anything, just kind of play by ear, don't talk over each other, like let's work it out. But if you could please share with me your name, how long you've been homeschooling, and one word that describes your homeschool journey. One word that describes your homeschool journey, your name, and how long you've been homeschooling. So who wants to take it first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Shalom, everyone. I am Talfa. I have been homeschooling about 3 years. I would say one word to describe it is creative.
All right. Nice to meet you, Miss Talfa, Sister Talfa. Who would like to go next?
I can go next. Shalom, everyone. My name is Nkechi. I've been homeschooling for 6 years, and I would say the one word would be intentional.
Intentional. Beautiful.
I'll go next.
Shalom.
Sorry. My name is Lorraine, and I've been homeschooling for over 20 years. Um, let me see, you asked a couple questions. The ages of my children, they're all about to have turning point birthdays. So I have an almost 30-year-old, an almost 28-year-old, an almost 26-year-old, and a 19-year-old, and an almost 15-year-old. And one word I would describe my homeschool journey is fulfilling.
Shalom, everyone. My name is Chanel. I've been homeschooling for about a year now. I have two littles, a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old. And one word that I would describe our homeschool journey is, it's interesting, very interesting.
A good word.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Oh, shalom. My name is Rebecca. I've been homeschooling for 8 years, and one word I would say is adaptive. Shalom, everybody. Brother Corey here. Been homeschooling for 9 years. Have a 9-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 4-year-old. And the word that I would use would be encompassing.
Shalom, everyone. My name is Mora Kayuya, and I have been homeschooling for 10 years, and the word that I would use would be purposed.
Anyone else? Did we miss anybody?
My name is Dr. Sandra Galena. Um, I think I'm probably one of the oldest panel. I'm currently not homeschooling, but I have been assisting homeschooling family for over 30 years. One word that I would describe the homeschooling journey for myself, because I have homeschooled my grandchildren, would be inspiring.
Hello, everyone. I'm Noah. I have been homeschooling for about 8 years. I have a 10-year-old, 8-year-old, 6-year-old, 4-year-old, and 11-month-old. I would describe my journey as transformative.
That's beautiful. Well, I think there's everyone. I think that was everyone. So the next question would be, so we're starting at the beginning. How did you all get started? What inspired you? What was the call? You know, what's your why? Why did you begin homeschooling?
I actually I had it in my mind before I had kids. So I was a teacher in the school boards, and I was just seeing how things were going. And I just had all this big passion and stuff. And just as I started to get in, I realized, oh, this should change and that should change. And this could be better. And as I'm talking with my teachers or my mentors, they're like, it's an old system. It's an old broken system. And no matter how much you want to come in and change it and do this and this for the kids because you have so much love for them, it's not going to work. And it actually could cost you your job. And I'm like, what? All the reasons I went into teaching, they were saying that's not how it really works when I was younger. So when I did have kids, I'm like, oh, and I realized too, you wake up, you get rushed, you take your kids to daycare, you rush to work, you rush back, you get them, you have a little bit, they go to bed, you do it again, you don't really get to spend time with them or grow with them. And I was like, that's not the life that I want. So I started making ways to see, well, how can I provide for my family and homeschool at the same time? And so that was my why, actually wanting to be present in my kids' lives. And hey, there were a lot of bumps, but we're here and we're going, and we're all going over the bumps together. So that's my why.
I can go next. Both of my parents are scientists, and my mother always says like she used to read me science books in her womb. So I've always had like a love of learning. So I kind of knew that when I had children, I wanted to be involved somehow in their education. But honestly, with the way of like the world is going, I didn't know it would be this much involved. So I did jump into homeschooling. And I loved it ever since. I think it's off the beaten path, and to be able to have school outside it's a win for me. So I hope they like it because I love it. But yeah, that's it.
I'll go next. What inspired me is actually I was homeschooled. So I always knew that I was going to homeschool my children. I always knew it. I loved it growing up, so I was very eager to share that experience with my own children. And my why is because my home is a trilingual home and I want to keep it a trilingual home. And I knew if I put my child in school or my children in school, it's not going to stay that way. So that was my main reason. I wanted to keep our languages.
I can go next. I actually grew up Igbo, first generation American. So education was really pushed, especially by both of my parents, but especially my dad. He pushed us to be like, everyone's going to do something educational, something big. I did used to teach in the public school and private school. I've been education for 18 years, teaching middle school math for 11 of those years. My last year of teaching middle school math, I was done with the traditional school. I came into the truth while I was teaching and tried to incorporate things, but you have to be careful in a public school. So before even being married or having children, I knew I was supposed to build something to help my own family as well as other families incorporate the word with their learning. I didn't know how that was going to look like. So it wasn't until years later, 5 years later from that time, I was pregnant with my first child during my last year. I didn't come back. I was done with traditional school. I was done even being like on site in the school or education field. I was like, I'm going to be remote. And my focus was that. So building that, going through that process of how does that look like? What's the Most High saying? And like I said, my word was being intentional with it.
That's beautiful. Anyone else want to share? Oh, I wanted to ask with Sister Chanel, what languages do you all speak?
I speak Spanish and English. My husband is actually Igbo, so he speaks Igbo and English. And we want to make sure the kids get all of it. And then I do teach them Hebrew, so that's I'm learning Hebrew, so that's a struggle with it.
That's beautiful. Anyone else want to go next?
I'll go ahead and go next.
Okay.
So way back when, I actually thought homeschooling was kind of weird. I knew people who homeschooled. I mean, I'm from the 70s, and so that's just not something that was heard of, really. It wasn't as popular as it is now. But when I had started our family, there was a family that went to our church. At that time, I was still in the traditional church, and they were a relatively large family. And I was just amused by the way their children behaved. They always kept catching my attention and the way their family structure was. And I found out that they homeschooled, and I thought I had a feeling they were different. And I noticed I knew another family that had homeschooled, and their children just seemed different. They seemed calmer, they seemed more polite, they seemed more well adjusted. And at that time, my oldest daughter, we put her in the private school that I went to. So she started off in preschool there. And we went to the kindergarten orientation, and I didn't care for the teacher. And I just thought, I'm not putting my daughter in this. And it didn't feel like the same school that I went to. And so kind of the combination of those layers, I kind of started asking questions and didn't know what I was doing. I had no plan. I only knew a couple of people that homeschooled, and I didn't know them well. And I ordered a couple books and kind of just got started. And I knew I wanted to incorporate at that time. We were definitely not awakened at all. So my children kind of grew up in their younger years on Veggie Tales and Vacation Bible School and, you know, all those things. So those are the types of seeds I planted. We didn't really start coming awake until a little later. But that's why I got started homeschooling, was just because I observed other children and I liked their demeanor and the way they were developing.
Hi, I'm Dr. Galena. I kind of got started. I worked in the trenches, so I have been in education for, I'm sorry, I'm retired now, but over 30-odd years. And my population of babies that I work with were ESC, meaning babies with disabilities, emotional, mental, you name it, I had them. And many of my students were pretty much either they would get expelled or suspended from school. So I encouraged the parents to homeschool. And during that time, parents needed a teacher, a certified teacher, to oversee assessment and monitoring progression of students. So I volunteered my license number to help those parents and those homeschooling parents. So I've done that over the years. And one of the things that I have learned through this journey as being retired is that the families needed a lot of help. They needed someone who knew curriculum, who knew the workings in and out of the school systems, and can kind of help them navigate around those things. So part of my journey, the biggest part of my journey, besides being an educator, was to help families that wanted to homeschool their children, especially parents that look like me. Because if you all know that the biggest amount of suspensions, they are Black and brown children. So that's part of my journey is when I came in. So right now, my doctorate is in curriculum and instruction, but many of my certifications and my other degrees is basically in counseling, mental health, a lot of mental health and special ed. So that is what I bring to the table. Right now, I am writing curriculum for our church body, and I have found immense joy. So I am here to help in any capacity that I can.
Nice. Anyone else want to share?
Sure, I'll share. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. My experience was my older kids, they were in I homeschooled my fourth child. My other three went through regular public-based schools. And I found myself more at the school than I was at work. I always had to take off work, come to the school. They had a laundry list. I get a call saying that my son was in the office every day. And I'm like, I had an issue with socially passing. It's like, no, you guys are going on strike because of union or what have you, but where's the work? Because the children still need to learn. So I found myself more in the schools than I was at work. I was going in work early and taking off early so that I could have those hours in. I go in on Saturdays, and I was in the schools for free, and I said, it's got to be something more, because I refuse my children just to get socially passed. They need to learn and have the skills that are necessary. And then when they start implementing other things that go totally against of my beliefs and I don't approve of, and they saying it's okay, and those things are an abomination, it's like, oh no, I don't want this child to even be exposed to that, or even think that that's any type of okay. Anything that doesn't go with the book I said, the school system undoes what you teach them at home. And that's like, no, that's not acceptable. And I said, each child learns differently. And I went to the school libraries and, found out, what are the different learning styles. And I get a long laundry list from the doctor saying your child has this issue, this issue, this issue. And you try to regulate through diet. You regulate through trial and error to see what is going to actually work. Are they more kinesthetic? Are they auditory? Are they visual? So you have to do a combination of all of it to get them to understand. And some children need more time than others to catch on to things. And in a regular classroom setting, they'll just skip past them. And then those children get left behind and then they feel inadequate and they start acting out. And it's like, no, find out, it's like, okay, what tutoring options are here and who has the time to work with them one-on-one. I found myself volunteering in the schools more than anything. And I was like, okay, I need something better for my child. So I'm teaching my child about God, the Most High, and therefore they're undoing it with saying something different. It's like, oh no, that goes against it. So it's better. I just said I had to learn about how to homeschool this child so he didn't get shuffled through the cracks and just be lost, because I found myself, or my mother at the time was able to help. She had my children ahead before they even went to the public school system, and then they fell behind because they said, oh, your child knows this much, so they just left them alone. But I said, no, you should stimulate their brain to learn more and not let them fall behind because the other children aren't ready to learn. So homeschooling just had to be a choice for us with this go round.
All right. Well, thank you. Did anyone else need to share?
I'll share real quick. It was my Isha's first child, and so we were both in education. She was in elementary education. I was in middle school to high school education, working with early childhood education, also working with special needs students. And so for us, it was a opportunity for her to be able to not be in the rigmarole of having to try to rush back to work. And we wanted our children's first I come from a family of educators, and education begins at home. And so we always understood that going just in general, education, primary educator really is the home. School is supposed to be the secondary educator. And so we wanted to make sure that we had that time with the children to be able to form their mind in such a way that they were hypercritical of the outside world instead of being hypercritical of the family. Because when a child is integrated into this system before they've been properly or diligently taught in the way in which it is they should go, then what happens is, because they're spending so much time with others, they're now looking at something being different about home as opposed to something being different outside of the home. And I'll yield there.
That's a great point. But as you're saying, as you're talking about being at home, and being different inside your home and looking at the world as a different place, how do you all structure your day with Torah in mind, and like not even just in mind, but like implement it into your day? And how do you help us be weird? You know what I'm saying? Help us to be set apart, weird people that love Yah with all of our heart. How do you all implement that in a day-to-day basis in your homeschool? Who wants to go first?
I can go first on that one since I didn't talk in the last one. For me, it's definitely a purpose. When we start our day, we'll usually do worship music in the beginning, getting their minds and their hearts ready. Then we'll do the Shema, then we'll do the Ten Commandments. And then we have our Torah portion, which is like different portions of the Torah that we will go over together, whether we're watching it, whether we're reading it, but we'll talk about that Torah portion and discuss it. So every week we have a Torah portion that we are just kind of breaking up into pieces and discussing each day. So that way we're constantly focusing on the things of the Most High. Also, our history. We go back into the Bible again for our history, just mapping out how they can see themselves in the Bible, how they came about to be Israelites in the Bibles and things like that. Getting them more structured in this square that they can stand on themselves. So we do a lot of those conversations, like to call them mini debates, where they're kind of just like, this is why I believe this. Not just because the Bible says it, but this is how I feel, and just things like that. So more conversations around the Torah.
And I'm sorry, I thought you had mentioned that you can go ahead and tell your last part too, because I didn't realize that you hadn't missed. You want to share?
Oh, about for me, I think it was more so of a purpose. I worked at a Methodist school, Episcopal school. I've worked at a Christian school, and I've worked in the public school. And in all of those, there were one common thing, and it was that our brown babies wasn't getting the support they needed to learn how they learn. So a lot of it was, oh, he's jumping up and down. No, he has energy. You're not training him based on how he learns. He's a builder and things like that. So for me, it was just, okay, well, what do we do with this? I can give more love, I can do this. But then the Most High was like, no, you're going to create a school so that other homeschoolers can do exactly what they need to do to grow. So that's kind of the start of the school, of just making sure that every other homeschooling family can come. Even if it's your child not coming to the school, I can help you make a curriculum. I can help you map out your day so that it's easier for you, because this is what the Most High has called us to do. And just to be a village for other homeschoolers, because we need our village. We need support. We need, hey, today I can't homeschool. Okay, cool. Drop them off. Let's do something. And I can continue the lesson on what you already had planned for them. So just being that community and that village for everyone else.
Very good. So is there anyone else that wants to share on that point, your day-to-day life?
I'll go ahead and share. Oh, go ahead. You go ahead. I can wait.
No, you got it. You got it.
Okay. Okay. So I can say that the day-to-day, the topography of it has clearly changed. With every year, every season, whatever we were going through. Back when the children were younger, I have two, also they're adults now, but two boys who have special needs. And so our days were different. But we did start off in the morning right away. Back then it was Bible time. And so we would have a lesson, and I would always have something fun to do with that. I always made them short and when they were younger, short and fun. And I really enjoyed it. They enjoyed it. As they got older, that started to change as well, because I was doing multiple ages. And so I started getting more, I would seek, like at homeschool conferences, I would find books that geared more towards teaching multiple children at one time. And at that time too, as the children were getting older, I was starting to get awakened to a whole lot of things. So I was starting to understand that the world was a little different than what I thought, and beginning to understand that we needed to see the word through different eyes. And so also within those homeschool days, I started teaching them, particularly with my younger one now, who's the last one in the nest. He got more of the Hebraic piece of it. And that's even changed. The topography of that has even changed. So our homeschool days also consisted of, I always went to the library. That has always been a thing up until just very recently, the past couple of years. And then we always had walks, and we did everything. I was intentional as well. We did everything as a family. And that's one of the things that I loved about our days, is I wanted to be with my children. And so I already knew I was going to be a stay-home mom, but I wanted to be around them. I found it fulfilling, and I wanted my children to be friends. And I was intentional about that. So we did everything together. My children didn't have sibling rivalry. We didn't, I made it a point to really teach them to be friends. And now as we speak, I'm seeing the fruit of that.
I think that's so odd. You want to be around your children. I mean, that's so strange. But That's the beauty of it. You know, people are like, oh, I want to throw them in the classroom and I got to get rid of them. But it's when you learn, yeah, you're going to have hard days, but you learn to enjoy them and you see them grow in a different way than you ever could when you're in public school. So is there anyone else that wants to share?
Yes, I would like to just kind of piggyback on what the sister was just sharing as well, and incorporating the Torah for me. And when I did with my with my grandbabies, and when I share with other homeschooling families, I help them to look at how to incorporate Torah in every subject area, including math, especially in like one of the areas I'll kind of just point out like life skills. And I actually just basically tell them, when you're helping your children, life skills, make their bed or grocery shop, you actually teach them acts of service and different things, from scripture, from biblical. So when I have parents, they come in, I don't know how to, use scripture or teach the Torah during math time. Very simple, and I would give, ways that they can, and strategies that can help them put more of a highest word, the most highest word into every subject area. And especially for a lot of people that are struggling with, kids that are with discipline issues, it's social emotional. You're looking at the characters of our Savior. So it's also, I have them look at what a day looks like and how Torah can be pushed in every part. I know for me, when my grandbabies were coming up, they had, fun activities with hands-on, lots of hands-on activities. When I was teaching certain lessons from scripture or lessons from the law, and we're making those activities fun and monitoring, if they are learning learning the laws and the things that I want to teach them. So just finding ways to incorporate Torah or scriptures throughout every subject area and making it fun so that the children will learn it.
You can go ahead. You want to say something?
Oh, sure. I was gonna say, well, part of our routine is every morning we wake up with prayer, and then after prayer, gratitude. He has to write down 20 things that he's grateful for, and just showing him that the gift of life is even something to be grateful for. So those times where he has meltdowns, I refocus him on thinking of things to be grateful for, because there's so many people that didn't wake up. There's so many people that are in different positions, but they still find a way to praise God, the Most High, Yahweh, when no matter what the situation is. And so navigating, using the book, the Torah, reading the scriptures daily, and then also identifying, showing how, like when King Solomon and David, and when they committed acts, but it's like, because we all fall short, and showing them that, even David had a repentant heart. So it's like when he messed up, to come to the Most High and ask for forgiveness to get through the day. And it's like letting them know that it's, feelings are valid, but learning that self-control, that's where those fruits of the spirit come in place of self-control and writing and just totally defining and just bringing into the everyday life of how the book is, which for us, which is a blessing. So yeah, it's definitely definitely part of the daily routine. daily living for sure.
I'll follow in that vein. First thing my children know when they wake up, before they get out the bed, thank you, Abba Yah, for another day. Because everybody's eyes didn't get open. So before they get out the bed, that's the training them to set their mind on the Most High, from the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, and getting them in that vein of things, because it's not ourselves that wake us up. From there, since there's a bunch of them and they all close in age, being patient, exercising those fruits of the spirit. Take turns brushing teeth. Y'all don't have to rush and move over one another and all of that, help one another. If one of them needs help, help each other, encourage one another, use your words to uplift and build, not to tear down. We were in Genesis 1 through 7 for like 3 years, just so they would understand, let there be light. And there was light and it was good, knowing the difference between light and darkness. So not having, since a lot of them being younger, my oldest is 9 now, but when they were younger, just simply, are you making light or are you making darkness? Is that light or is that darkness? And they know, children know, they're aware. And like Deuteronomy says, instruct our children diligently in the way in which it is that they should go. Especially like with correction, typically I don't correct physically first. First, it's do you know what you're doing? This is why you do or don't do that. And I'm merciful. So, I mean, I'll give them a few more times. Do you remember what I said? Before that type of staunch, correction comes, because they're learning, their minds are moving, they're busy, highly intelligent. We actually, and still in that vein of how do we set ourselves apart? I tell my children straight up, we're aliens from the planet Jerusalem, and we're waiting on it to return. We are pilgrims in this earth. We are not from here, but we are in here, and we are the light of the world. And we're waiting on the Fathership to return, where there will be no more darkness and there'll be light. So not a hiding it kind of a thing or making it seem kind of shun, because we ended up integrating our children back into school because we had 4 under 5. My wife had one on the chest, wiping 2 butt. It was a lot. It was a lot. So as much as we wanted to be full-time homeschool, mental health is important. It's important. It's important. It's important. And so being able to transition, but like I said, as the children did transition back, it wasn't a scared of the world kind of a thing. It was a like, no, we're different. We don't do this. And so every day when they get out the car, I tell them, make light, shine today. If there's somebody to help, I tell them, you are going to be the only representation of the Messiah that some people will ever see. So shine. And I'm a farmer by trade. So when they wake up, integrating math, if they're going out there grabbing strawberries, counting how many strawberries, being able to do assessments as far as, okay, that strawberry will be ready in 2 or 3 days. If we're cutting up watermelons, okay, working on fractions. This is 1/4. This is 5/7. So everything that we do, especially when Abba, I want something. I'm like, okay, well, how many watermelons do we have to sell? Because my business is in the early childhood education space. And so during the time that we've been homeschooling, I've been able to develop my curriculum that I'm able to go out into the marketplace and get paid for. All from being able to take that time with my children, developing, growing, learning. And yeah, I mean, it's in everything that we do. And yeah, I yield there.
That was interesting. What you said there was that basically that you learn from your children and your children learn from you. I mean, I think that's the beauty of homeschooling, where you can really knit together that you don't have to be an expert at everything, but they will teach you some stuff and that you will never even consider. But I think that's a beautiful thing where you just said that you could grow. Anyone else have anything they want to say?
I have one more thing I forgot to mention. Field trips. Everywhere we go is a field trip.
Yeah.
Everywhere. We went to the dump, it's a field trip.
Yes. Yep.
We're going to the library, it's a field trip. So getting them excited in that sense of, yeah, we're going on a field trip. And we just went and dumped some stuff off at the dump. But for children, seeing this mountain of trash, and I mean, it's exciting.
And I think one more point that you had made was, you told that your children were, you work together. They have to take turns. They have to learn how to be kind to each other.
Social interaction.
And but I was thinking with that's socialization. You know what I'm saying? I heard someone say before that
intentional socialization is better than just socialization in general. You know what I'm saying? You're teaching your child how to actually interact with the world, through correction, through structured areas where they're like, okay, this is how you improve on this area. This is how we're going to do this. And then when they get into the world and deal with other people, they can actually socialize in a, well-meaning and very, civilized way instead of just, running around like crazy people. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's very important as well. So anyone else had something to say?
I was going to add, when Brother Corey had mentioned about field trips, that is something that we were also a part of co-ops, other homeschool co-ops later on. And there was always some mom who had a lot of energy, more than me, and could get a lot of homeschool things going. And we had, that was one of the most fulfilling things along this journey, is all the different things that we got to do, even with other families. And we had the time in the day. We didn't, we could do whatever we wanted, and there was beauty in that. And we got to see some wonderful things. One of the last field trips that we went on was a radio station. Some mom knew somebody and she set it up and we all gathered and went. But even like, when they were younger too, I would take them to the store, and I learned to incorporate that with budgeting and picking out groceries, and I would let them be a part of that. So like he was saying, just integrating everything's a field trip, and he's absolutely right about that.
And I love that idea, because you said that, that's real life. How many of us have gone through, high school and in college, and we're like, okay, so, I have no idea what to do with my finances. You know what I'm saying? But if you're teaching them that at a young age, that's so impactful, and they will be able to manage money way better and understand the concepts. So I think that's a beautiful thing as well. Anyone else want to share?
I'm just going to share one more thing, not to overtalk. As I'm listening to everyone tell their different journeys and all their different experiences too, even with the field trips and incorporating everything, with challenges and whatnot, it's messy sometimes too. I mean, I'm sitting here saying, oh, we would go to the store and do these things. And we did all those things, and it was wonderful, but there were messy days too. So, it wasn't always wonderful. There were days that were challenging for sure.
All right, that's true. And there's nothing is ever perfect, but you will get a better experience and better relationships through homeschooling and being able to connect to your children. And they'll try you. It's like, we also have the testing, the shaping of ourselves dealing with them. And and it helps us to learn and grow. It's a everyday thing.
One of the things I wanted to kind of also interject, because as the brother was saying, Brother Corey, I believe his name is that mental health part for the for the mothers and the fathers who are homeschooling. And one of the most essential things that you all can do is have that community where the parents can get together and socialize and talk about the pros and cons of homeschooling, talk about those messy days that you're having, and kind of maybe just have a sense of where you can just come together and just build each other up, motivate and encourage, because those days, as the sister said, those days, you have those days. And a lot of the parents that I have helped, they would come in, well, this is not working, and there are many things that you can, it's not working, or how do I make changes, or where do I get resources from? And a lot of that comes from your community. So when you engage with other families who are homeschooling, it's a wealth of knowledge, it's a wealth of services that you can receive just by the collaboration. And a lot of times when you're having those messy days, there are other parents that they're going through the same thing. So in just being able to come together and taking time for yourself, because homeschooling, from what I've witnessed myself and I've experienced myself, you get so involved in what's going on with your children and the education and making sure that they're getting everything that they need for the day that we forget about ourselves. So I just want to encourage, those of you who are new to homeschooling, just say, it's okay to have a day that's not going so well. That's what prayer is for. And that, you can come together and build that village that can and will encourage you and keep you motivated.
I was like oh. Oh, I was just gonna say, piggyback to that. Yes, self-care is definitely important, and being able to find, just like when we put our schedules together for our kids and you'd adapt and do different things on different days. So say they've been inside and they're not doing so well, so you take them outside, you take them to the park. The good thing about homeschooling is it doesn't have to be in the same environment. And so in doing that, you find like what is something that you guys can do together. If it's, say, your partner is out working and you have the kids all to yourself and you're getting overwhelmed, and what can you do together, but you could have your peace of mind as well as juggling them and teaching them at the same time. So sometimes at the park, or you're able to sit at the bench while they're running around and just get that time for them to get their energy out. Whether it's walking around with them and doing the nature walks is always good, or by the beaches or by the water, something that's calming. And it can still be a teachable moment if you guys are learning about water and habitat, or what type of birds are in that tree, or what type of animals live in that habitat. You can still make it a teaching moment, but still have that downtime. It's important to at least have an hour, whether that's the hour that you schedule with your partner, that's your time. You get that nice hot bath and your tea, and it's your time to recharge. We all need that, so that it's easier. So it's just like that way everything doesn't build up upon us, and it's important. It's definitely important to find what's that positive outlet. If you journal. If you paint, it could be everybody's painting and getting it out in a positive manner. There's several ways. You just find out, and then you're able to tap in to see and explore what are their gifts, what are they good at, what do they like, and introducing new things is important. And it's good for everyone, the whole family unit. For sure, because that recharge is definitely necessary. It's like I have 4, and it's like sometimes the older one and the younger one, it's like, are you serious? And then one thing was like with the gratitude portion, when my older ones, when they thought they were just entitled to this or entitled to that, I said, no, y'all made a way for us to have these things. It's a gift. So if it was cooking and then passing out food to the homeless so they could see people that are less advantaged than them, it's like, you have a roof over your head, that's a blessing. You're not sleeping in a car, that's a blessing. I said, there's families that are sleeping outside. I said, there's so many people in different situations that you have a lot to be grateful for. You have no right to think you're entitled to anything. I said, but it's just teaching them and showing them in the way they see people that are less advantaged, then they are more appreciative. Then they're like, oh, can we get some more food? Can we go? Yes, we can, and it's like, but you can only feed so many. And it's like, then somebody else has to pitch in because your pocket's only going to go so far. There's so much, but just to change their heart rate of getting out of a me perspective of thinking that ethical, you think of someone else, you treat people how you want to be treated. We were supposed to want for our brother what we want for ourselves, and just implementing that from a young age on is important.
You're muted.
Sorry. Thank you. Anyone else have anything to say on that subject? What does your daily life look like, and how do you incorporate Torah into your daily life? All right, well, we'll move on to the next question. Okay, so this is going to be more of a
a change where, you know, like we guys were talking about, every day is not easy and you need support. Just a little piggyback on that real quick. We have a Facebook group. Hebrew Homeschooling Network has a Facebook group that we're trying to build up a community for each one of us to be able to call each other and, you know, and speak and encourage each other and get feedback. We're doing a bi-weekly Zoom chat, like to encourage each other, send prayers to each other, and, you know, just really try to bless each other's homeschool. So if y'all are interested in that, please join our Facebook group. But on the other side, let's see, we're going to say, so what have been your biggest challenges in your homeschool through the years? Maybe you're first. I mean, I was wondering if anybody that's like a newer homeschool, what is your challenge that you're dealing with right now? And then maybe the older, the more veteran homeschoolers can be, you know, can help out with that. So when we start with a newbie or a newer person that's just starting out, what are your challenges in homeschooling right now?
I'm definitely considered a newbie. My biggest challenge right now is actually my energy level. There's definitely my energy level. We have a solid schedule and a way we go about our day every day. And I also work. I work the evening shift. So by the end of it all, I just find myself kind of dragging around 7 a.m. to get myself going.
So anyone have any tips on how to help with the energy levels? Anybody, you know, have experienced that? I can second that or anything like that?
I was going to ask you, are you able to take little short naps for yourself? Like a little cat naps? Do you get opportunities to do that where you can step away or no?
Not really.
Yeah, yeah.
I have a question. Are you able to work with other homeschoolers that's in the truth that can kind of, you guys can maybe do different activities together that you trust so that you can maybe get maybe like a small break?
Well, I have my family, my parents who are also in the truth. And so what I do, typically just over the weekends, Saturday and Sundays, I let the kids go there. Because they also have a whole household. I'm one of 8, and they still got my younger siblings. So I try not to be overbearing on them. But I'm in a very rural community, which is why I was so excited about this, just to kind of be able to reach out to someone else. But usually it's my parents when they are available. Whew, yes.
I also have one other thing I want to ask, because a lot of times, I know as a teacher, we feel like we have to be on every scene. We have to be like running the show. I have learned throughout the years to have independent activities where the kids they're independent learners. We call them stations, centers. I know that's kind of an old word, but stations where and I want to use the word train. They're trained to go and kind of just facilitate their own learning without a lot of adult intervening unless it's absolutely necessary. But at those individuals, stations, they have a lesson, they have instructions, they have a way to monitor their progress. And that's less hands-on that you have, and you can maybe utilize that time to maybe go and chill a little bit. Or
I am definitely going to try that.
I can tell you, out of the many years, and I work with ESC, I work with the babies who had attention deficit and all kind of other behavior issues. It is a wonderful, wonderful strategy to use. And it made my classroom more child-centered than adult-centered. And a lot of learning took place because they were in charge of what information they gathered. They were able to tell me what they learned, and I was able to assess just by different, alternative assessment little projects that I will have, so I can progress monitor how well they're doing, as well as they can tell me how well they're doing themselves.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you.
I was gonna throw in as well, you're on your own time when it comes to homeschooling. So if you need to get you a nap, instead of starting at 7, start at 8 or 7:45. You're allowed to do that. That doesn't mean that you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing as a homeschooling parent. And that was one of the things that we had to come to realization as things were shifting, was the fact that, because we were like, oh man, well, one of our children's going back to school, we're failing as homeschool parents because we're having a shift. Let's like, no, if you're not whole, if you're not okay, then you're not showing up as your best. And so that's what's most important. You have to be able to show up whole and complete. And so if you need, because your rest is important. Father, hey, we told to take a Shabbat every week. Your rest is important. And it says that, we're supposed to work during the day. And so get your rest in, don't feel any kind of way about making sure that you're taking care of you. And then I'd also say diet, consider what you're eating, the kind of foods that you're eating, fruits and vegetables, living food. A lot of people don't know, within the first 10 minutes of a plant being picked, it loses 90% of its nutrient content. So when a person thinks that they're eating healthy, if that food's coming from 1,000 miles away, then by the time it's being eaten, it's not actually being eaten for nutrients, it's being eaten for calories. Yep. And so teas, there's different teas and different that can really help give you those boosts. So yeah, consider some of those things, but get your rest. Get your rest, get your rest, get your rest.
I was also going to chime in just the sun, because I know it helps me, just you get the kids out in the fresh air, you run them down, they're ready for bed as well. But also, you got the sun is helping to revitalize you. I mean, I don't know how many times my husband is like, I've had a little attitude. He'd be like, how long has it been since you've been outside? You know what I'm saying? So, let's go make a little walk, you know what I'm saying? So, that helps, sometimes to help your personality and your mental health and all of that too, as well as a diet. Anybody else?
I was gonna add a couple of things that I did. One of the things is my oldest daughter was kind of my right and my left hand. And so I did utilize her for, I don't want to say it like that, but I did. I utilized her to help me with different things. And I would have her actually take the youngers outside sometimes so that I could have some peace and quiet, or just get dinner ready, and help me out throughout the day. She was amazing. And she was, I honestly, without her, it would have been a whole different story. But one of the things when she was very young, within the first year, I learned to actually get up before everybody. And I stayed in that routine. I'm still in that routine. I just changed the way I thought, how I was thinking, and my lens had to change because I was finding that I was tired, and I was kind of a young mom too. At that time, I was a pretty young mom. I think I was 23 when she was born. So I was kind of still doing the me thing. And I had to change the way I was thinking about our home. And so I would get up before her and have my time with the father and have my coffee. And I still do that. I just found that I was a better mom when I got that quiet time before everybody woke up and the house woke up. I didn't, even though I was raised in the church, I didn't even know that was really kind of a biblical thing. That to get up before everybody.
Proverbs.
I didn't. I just naturally worked, and it's still working. And it's just, I'm just a better mom and better attentive when I get myself together first. And so those are kind of just some little plugins there for any mom or family who can use those tips. Utilize the olders, because especially with my daughters, my sons too, but with my oldest, I was really trying to teach her to be a keeper of the home as well. So I was having her help me and do those types of things.
I just want to add a verse in there. This one in Sirach comes to mind. Sirach 26, verse 16. As the sun when it ariseth in the high heaven, so is the beauty of a good wife in the ordering of her house. So I'm still needing to work on that. I'm not even gonna lie to you. To get up early. I have a baby on the way, so it's gonna be another challenge. But I definitely, when I have gotten up in the morning, it has made a huge difference. I'm like, oh, I'm done all this stuff, and my child's not screaming at me trying to get breakfast, and all that kind of stuff. So, it is a very valuable part. So homemaking and homeschooling kind of go together, and
Yes.
following what God says is always important. So anyone else have anything to say on that? If not, we're going to go to the next question.
I had a question to the first, I guess, of like any challenges for new homeschool moms. So one of mine is just I don't know if this is a challenge, but more of like a fear of holding your children back when you can't balance. So for example, I also just had a baby. And so I think like the last month of my pregnancy and the first month of the baby being around, I couldn't do like homeschool at all. I wasn't thinking about that. And so my 5-year-old, I started homeschooling her at 2 years old. So she's now learning algebra. She loves math. And so I just don't have the capacity sometimes or the energy to like keep up with like feeding her new math topics. I'm like, next year we're gonna be in calculus. I can't. So like did anyone have any of those like special cases where your children like loved a specific topic, and like how did you maybe help them push forward if you necessarily didn't have the capacity at the moment to do it?
Well, I I do remember being in that spot because my first four are literally back to back. And then the last one we took a little break. So he's like 3 years. And I felt so guilty, so guilty. And the advice I got was to take the pressure off yourself.
Yeah.
Guilt
And
off yourself. You already have decided to step up and do something intentional. And you're the first one, and your baby girl's already doing algebra. Hey, let her keep doing algebra or try something different. Hey, do you want to try something more sensory or just chilling out or cooking or like you like to be outside and gardening? I don't know where you are, but our summer and stuff is starting. So a lot now. I have my kids going outside and nature walks and see if there's any other interests and stuff like that. And you do what you can because if you're not rested and if you're not taking care of yourself, then you can't take care of your children at all. And the best thing is that they need to see the best or healthy version of you. Don't Not just like a sad or stressed out all the time type of thing, because it doesn't help the whole family. And so I literally got into such a part where, because the same thing when working as a teacher, they're always on you and you have to have everything like this and you have to report and you have to do this and pressure and everything a certain way here. So then I brought that into the house and it wasn't helping anybody. And so I would say definitely first thing, no, your children aren't falling behind. They have small class, one-on-one attention, and they just love being with you. You love being with them, and everything always works out. Like y'all's always with us. It always works out. So definitely take off that pressure and that guilt. It's definitely a killer.
I want to chime in. Someone in the chat, they have two pieces of good advice in the chat. Nina says you can homeschool year-round too, or break and start in summer or overlap your school year. So with that, you can have longer periods of time, and that way it's not as rushed. Also, Tanaya said maybe Kahoot with varying levels of
Yes.
teaching this way helped me a lot in school, and I'm still into games like that. So you can find, even like, you can even find like resources, online things that maybe help advance her in a faster way that we're ready to take control of right now. And she will just enjoy that.
Also, can I also add as well, because I kind of wanted to speak on that as well, because as a teacher, educator, my subject is not math. Although I love math, I didn't do well at teaching math. So I had to rely on other resources and other help. It's okay to ask for help, especially when you want what we call enrichment activities for your children, when you feel that you may be falling behind, or where your skill set for instruction kind of just, it's just at a certain level. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to use resources. There's a plethora of resources online, digital that you can pull up for free to help with instruction, to help with enrichment. So utilize those things, and they're free. They have classes that's online that you can help, that can help your children, help you for free. So don't feel that guilt. We're not going to be expert in every area of homeschooling. And the Most High made ways, provisions for us to have people with those that, have knowledgeable resources that can assist and help us with that, or help you with that.
Yes, that's good. That's great. Anybody else have anything to share? Someone said, let's look at the chat. They got some good advice in here. It says, love enrichment resources. Natalia said, yes, maybe this is a season of outsourcing. I'm going through something similar and allowing my community, some sisters on this call, to teach for me. And I remember my mom actually did that as well. There was a point where we got a little older, and she was like, I can't really handle this. So what she did was, my father, he loved math and science. He loves science. He loves science. And so he was a freelance at that time. And so he had the ability to change his schedule whenever he needed to. So he kind of helped to supplement, the harder science topics that my mom was like, I'm not comfortable in doing that. But he enjoyed it and he really loved it. So that was one way of outsourcing. Use your husband. They might have, they're very smart people. So use your husbands and get that resource. Another one, she actually hired a tutor, to do it for a while. It didn't quite work out, so we got rid of her. But, but you can use a tutor, and that helps, she actually came to our house, you know what I'm saying? And so that's another option as well. She said, Sister Natalia also said, and if you can afford it, sometimes the best money is what allows for you to have peace and bond with your new baby. Colleges have free classes, Home Depot, library, and co-ops like 4-H. Getting proper nutrition and not neglecting ourselves also helps to keep up. Shalom, sister. Oh, yes. Also, she said, shalom, sister Papa. We love you and your ancient path kids. We do too. All right. So OutSchool is a good source as well. All right. So we're going to move on to the next question. Is it too loud can y'all hear? I have kids, so I'm just making sure that y'all.
Perfect.
Okay, we're good. Okay. All right. So how do y'all, and this is a topic that I know, in the homeschooling community abroad, people are like, oh, we're going to go away from traditional homeschooling completely, and we're not going to do any testing. We're not going to do any of that. So how do you guys regulate, how do you measure success in your homeschool? Do you use testing? Do you use, I know we have to do standardized testing in certain school districts and school states, but what is your method of calculating where your child is at?
Don't all speak at once now.
I'll go.
can,
Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
Sorry. My
I can go
camera's
after
actually
you.
off because staring at the screen gives me a really bad headache after a while. Um, we use the three method. So we teach them, they teach us, and then when they're able to model it themselves, they got it. We're good to go.
We do.
So we love that model better because when they're able to teach it to the younger ones, I know they got it and we can move on and we can go to the next thing. We do a step up program. So all of our children are above the grade level that they're supposed to be in. And we do that purposely so that, of course, like I run a school. So if the parents decide to put them back in public school, maybe something happened, they have to go back in public school, they're always going to be a step ahead of them so that when they come back to homeschooling they're still good and there's nothing that they fall behind. So we usually just base it on how far they're willing to go because like in public school it's really not about them, honestly. Homeschool, it is about them, so how far they're willing to go, we'll just let them go and we don't stop them and we just judge it from there.
I'll go next. I have an online school and two of my children are enrolled in it. But I also supplement because I'm very particular on how they're learning and like paying attention to their purpose. How do they learn? So yes, they have the school foundation and then I supplement like with their interests and things that they do. At our school, we do testing at the beginning just to see foundationally where everyone is at with all the children enrolled, just to kind of get an idea. And we incorporate the learning and what they need to know. Like I think Sister Abiel mentioned about knowing your state standards, like as the foundation, just to be aware of, hey, children at this age group need to kind of know these things.
Yep.
So that's incorporated as well. And then I do spiral learning. So like, let's say a student's in first grade, they're still learning concepts from previous grade levels that connect and build upon while still like a stepping stone to prepare for the next grade level. So it's kind of like multiple grade levels at once. So it works for the different learning styles of the students that are enrolled. So assessment is not to test them to say this is where you're at. It's to assess and understand what they do know. And then let's put in some tools and support systems to build them up. Yeah. And then make those connections to other content areas. Because sometimes when you isolate, like let's say reading, it could be difficult, but if you connect it to like maybe Bible stories, there sparks that interest, that focus to help them to be more successful.
One of the
Both of you all talk kind of like have the same kind of thing. It's like spiral learning, like going up above. I mean, she had a different name for it, but I think you're kind of saying the same thing. You're going above and beyond, where they could be at so that you can continue to move forward. And I think we underestimate children and how much they actually can learn. So I think that's beautiful. Dr. Sandra, I think you were going to say something.
Yes. I wanted to also just interject as well. There's different types. I guess I would call myself the queen of alternative assessments because there's so many different ways to assess children and what they learn to determine their strengths and their deficits in learning and the goals and objectives of what you want to achieve in learning. Assessment doesn't have to look like something on pencil and paper. It can be something as simple as doing a checklist, or one of my favorite assessments that's alternative is doing a rubric. So the children get an opportunity to know what builds success. They also get to know what builds failure for as far as using a rubric. But those have been some of the more successful tools that I've found using for alternative education. And it's so essential because what is the point of teaching a goal or a lesson if we can't gauge where the children, if they've obtained that knowledge or what we want, the content that we want them to know. So assessment is is a very important part of it, but it's also one that doesn't have to be so, I want to use the word rigorous, but yet you can get the information that you need to know to make sure that your child is learning or is moving. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous, so I'm trying to get the words together, but yeah, it's a tool for progress monitoring. But it is a very necessary tool, especially if your children are fluctuating from homeschooling back into the school systems.
And I was going to say too, I think that, from my perspective, is that although I do not want to just always make him test, all my kids, test, and I want to do this.
Yes.
I also still want to include tests because the world, we have to remember, we still have to take tests. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You to college and you have to fill out forms, and I want them to be able to understand how to do those things. So maybe, incorporating both, like you said, rubric, I think is very important. Showing what is the great level. Like, this is how you're supposed to do. This is what 5 means, but this is what 1 means. So we got to get up to the 5s. How can we do that? I think that is a great perspective as well. And, and then also you said the 3 method, is that what it? 3?
I do, we do, you do.
Yes, I love that. That's great too. And you can always have a blend of all of these types of assessments. That way you can really make sure your child is getting the information. So I think that's a great. Anyone else have another assessment type of thing that they use? And how? Yes, ma'am.
Since I have little ones, our testing kind of looks a bit different. It is more of like you said, a conversation. But instead of like we're doing, for example, language arts testing or geography testing, is kind of mixed together in like a rapid fire 10-minute. I'm just throwing out random questions that maybe they learned a year ago, maybe they learned last week, but it's mixing the content up together to see which content they have mastered, which they need to improve in, and also kind of, I don't want them to kind of, it's just for memorization. I want to make sure that they have the foundation. And so by mixing the subjects up and rapid firing the questions, I know what is popping off of their head, what they're getting the questions right in, and like I said, what they need improvement in.
And I like that too, because you said, they're making them stay on their toes, but also you're not letting them forget what you learned, a long time ago. Because how many of us have come to summer break and we're like, I don't know what I learned last year. You know what I'm saying? So you're keeping up with them and making sure they still remember the concepts of what you taught or what they learned a long time ago. I think that's beautiful as well. All right, let's look at the chat real quick. It says, yes, thank you. You do. We do 3.
Yes.
3. Good. Okay. Yes, training them to sit for tests and to get them comfortable. That's exactly. And I think that's something that I have just recently been working on with my child. He's still little, but I was like, he has to learn how to sit down for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I know that it's hard, but sitting them down and getting them to write on paper is still an important aspect of homeschool. And there's another one, Ron Pride said, observe your children teaching the particular concept to a younger sibling. And that's great too. I see that children, be able to talk back and forth. And, it is funny because he even tells them, tells her, no, we're not going to sing Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star because that's a pagan song and we don't worship the pagan stuff. Like, he'll just have this whole conversation with her and, and she's like, I don't know what you're talking about, but it's beautiful to see how, he can implement what he's learning and teach her as well. So anybody else have anything on the assessments?
I did want to add to what I was saying. My husband also homeschools with me, and he has a completely different teaching method. His is more so black and white, pen and paper, like you get it wrong or you don't. He's Jamaican. So he's more of like test take it, pen and paper, tell me what you know, and then afterwards we're gonna figure it out. Like, I'm not gonna tell you if you're right or wrong while you're taking it. Let me know where your baseline is, and then we go from there. And I think because we have such two different styles of teaching, it helps the children to be able to balance both worlds. So I know you were talking about, like, we will go through tests as adults, and so just being able to put on a different hat in different situations. I think it's valuable when thinking about testing, not just one form of testing, but many different testings that they might encounter throughout their lives.
I like that. I like that. Okay, now I'm going to transition because I have a question. It's something that's very important. And Mr. Corey, Brother Corey, I would like you to input on this because you're the only male on our panel, but I would really like you to, and I would love to get some more people, some more male perspectives. So how do you, let me say it like this. Do you have a different teaching style for boys versus girls? And if so, what are they? And how do you do that?
For certain things, definitely do have different teaching styles for my daughters versus for my sons. But one of the things that's the same for both of them is understanding systems and understanding what a goal is and how to develop a plan to accomplish that goal. Because they're both going to run into situations where they're going to have to overcome and endure through things. So it's like, what's your methodology of accomplishing whatever it is that you're doing? So that's baseline the same. So for my sons, if we're doing something in the garden, okay, which my daughters do stuff in the garden too, not saying that they don't, but they do as well. But even for my sons too, it's like, okay, something as simple as laundry. You need clean clothes to wear. What are those steps that you're going to need to make sure that you have clean clothes in your drawer when you need them? You're going to need to put up your dirty clothes when you take them off, put them all in the same place. Then you're going to need to get them up the stairs. Then you're going to need to just go setting out a plan so they understand full system, the whole cycle. But then for like my sons, for instance, it's I want to say this. It's very direct and firm, in the sense of you a McNair. You a son of the Most High God. Like you're capable, you're able, you're strong. But for all of them as well too, they're able to ask for help. I think that's a key component with everything, especially just in life, knowing that they can ask for help. If they don't understand something, ask for help. If it's a challenge after they've worked through it a little bit and they're stuck, don't be scared to ask for help. For my daughters, I'm always gearing them towards the fact that they're going to be a wife. And they're going to have their own family. For my sons, that as well too. But for my daughters, like you're gonna be a wife one day. Don't you want your children to enjoy the food that you're cooking? Don't you want to make it with love? Whereas my sons, yeah, you may not feel like being out here doing this, but you got to grow the food with love. So, because if you growing the food with love, then your wife's gonna cook the food with love. Then the children gonna eat the food with love. So being able to show those different aspects and really drawing those lines, because with my children being so close in age, it's like, no, you're a boy, you're a girl, and it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Everybody was made the way that they were. And yeah, my girls, they give me that look. But all my children are daddy's father. They all love me, but my girls, they're daddy's girls. But still being firm with them. So I mean, there's not much difference in the sense of the methodology, only in more so some of the task, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. It does.
Anyone else want to share on that topic about how they differ or don't differ on how they teach boys and girls?
I would just like to just ask Brother Corey just a question. If when he is looking into finding activities for the sons versus the daughter, because I'm as I'm developing curriculum, I kind of I'm kind of looking at the variation of lessons that I pull for boys and for girls. And I don't know about you, Brother Corey, but I find when I'm developing curriculum for the boys, it's more of content where they're in the protective roles, leadership roles. Well, the girls, I'm looking more, for modesty, the nurturing role, homemaking kind of capacity, and being the daughter, of the Most High, watching our mouths. So when you're developing curriculum or coming up with curriculum, are you finding the same that you're doing the same thing with your kids?
I would say yes in some senses, but no in others, because even like with my daughters, like one of my daughters, she wanted to learn how to crochet.
Got it.
So with that crocheting, still integrating entrepreneurship and giving, where it's like, okay, you want to crochet, well, learn how to crochet hats. And so then when the winter comes, we can give out those hats to the less fortunate. But that's her business, if that makes sense.
That does make sense.
So she's still taking on leadership in that piece, but there's still that care, compassion, nurturing component that's given to them. Where for it's like my sons, like you said, with that protection, like, okay, you cried, why are you crying? You know what I'm saying? And you're not gonna keep crying. So let me get 20 push-ups. And then if you want to still cry after that, then we can, yeah, look, I can give you something to cry about. I'm old school. I'm gonna be straight up with you. So in those components, yes, for my daughters, but I mean, even with my daughters, little girls, they got mouths on them. Um, and it's just like, no, you're not, I'm not your friend. I'm not your peer. And you don't talk to me like that. You don't command me. So really with them understanding that it's not their job to command a man,
Yes.
And that's a lot of that I know goes into just how societally nowadays the gender roles are very, when I say, I don't even necessarily want to say gender roles, but more so just operations. It's operations, where it's like I don't let any of my children sit in grown folks conversation. But especially like with my daughters, but with my sons too. Like if we're out at the store and people try to walk up and talk to them, say like hi, they look at me. It's just like you are not a free agent. Like you don't just deal with people unless I tell you it's okay to deal with them. For my son, and this, I'm happy you asked this question because one of my older daughters, well, my oldest with my wife, her little brother, they're a year apart. And so as far as he's concerned, she's it. That's his big sister. Whatever I early on, especially when they were younger, I had to really reinforce to him, I'm like, she's not your leader. She's not your leader. That's your big sister. Me and your mother, we're in charge. She's not the leader. But like Araya said, I'm like, Araya's not your parent. And so early on, especially that they were homeschooled and they had so much time together, and she walking, he right behind her. It has been a challenge. So but even them doing things like racing each other and all that, as he's getting more into his masculine and getting bigger, getting faster. So we would go down to the ranch sometimes, and my daughters would be like, "Well, we want to go with you." I'm like, "No, it's just for the boys." So getting them to understand early on that, like, hey, men are gonna have to go and do things sometimes, and you're not gonna be there, and it's okay. Praise Yah. You got you some quiet time. Put it to use. Do some crocheting. I hope that answered that.
All praises, it did.
Else have anything to share on that topic? Boys and girl differences?
I will say one more thing. I have one more thing, and I just think this is important. Because you got depending on where you are, you still gotta take your children to the doctor and all of this kind of stuff. I don't let any of the doctors look at my children's genitals, period. Because I don't want my children to think that it's okay to reveal, especially my daughters, to reveal themselves to anybody. We as parents, they said, well, if anything happens, it's going to be documented. I'm like, that's fine. That's not a problem. But they shouldn't be comfortable with revealing themselves to anybody, especially with boys and girls growing up close like that, understanding that their privacy, we call it their privacy. Nobody should be touching your privacy. Nobody should be looking at your privacy. Whether that's your brother, whether that's us. If once they get automated, you can take care of you know how to behave yourself, once we teach you and everything. So really drawing those staunch lines and the fact that, okay, he's a boy, you're a girl, y'all are different. But like I said, I just really wanted to bring in that piece, especially with the doctors. You don't have to let nobody look at your children, period. I mean, they'll do the little heart thing, but as far as looking at their private, you can buck.
Anybody else have any on that? Go ahead.
Yeah. I was gonna say on that topic, there's a really big difference when it comes to teaching young boys and young girls. I do notice when the women teacher are teaching the young boys, it's a little bit different with their interaction compared to when my husband comes in and he teaches a class. They're listening, they're engaged, the conversations flow. It's a little bit different because they want to see that. Boys also, they engage a lot more when it's like a real life application where they get to like really critically think and do a challenge compared to like the girls. They're more about connection, conversations, and things like identity reinforcement. So that's a lot easier. So they'll be talking and talking and talking. And until we give a task, like, hey, we're about to do this project-based thing. Now the boys are talking. But most of the times in class, it's usually the girls. They're chatting away. They're really engaged. But the guys is more like they're just observing until they have to do something. So we try to structure a lot of our curriculums for the boys to where they're constantly doing something and they have to engage or they're in a leadership role compared to the girls. Girls are really mature. So they're gonna just fall in line where they need to fall in line. But we also stress the leadership role of the boys so that the girls know how to respond to them when we're having class conversations, how the boys know how to respond to them, allowing them to speak, not cutting them off. So we do a lot of those um gender separation so that they understand the roles of the boys and they understand the roles of the girls because they're growing together. Eventually, we don't know, this might be the community gonna get married, you know what I mean? So they need to already know how to address one another. So we do talk a lot about that.
I was going to add to that too. Over the years, the way that I homeschooled and how we dealt with the boys and the girls definitely looked different. Our homeschooling, of course, because I was homeschooling multiple children, most of the time, daily living, yes, but most of the time when it came down to discipline, that's when kind of things changed a little bit. So an example right now that my youngest guy, he was just doing push-ups for, being a wise guy. So, you know, uh, it's like I heard another brother say, boys kind of have to feel pain, so to speak, as where girls, they don't quite learn quite that way. Boys, you got to have them lift some heavy things and work, and so I definitely was different with my boys. And if there was something where, so with my boys also too, they kind of knew that there was backup. So it didn't always go too far, but if it did, I definitely, would make a call to dad and there was some talking. But we didn't really have to do that with the girls. And so for us in our home, it was typically around redirecting and choices and how do we do this, and it wasn't that I wasn't redirecting my daughters. The topography of it just looked different. Because to brother's point, yeah, I have one that's a little spicy with her mouth, and so and even to this day as an adult, but it looked a little differently. So with the boys, I also, with my boys, I did tend to give them, because I read a lot of books. I even read a book about moms and boys and what the relationships look like in different stages. So I kind of started preparing myself for that. And kind of when boys start to pull away from their moms, and that's healthy and that's good. My son is pulled away right now. I am definitely public enemy number one. You, mom, go away. Don't touch me. As where years ago he was holding my hand, so that all that's normal. But with my sons, and also too, I did have two boys with special needs that were older, but putting that aside, I gave them more room. My boys kind of needed, and I don't want to speak for all boys, but they seemed to be more squirmy. They needed to have more breaks.
Yeah.
We had a trampoline for years in the backyard, the best recess ever.
Yes.
And with my guy that's home still now, with him when he was younger, I started off the day after I had my me time. The first thing I did is have him go get on his little scooter and go do laps, because I already knew, that's just something he needed. He needed to get all those wiggles out. As where my girls weren't so much like that. But again, that's a generalization. Girls can be squirmy too and all those things. But I just noticed that with them, they just needed more breaks, and I gave them that grace. And they like to roughhouse a little bit. So, I let them do those things. I let them be boys. I let my boys have pocket knives. I'm one of those moms. I'm pretty progressive with some of that stuff. As long as it's in with safety, I let them do their pocket knives outside in the backyard and cut up apples off the tree, and just stuff is where my daughters just weren't interested in that. So I did let them be boys. I let them go throw rocks. I let them do those kinds of things. So it does look different, and that's good. That's very good. And to brother's point about the modesty, it made me think about with my daughters, especially my younger one, who's an adult now, but she always liked to undress. She just didn't like a lot of clothes on when she was really small. But as she got older, around 6 years old, then I started having her, put on t-shirts and things like that, because she had brothers. And I talked to both of my children, and both my boys and my girls very differently about modesty. And I would talk to my sons about what they want to be looking for in a wife. I even used, I can remember my son and I, my youngest one who's still home, we were discussing some political history stuff in a workbook, and it was talking about justice. And I used that opportunity to talk to him about how to deal with his wife and children, and that he should show them justice, be fair, listen to your wife. And it just gave me an opportunity to plant some seeds, as where, I also had opportunities where we had different programs too that my children could plug into. So my youngest is, he was in a parent partnership program that was available. It was just for a year in the district where we lived at that time. And this was about 3 years ago. And it was all male teachers. And my son loved it. He loved it. I have noticed that as well, that boys definitely pay more attention to the males. It's just biological. I don't take it personal. I think it's a good thing. In fact, sometimes it's a relief. It's like, oh, finally, they just perk up right away. And I've noticed with my sons, even their body posture changes. And I can tell that men just have the ability to come in the room and command it just because they're there. And that's a good thing. I used to tell their dad, I was like, well, I would tell them the same thing. And he was like, well, I don't know. I said the same thing you said. And, they would listen to him the first time. So it's just the way it is. And you just keep working at it and they pick it up. And, my older two boys are very respectful, and they, to this day, they still know, they got to keep it in line with the women, and their dad has, kind of gotten a little firm with them. And so I just wanted to add that to brother's point and to the topic that we were sharing.
That's wonderful. All right, so I just have to, we're getting almost down to the time. So we're going to have one more question and then we're going to do questions from the chat. So if you all will answer this last question, how are you preparing your children for adulthood and independence? So does this look like college for you? I mean, for your children, are you seeing them go to college? Are you seeing them to be entrepreneurs? Are you seeing them, what are you seeing? What is your plan for them and how do you kind of guide them in that direction as you're, teaching them in the early years? How do you guide them to adulthood and independence?
All of them is the fact that they are here to eventually have their own family and to raise up fruit worthy of repentance that Abba's spirit can sit on and be used for his purpose. So, like for my daughters, it's very clear to them. They know that they're going to be married. I personally believe in arranged marriages. I'm not going to say forced marriages, but arranged marriages. As a father, having a plan for my daughters so they don't become anybody's experiment. I was with one of my daughters the other day and she was like, Abba, I'm gonna get married one day. I'm like, yeah. She's like, but I don't have to worry about that because you're gonna take care of that for me. And you're gonna make sure I go to a good home. For my sons, you have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you have to be patient. You're going to have to be available. You're going to have to move as I move. So for me, independently, it's y'all are going to have to be, y'all are going to have your own families. Like, especially for my daughters, letting them know, like, oh, I want to be a Mac. I'm like, no, you're not going to always be a McNair. You're a McNair for now, but you're going to have your own family. You're going to go to your own family, and it's going to be okay. Um, and so for me, that's the number one thing. As far as education, as far as if they want to go to school, all of that is fine. But especially for my daughters, okay, how do you want to be able to assist to add to your husband's home? For my sons, it's putting purpose on them. Okay, this is your career path, as opposed to, oh, figure out what you want to do. Like, no, put purpose on them. Put purpose on them.
No, thank you, sweetie. I love you.
Put purpose on them. And I'll yield there.
Thank you, sweetie.
All right. That was good. Anyone else want to share?
Well, my husband is big on them having a trade. So making sure they have their literacy down, their math down, they can understand, read everything, what people are saying, because it leads into reading the Bible and understanding what it's saying, having the laws. Yeah, exactly. And being able to speak. They don't just talk or go anywhere on their own or anything now, but just a lot of practice and stuff at home because it's the same thing as Brother Corey was saying. When we go out or anything happens or anyone tries to say anything to them, they look directly to my husband. They know not to talk. They know that we don't know any of these strangers or whichever. That's not what we're doing. But as they get older, because we don't want them to fall into that trap where, okay, you're going to go to school, you're going to get into a whole bunch of debt, take out all these loans and all that. You're going to make sure you have this trade. You're going to have make sure go into business, but you have this tool in your hand. And once you have that secure, down packed, then hey, follow your interest. You'll be able to pay for it. But you won't be in that trap that we were taught when we were younger. And so that's a major thing for them.
I would just like to also add, part of, I don't know if I mentioned that I have taught from pre-K to high school, to grade 12. And when I was in the high school arena, one of the things that I was also tasked with was job development. And what I'm seeing right about now, so I've always had an interest in, what's the trends in job markets today? And my grandbaby said to me, he says, my granddaughter, I'm sorry, but grandmommy, I'm thinking that I want to go, I like art, and I'm thinking that I want to go be an art teacher. And I looked at my grandbaby. I said, well, we're going to pray and they're going to ask the Most High to lead and guide you. I always teach my grandbabies to follow the path of the Most High and be led and guided by the Holy Spirit. But knowing that what I know about the job markets right about now and everything's trending to AI and looking at all the different trends, and I'm saying, well, sweetheart, one day you're going to get married, you want to be able to help your husband. And I said, an art teacher right about now has difficulty finding jobs. I said, so, maybe, I look at my husband who is an entrepreneur, where I have a degree. He makes 3 times as much money as I do on the table without just only having a high school diploma. So becoming an entrepreneurship or looking into interests that, I don't want to say that's trendy, but we got to look at the job markets because nowadays we can't have our children going, well, I'm just going to go be a gym coach, but sooner or later, AI is going to be taking care of that. So we just have to be careful. I'm sorry. I like to try to be careful when I help my grandbabies or help anybody that comes to me as far as what they should be doing as far as when, beyond college, or if they should go to college or if they should become, entrepreneur. So.
Any new homeschooling moms have like something like that they're like a path that they're trying to follow to get to that goal? I mean, obviously, we're still we're at the beginning stages of the homeschooling, but do you have like a goal in mind? How are you getting there?
My day job is like helping people start a business, and so I'm really big on entrepreneurship, and allowing my daughters to be a part of my and my husband's business, or my husband and I's business. Like just the other day, they were learning about financial projections, and mind you, the 2-year-old can't even say financial projections properly, but she's learning about it and learning about numbers, learning about like you need money to pay for things and on all of that stuff, needs and wants, benefit, all of those things. So whether they decide to go to college or a 2-year or start their own business, the curriculum incorporates all of it. So the hands-on working, engineering, that might be a 2-year, electrical, all of those things, or a college, more so academics focus, like those types of things. It's all of it's intertwined so that the doors are open, no matter which way. But again, like I said, we're really big on making our own jobs and starting our own things in case we can't find anything in the job market, because we really don't know where it's going to go with AI taking over, the most complex of jobs at this point. So if anything, knowing how to make money, for lack of better words, hustle, I guess, is something that we want to like inspire in them. And they love it. Like even starting with the lemonade stand. I know it's the typical thing that you see, but kids love doing that kind of stuff. But it's also inspiring having that, entrepreneurial spirit early on.
Very good. All right, so we're transition now into question and answer from our audience. If anyone has questions, please put them in the chat. I'm going to go back through and look through and see what people have said. Let's see, and ask some of these questions. Let's read some of them as well. It says, pertaining to teaching styles of boys and girls, I just pay attention to how they learn, their interests and their gifts and talents as individuals when it comes to teaching learning. But there are things they are to learn as boys and girls respectively, and we address those along the way as appropriate. My children are still young. Assuming, Tanaya says, assuming one way to differ is personal hygiene. Yeah. Show them how to do that. And it's using their father to help them to learn, certain things. And I think also being even open and upfront, like, for me personally, my son, he was really interested in like a book about, babies being born, you know what I'm saying? It had like the pop-up and everything like that. And, I didn't go into super great detail about, how everything is made and put it together, but I showed him a very basic, child appropriate
way for him to understand the concept of how a baby is born. You know what I'm saying? So if you have to do child appropriate things, but know that there are differences. I tell him, boys are boys, girls are girls, boys don't wear dresses, all those types of things. Reaffirm this into their minds and, teach them the ways of Yah in that way as well. Someone said, dad and mom must be inseparable in matters of home. And that is true. Be on the same field. I mean, like, don't be differing with your husband. If you disagree with something, talk to him in private, you know what I'm saying? But don't show a united front, because that's how you can effectively show your children that, hey, we're not playing, you know what I'm saying? We're not to be played with. And, you can change, you have that guard up for your children, because they have to see you as, have to show you respect, and they have to see you as a parent and not as a friend. It says, Tanaya said, I've seen that with a teacher on Facebook taking a group of boys to places like a gas station, like, learning, car repair and gas station work and all that kind of stuff. I think that's very important for them to know. The Nani said, thank you. This is very helpful. I'm a boy mother with a household of boys. So yeah, I'm sure so you got a hands full. And she said, exactly, my each just have to give one look and the boys respond. And that's wonderful, because boys are supposed to act that way. They're supposed to be reinforced by their father. Mora Kayuya said, men reinforce, we need them. Yes, we do. We do. That's why our husbands are so important and to training up our children. And so we got to pray for our husbands, because they're being attacked. They're being attacked, by the system, by Satan. And so we need to pray for them, give them encouragement as they have to deal with all the foolishness in the world. So keep our husbands in prayer. Masael said, I have a son with autism. He turned 21, graduating in June. I see him in college and also having his business. His interest in veterinarian and podiatrist. Shalom. That's awesome. See, and that's where you have no limits. You can do whatever you can do. You know what I'm saying? There's no limits to a child. And the Nani said, is anyone working on a Hebrew college or university? Someone, Dr. or Sister Nikichi, she have put in the chat. She says, I know of one, but I do not know the details of it. And so she has a link there for you as well, so you can check that out. Okay, so the two questions in the chat that we have before we transition. It says, what role do grandparents have in homeschooling? And anyone want to answer that? All right, well, I guess I'll take that one. What role? You go ahead. Yes, you want to go ahead and say?
Yeah, I was gonna throw in there, like I say, when I think of homeschooling, I'm not just thinking academics, in that sense, but like whenever I'm with my parents, and they tell me to do something, I model the proper behavior. So it's like, though for them, I'm the boss, I'm the one in charge. When my parents come around and they tell me to do something, I model that proper behavior as their child and what they should do, because one time I was talking to my mother and we were just having a conversation. And, I'm an adult now, so I'm allowed to voice my opinion, But my child was like, Abba, are you talking back to your mother? And I'm like, no, I'm not. You know what? You're right. I don't need to be talking back. And so it's like in those types of instances, them being able to understand just because when they become an adult, that doesn't mean that they're still not held accountable or responsible. I yield.
Yeah, answer to my
neither my husband's parents and my parents are not in this walk. However, they are respectful of our walk. So they do visit the grandparents on my side because they're in town where we live closer. Probably maybe on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. And one of the things that my dad used to do, because he is Igbo, was teach them along with their cousins the Igbo language. So they used to have the Igbo language classes. And then I did write some books. One I wrote by myself, and then I wrote one with my dad. So that contributes to the learning of the Igbo language. So they've helped academically. And then, like Brother Corey stated, just natural seeing the interaction with your parents, being respectful, still honoring them even as an adult, how you talk to them, the things that you do for them. So they see those good things that I still do to honor my parents. And so they model that same respect and see them in that light as well.
Modeling behavior, that's good.
Yes.
Good. One question is, do you recommend a child Bible that looks like us or an interactive Bible? Have y'all found one? And if so, what?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That is. I'm going to jump on it because when I started this process, this walk with children, I specifically made the books that I wrote to represent how they look. And then I used characters that were them based on their life experiences, and then included family members in the books as well. So the Igbo books are like that. And then I have a Bible series book where, since my son was my first child, he's the main character. And then I also looked for resources out there. And like Sister Talfa, she has books as well. We have one of her books. We watch her YouTube channel. So when they watch the videos, they're like saying, "Oh, that's this person, that's this person," as if that's them in it. So it makes a big deal because growing up, you don't really see that. If there was maybe one or two back in the day, now it's more, and we are intentionally incorporating it. So it builds confidence in who they are, it's okay, how they look like, and all that kind of stuff. But also because they're already going to see everybody else anyway. So just strengthen them first. Yeah.
Another question was, let me pull it back up. It says, how do, for middle school and high school, what curriculum are you guys using? Does it vary? Do you guys have a favorite curriculum for that age range? Middle school, high school? Did y'all use like an eclectic kind of blend of things? So we got one question after this, and then we'll be wrapping it up.
So for middle school and high school, I homeschool my children, and I also homeschool other people's children. So that's how. So I founded Kazmak Homeschooling Academy, and it started with my kids.
Halfway, yep.
And then after that, stuff I was making and creating, I would just share it because I found some parents, they'd be, "Oh, that's cool. Where did you find this?" or whatever. They were looking for it. And so that's how it started. And I started homeschooling other people's children as well. And so I have like a whole set, like that whole teacher's classroom, and I'm always collecting and building and stuff like that. But once I got into the truth and more, I realized, even before the truth, but it hit me even more with my own kids, that they weren't seeing themselves in what they were learning. And so that's how I ended up just, okay, like this idea, like this for history, or we have this from the Bible, stuff like that. And I just started making and creating. And since then, I just find it hard to just say, okay, I'm just going to go to here and just use it. I'm always putting stuff together. And when they get to high school, I have a few of them and I find out what it is they're interested in, what career they want to go in, and I start, well, what do you need for this career? And that's how I put together like what they're going to be learning for their math, their science, their language. I have a grade 11, two grade 11, and one likes engineering, and the other one wants to go into real estate. And so I started building up courses and stuff for them so that they're not just doing stuff they're not interested in. I want them to actually like dive in and totally submerge themselves with it. And we have conversations and stuff like that. And that's what I do for middle schoolers and high schoolers.
I was going to say that with middle school, I'm really a huge advocate for books at the table. I don't love online schooling. Right now, we are doing that because we just moved to Africa, so it's a little homeschool's a little tricky right now and a little messy. So we are doing online learning, but back when my children were in middle school and high school, I did order books sometimes depending on where my children were at in their development and what they needed. That would determine what type of curriculum I purchased. I found it, I think we all know that our society has changed a lot in our culture and the way things are being done. So there was times when I really struggled because we didn't come to the truth till later. And I always kept things biblical centered, always. But for many years, I actually used a Mennonite program because even Christian curriculum was beginning to be questionable. And Mennonites do tend to put the Lord in everything that they do. So we did a lot of Mennonite books. And it wasn't that they were teaching any type of Mennonite anything. It was just that it was conservative and clean. I also pulled from resources, supplements from online learning. I did let them do some online things, but usually for supplemental purposes. Co-ops are excellent for that. There's always the moms that have great and fabulous ideas, and they have classes. I really encourage co-ops, and that's one of the things that I'm hoping will change within our community is more of that, because it's so needed. And my children didn't have that. And so I mixed and matched. I did whatever they wanted to do. My youngest son right now wants to be an engineer. I've always tried to gear to what they wanted to do. My daughter, for a long time, she's now an EMT, but she wanted to be a pediatric surgeon. That changed, but everything I did was for her to do that, and then all of a sudden she changed. Like after high school, everything I did. And so now she's like, oh, I'm going to be an EMT. And I'm like going, oh my gosh, all that work, but it's okay. I mean, they can do what they want to do. She's happy. So I interchanged. I did whatever came along, I switched up. I did a lot of switching up. I never stuck with one thing ever, and still don't.
All right. Well, I think that was the last question. I appreciate all of you all for joining in and participating and sharing your perspectives and your knowledge. And I hope everyone in the chat got something great out of it. We're going to transition now into our resource sharing, our networking event part of this. And so what's going to happen now is we're going to take a 5-minute break, just kind of use the restroom or whatever, get you some snacks. We're going to come back and we're going to have the presenters share what they how you can contact them, how you can get their information. And we're going to go through, I think it's like alphabetical almost, but there's a few at the beginning that are not here. So I'm going to go through them. And then we're going to start with, after I do that, we're going to go to Sister Alpha. She had to leave very soon. So we're going to then alphabetical order after that. So if y'all will give us a few minutes just to set up, we're going to, and if you need to screen share anything at presenters, if you need to screen share anything, let me know. Well, you can just, we're your co-host, so you can just go ahead and screen share for your section. So, and everyone in the chat, this information will be available on the website. So the links to their information, their, if you have questions for them, you want to seek out their information, it will be on the website. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back into it.
How was it? What's wrong? Oh, sorry, sweetie. Let's just take a break. Yeah, I made you all so nervous. About what? I don't know.
Get up on your feet and dance around if you know. He's our Yah. He's our Yah. He's our Yah. I lift them hands up and rock the king. Lift your hands high and rock the king if you know. He's our Yah. Only if you know it, say it. He's our Yah. All right, let me talk. At first we didn't know. Hidden from us so we could not see what you meant for us to be.
All right. We are back. We are going to transition now into our network and resource sharing session. If you so what we're going to start with now is let's see. So I want to start with Sister Gia, sorry. She presented earlier this afternoon, Homeschool 101. You can find her links in this description. She has a homeschool virtual co-op, and she loves to share her information and loves to be an inspiration to others. She has a wealth of information. She's been a teacher for over 20 years. So she all her information is there in the PowerPoint. We will also be able to download this PowerPoint or access this PowerPoint on the website. So Hebrew Homeschooling Network, you go there. She also has a homeschooling handbook so that you all can start your journey. They outspoken words creates. There's a great activities. She has a lot of good activities for kids. Feast of Trumpets, Feast of Tabernacles, activity pages. So you might want to check her out. That's great presentation, great opportunity to do that as well. And another one is Play, Learn, Pray. She has some 3 really great resources. People of the Promise is a character guide, and so it breaks down each person of the Bible and gives you some way to supplement your learning. So if you are studying, say you're studying Noah, she has a person in there that you can look at and kind of get a guide so you can start your teaching from this position. And it has accurate biblical, well, not exactly accurate because we don't know what they look like, but a replication of what they would have looked like. So you can see Black images, Black and brown images on the website as well, on her papers. It has Kingdom Keys, A to Z, so letters, and your scripture that goes along with the letters. That's very important. And then she has this really great resource called the Old Testament. It's called by book. And so what it goes into is a in-depth learning curriculum of each book of the Bible, and you get to learn about what's in it. So if you're starting a new chapter, a new phase in your learning, you can use both of these resources to help guide your learning. Tabitha was not able to be here with us this evening. She had a situation, an emergency in her family. So I ask that you guys will pray for her. Pray that everything is going well and that her situation gets cleared up. She is the mind behind Imagery Matters. She has weekly Bible Explorers classes, free teaching resources, and more. So if you would like to check her out, that would be great. She has STEM activities and kids, homeschool curriculum, biblical learning and biblical education. And then also she has special kits that you can use as well. And her resources and links are there. Now we're going to transition to Sister Talfa. If she can go ahead and come up on the screen. Let me see if I can. Yeah. Hold on, sorry. I did something wrong. Okay, there we go. Sister Chapo, do you want to come on the screen now?
Yes, thank you. Shalom, everyone, again. I'm Sister Talfa. I am the founder, I guess, of Ancient Path Adventures, Ancient Path Kids. We've been around since 2019. It was basically created to teach the Torah, the scriptures, in like fun ways. So we have various things, including podcasts. So this is Bible Detectives. It's brings children and kids just like integrated, I guess, into the scripture through the form of a podcast, kind of like they're going back in times. We have songs, we have games, board games, physical board games like Promised Land Journey. It kind of plays like Candyland. Sin moves you back and righteousness moves you forward. We have clothes, activity boxes, monthly Bible activity boxes that are kind of crafts that children can put together, one for each Sabbath. So it's 4 activities that come in a box. I feel like I'm missing stuff. We do so much. We have like some channels, I guess, on some episodes on our YouTube channels, for example, is Levi's Kitchen, where it's actually my daughters like learning how to cook, but at the same time, they're teaching others how to cook as well. So that is another way just to talk about what we were talking about earlier, just incorporating homeschool learning. So a lot of different things that Ancient Path Adventures has to offer. There had been a lot of requests of just jumping more into basic learning resources. And so that's where Curiosity is coming in, which is basically a homeschool learning platform that can help with assessments, learning plans. It generates curriculums based on your students' or child's progress and things like that. So it is in its infancy stage. If you're interested in that, you can sign up at curiosity.co to learn about when we launch. But the info is on the screen. And thank you everyone for just your insight and information. It's been very helpful. And thank you, Sister Abigail, for putting this whole event on. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Sister Nkichi, if you would like to come up.
Yes. Hello, my name is Nkechi Fluker.
Sorry, Nkechi, sorry.
Oh, no problem. I have started an educational consulting business called Adaz Zion Educational Consulting, as well as Kingdom Life Virtual Academy, which is an online virtual academy for preschool through now we're adding 6th grade for this new school year that will be starting in the fall. Like I said before, I've been in education for 18 years. Then after having my first child transition to being at home and working at home, building my business and resources and that kind of thing to support children and families in this walk. With Adaz Zion Educational Consulting, I do work with families specifically pertaining to that's more specific to like education, some aspects such as middle school math, tutoring, resources. I do have a math tutoring channel that's geared towards 3rd through 8th grade math, where I have math videos teaching the various math concepts for those grade levels. I also do resources and tools, which I have an online store where I have some that are for curriculum, for 6th grade math curriculum, a full curriculum, preschool curriculum, it's full curriculum, also resources, card games for math, card games for Bible learning, planners, journals, biblical type of stuff. So those type of things are on there as well. I do have some videos that are connected with Bible lessons and different content areas like reading, English language arts, even math on my other YouTube channel called Learning with Adaz Zion, or Fruitful Learning with Adaz Zion. So it has games, it has activities, it has all that kind of stuff on there. I do have books like you see here, The Life Lessons of Chibu. It's a biblical series where it's basically my son learning different life lessons according to the different Bible stories. So I have a lot of different resources and stuff available to support families biblically, as well as math content wise, and more things to come, which I'm excited about. My children are involved, so you may
especially with Fruitful Learning. You may hear some of their voices and stuff in some of the activities. They do bring their creative ideas of how a character should look or what they should say, that type of thing. And I do have my link here, and I just have one link that has everything on there. I thought it was easier that way because when I look at homeschooling and just this walk in this life, I look at it as a holistic perspective. So I'm addressing multiple areas of one's life, and you can see what connects to you and your family. There's not only paid stuff, but free stuff as well. And when you check out the link, you can see the link to the books, the link to the resources, the YouTube links that are on there, as well as stuff pertaining to like health and wellness from head to toe, as being, specifically for women and then families as well. Just being able to take care of yourself, holistically. So all those things are addressed. So I'm also putting the link in the chat, so you can check it out when you have time. And I want to thank Sister Abigail for this opportunity to do this type of conference. I feel like it's beneficial, not to those just in the beginning, but all the ranges of experience and life lessons, because we're able to gather all that information and see, hey, okay, what things do we need to apply? What things am I convicted of that may need to change a little bit, especially because she started with that scripture in the beginning and with the prayer from her husband. So I really appreciated that, being able to, one, listen, being able to participate, being able to share, be interactive. So I'm thankful that, and I thank the Most High for blessing her with that opportunity to bring that forth and everyone participating. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sis, for your opportunity coming in. We really appreciate you, and thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
All right, Brother Corey, are you available?
Yes, I am. I'm gonna share a screen real quick.
Yep, go ahead.
Turn, allow multiple presenters to share. And where's my screen? There it goes. Oh, one of the red.
Oh, so we need to get off the color. 5.
5. Okay, let's keep looking. You count for me though. Yep, it's the time of the year. Now, what you want to tell them?
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
What you growing? What's all in the garden?
Strawberry.
And what else?
And mint.
Okay, and what else?
Rosemary.
Okay, I see some rosemary right there. And what else?
Sunflower.
Yeah, we do got a little sunflower up there. We're going to put some love on it. Pray that it do what it's supposed to do, which it will. Anything else out here? Yeah, we do got them onions right there. Yeah, we do got some lemon thyme there. What else we got? What else we got? You remember that one? Oh, that's that mustard. That's that purple leaf mustard.
Mustard.
What about them trees? That's a what?
Which one today?
The ones that are red all the way around? Like this one. This is a good one. Right there.
This one?
Yeah, that one.
All right, so I'm back. So, name of my company is Ya Roots. We specialize in food sovereignty innovation and making sure that people have access to fresh food within half a mile to a mile of where they live. In the book of Isaiah, it talks about in those days the Father shall pour out his spirit amongst his people, and they shall turn the desert land into a fruitful field, and the fruitful field shall be counted as a fruitful forest. So, one of the evidences of the Father's Spirit being poured out in the earth is our ability to grow food. And the type of agriculture that we practice is regenerative agriculture. So I tell people we've been growing food for thousands of years before we could ever go to the store and purchase something in order to grow food. So it doesn't take money to grow food. And so we help people build their home gardens if they have land, how to set up their land to be resilient for generations to come, even though we know we're going to leave. And so all things around food and ag education. I teach early childhood education up to adult education, and I use a psalm in order to teach people how to grow food. Um, yeah, and so all things ag, all things dealing with the soil, dealing with the earth, that was the beginning. In Genesis with the garden, an environment was created for a father for us, and the father put his son in there in order to keep it. And so it's it's what we were created to do, just at the base of it all. And the further we've gotten away from that, the current situation that we live in. When I was growing up, everybody had something. We're talking about within 1 to 2 generations where people don't even have fruit trees in their yard or have some herbs in the ground. And so I'm down here in Georgia, and a few months ago, we had a situation with eggs. So whether you had a little bit of money or whether you had a lot of money, if you didn't know a farmer with eggs or you didn't have your own chickens, you didn't have eggs. And so when the Father tells us to come out and be ye separate, you know, a lot of people think that that just means we're totally back off in the woods somewhere, which that is an option too. I'm not saying that that's not, and not to do that, as far as our dwelling, but, being able to go in, still do commerce, but being less dependent on this system. Because we can't say we want Babylon to burn and to fall, but we still going to the grocery store for all of our needs, and being sober about that. And so having something, and that doesn't necessarily take a lot of space, like you saw in that little bit of space. That's one of our properties. That's not our farm, but that's one of our properties in the city. But in there, we have over 10 different varieties of things. We also have potatoes out there. We've also got some kale out there. We've got some mullein leaf, which is good for mucus and all these different things. And so I teach children, and like I say, all people, how to have access to these things so we're not so dependent on this system, especially as these plagues continue in the earth and there are grid issues with things like power, things like water, and these different things. We don't want to be caught unaware. And as the Messiah said, if you love me, feed my people. If you love me, feed my sheep. If you love me, feed my flock. I'm in the business of making sure people not only feeding people, but teaching people how to feed themselves.
Jump down those steps altogether and watch.
And so I just want to be able to help people do that. My social media, my website is yahroots, yahroots.com. And so what got me into this, to kind of give some framework, I was at school at Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University. I got a degree in agricultural business with a focus in global human sustainability and obesity prevention. I found out what the FDA is and how food and drugs work together, and how you have chemical companies that own your agricultural chemical pesticides, insecticides. That same company also owns your pharmaceutical company. And so they're literally getting people sick with the chemicals in agriculture and then giving them the pharmaceuticals on the back end, you know. And so we have to be able, I like to sleep good at night. I'll just be straight up with you. So being in the business of death dealing just wasn't my thing. But we have to know how to take care of ourselves. The word says that, in the leaves is for the healing of the nations. And so knowing these different plants that we can take and that we can use. I had I'll give this as a reference. There was a little girl named Kamaya, and Kamaya was working at a youth farm, and on one side of the street was a crack house. On the other side of the street, not your ideal situation, mother, six different children, five different dads, little girl over there named Kamaya. Kamaya would have gotten all your ABCs, your ADHD, your IEP, nonverbal, speech, everything. And every day she would go to the corner store and get her cookies and her red drink. And that's what she did every day. I saw her make the decision to come over to the garden every day and start just picking a leaf of curly kale and choosing that every day as her snack. And within 2 weeks, became a completely different child. So what we put into our bodies is very important. Within the first 5 years of a child's life, they talk about how important reading is to a child, which it is, but also the intellectual capacity of your child is determined within those first 5 years based on the quality of the food that they eat. So the better the food that they can get in them early on, it directly impacts their intellectual capacity. So we're not even talking about processing, but the amount of information that they're able to hold. And I'll just throw this in here as well too. My children, though they're in public school now, one of my daughters, she's in gifted. She got the highest testing grade out of the whole third grade. You know, my son, he's an artist apparently, in 2 years his artwork has been featured. Another one of my daughters been tested for gifted in kindergarten. And so even for the parents that may not be full-blown homeschool yet working, that doesn't mean that you can't work with them and their light shine. One of my daughters has been recruiting some of her friends during recess to pray and teach them about Yahusha, you know? But all things around food, doing field days. We have watermelons. I got a whole bunch of watermelons. If y'all want some watermelons, I can get you some watermelons. But my business is around all things agriculture because we were an agrarian people. And he who feeds you controls you. If you have a soldier that hasn't eaten in 3 days and you offer him a hot plate or a gun, he's going to take that hot plate. And as long as you've got another one for him, he'll do whatever you want him to do with that gun. So do not underestimate the power of food. And then there's also the revenue generation. The Father says, our cup be full and it overflow. With whatever little things you may be growing, you can have enough to then take to market. When we look at the story of Joseph, when money failed, what were people looking for? They were looking for grain. They were looking for food. So I help people get land. If you're not on land, I don't care how small of a space you are in, you can grow something. And with that, I yield. Oh, I do consultations. So on my website, y'all wish to do consultations. I have a free 10-minute consultation. And then it goes up from there. Consulting and coaching in order to make you food sovereign and food secure.
All right, Mr. Corey, can you put your link in the chat? Somebody's asking for it. Also, everyone, this presentation will be on the website, so you can be able to click everyone's links for who present this evening. So if you are missing someone or you didn't get the full information, you can definitely go to the website and click the link. It's under handouts. All right, let's see who is next. All right. Sister Amaya, are you available? Are you here? Can't see my screen anymore. Sister Amaya. And we'll come back, see if she's.
Yeah, I don't believe she's here anymore.
Okay. All right. Is Sister Lorraine here? Or she left.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You want to share your screen, or you want me just to leave this on the screen?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Do you want me to leave this on the screen, or do you want to share your screen?
No, you can leave it on the screen. That's completely fine. That's exactly what I would share. So.
Okay. Sounds good. Your turn.
My website is gracefulguidanceministries.com, and that was birthed out of my own walk and obedience to the Most High. I am, like probably some of you heard me say, I am a mom of two young adults, males on the spectrum. And when they got older, I used to be my son's personal care provider. And after he went and got on his own and supported living, my son lives in a men's group home. I stayed in that care providing sphere because I could stay home and it was a little bit of extra income. But I started working with parents who have children with special needs of all kinds, from Down syndrome, primarily autism. And then from that, and I also worked with the elderly for quite some time as well during that period as well. It was kind of intermixed. But I decided to get certified as a registered behavior technician. So I've worked in clinic, I've worked in homes, and I've also worked in the classroom settings. And in my own personal journey, and then with also being a provider outside of the home, I began to see a lot of cycles. And talking with other providers, that parents were really lacking a lot of support. And I was seeing burnout with parents with special needs, devastation, really not knowing what to do, just all kinds of things across the board. Especially working in clinic, I saw a lot of tears from parents and in home. And so I was also noticing that I was becoming kind of more the therapist rather than the behavior technician, because some of the generations coming up are younger, and the climate of parenting has changed, the culture has changed, the resources have changed, everything's changed. And so what I decided to do was start a mentoring and coaching ministry for parents who need me to either come into their homes. I do direct care. I'm in Africa right now, so I'm not quite established with that just yet, although there's a huge need here. I do a lot of Zoom, and I've also even done phone calls. Some parents don't quite need quite as much as some others. And so what I do is I help parents, depending on what the situation is, a lot of it's behavior. I help them to structure a routine, give helpful hints with autism. I also started a podcast called Journey Unto You. And that is also geared towards special needs families and caregivers as well. That is specifically for that, because the Graceful Guidance Ministry also has a area where I work with women who are in recovery or coming out of recovery. I just got done in the States before we moved here, working with some other facilitators in a trauma reboot for women who are transitioning. I kind of have a heart for that, not kind of, I have a huge heart for women in those places and spaces in their lives. And so I do offer consultations. I used to charge for my services, and then the Lord told me not to do that. So I work solely on what the Father provides with this, because we are to carry one another's burdens, and we are in a financial climate that's pretty dire, as most of all of you know, and that should not negate someone getting assisted or getting aid and getting supported. And what I do is I come alongside parents. I don't come in and take over. I believe in the holistic approach, because really, if a child is having meltdowns with autism, as an example, really coming to the parents and walking them through is probably the first start, as opposed to addressing the child's behaviors. You can do both, but really being there for the parents and finding out what's really going on, what the structure of the day is, where are the gaps, where are the loopholes, where can we put some buffers in there to help the day go better. It's not a fix-all, but there's just not enough parent training out there. Parents are tired. We live in a culture that has it's running everyone down. We've got parents working outside the home, a whole bunch of stuff. So I started the Journey Unto You specifically designed for the busy parent. I talk a lot about, so I'm huge about the vaccines, and I talk a lot about that. I talk about spiritual matters when it comes to disabilities, particularly autism. And so I'm pretty raw and frank on my podcast. And that's why I even started it, because there's a lot of information out there about autism. And so I chose to go a different route with what the Most High put on my heart to share about that. And I've taken a break from all of it just because we have moved here internationally, and culture shock is a real thing. So just the past 2 months, I haven't been doing any type of podcasting. And also on the podcast, I interview parents with special needs, and I have a few interviews up there as well, and have some lined up. And what I do is have them come on and share what the road was like for them, what their pregnancy was like, what the family dynamics were like, and the resources. I also touch on racism in the medical community. We went through that, and I interviewed a couple of families talking about that. So I try to, in Journey Unto You, touch on everything. So if you know of anybody who wants to share their story, I'm very open to that. I think it's really important for other parents to, when they're busy, they're doing dishes or driving, they just can turn on the podcast and feel like I'm not the only one. I talk about those things that nobody else wants to talk about. I think sometimes I've noticed on social media, we can it's become kind of a, I don't know, what's the word? Almost like we're using our special needs children to gain subscriptions and likes and all that kind of thing. On one hand, it is awareness. We need to be really mindful of that. I actually interview my own son, who's in a group home, on the podcast. He agreed to do that, and he kind of shares what it's like for him. So that's what Graceful Guidance is. It's kind of an umbrella of special needs, and then also working with women in recovery and transition. And I think I covered everything. I think I did. I guess with that, just to close it out, I think that, so that's one of the things that I'm doing here. I actually live on Mauritius Island. It's very taboo to have a special needs child here still. They are about 30, 40 years behind us in everything. I'm working with some other brothers and sisters here to try to create resources. Here, unlike home, it's a lot. We have our work cut out for us. So we're working very hard to figure out how we can do this without colonizing and meeting the families right where they're at. It is 50% Hindu here. And so we're working hard. We're figuring it out. I'm working with providers here, but that's also part of what Graceful Guidance is doing right now as well. And I think that's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Sister Lorraine. If you don't mind just putting your website in the chat, and then everyone else can also get the link to the presentation on my website, and then you can follow all of her links. All right. And thank you so much for participating. I know it's very early for you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's really a privilege. This is amazing. I wish we would have had this when I started out.
Well, hopefully we can continue, and we can start again next year. Do it again next year and in the year after, so that other moms don't have to, you know, we'll have resources for us. I think that would be good. All right. Is Sister Nawa here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. You can go ahead. Do you need a screen share? You can do that as well.
Oh, I'm good. This is a little taste. We've grown. So I'm the founder of Tazamak Homeschooling Academy. Basically, I'm homeschooling my children, and I also help other families homeschool their children. Um, I do it from a lens, a Hebrew lens, um, and just want to create a safe space. So my children had to go to public school for a little bit while pregnant because I was had like those the high risk pregnancies. And so when they went, I absolutely hated it, but I knew it was on like doctor's orders, and I just couldn't wait for them to come back out because they're just surrounded they're not surrounded by their people. Teachers aren't really paying attention. Like I wish, like from hearing so many different educators here, I'm like, I would have been fine if you were my child's teacher, but that's not a lot of the experiences that we had. So I decided I'm going to homeschool, and then I met some other parents who were interested in homeschooling, and they were wondering, well, how do you start? So I helped them in starting. I deal with if they have to deal with the state. I've met some parents that the states just were just on them for like no reason outside of they were Black and they wanted to homeschool. And so I helped them with that pressure. I basically anything that you are interested in. So, for example, here I offer summer programs for literacy and math. Um, if your child's having some issues or struggles with reading, I have a reading intervention program. I have homeschooling packages of where I would do everything, like a full private school if that's what you need. If you need just the core program, that's what I offer. If you want to do independent studies, but you just want the curriculum, I offer that as well. I offer it virtually. I have homeschooling through the mail. I have in person. And just Bible education, learning Hebrew, the ancient Hebrew. My husband also homeschools with me and also helps with classes as well. And yeah, basically anything our people need, educational wise, I'm here to help. I just decided that this is more intentional. This is like my purpose is helping our people and having our children be able to learn and see a representation of themselves. Oh, and this is this one. So this is the packages, 3 packages that I offer. And there's my Instagram. I have a YouTube page. I also create curriculum and storybooks where our people, our children, they see themselves in. Yeah, I just put the 2 links in the chat. And yeah, that's my homeschooling academy.
All right. Thank you so much, Sister Nawa. We appreciate you.
Okay, appreciate you too.
Mora Kayilia, if you don't mind, you can start your part.
Shalom. So just a little bit about Set Apart Hebrew Academy. We've been a Hebrew Academy for about 10 years. These past 2 years we have been virtual. We are going back to being hybrid here in Texas. We're no longer in Virginia. So we are completely online. We're 4 hours a day, so like 8 to 12 or 8 to 11, depending on the class. We do K through 12th grade. We have a lot of electives. Our electives actually change depending on the class. This year we had bacon. They loved it. We had debate for our public speaking. We also had agriculture. We're gonna have to definitely team up, brother. For agriculture, we like to bring in different teachers to teach different things. We always have Hebrew, we have Torah, and we do the academics. And a lot of the academics is more of like the three method that we do. So they're teaching it to us after we have taught it to them, and then they're teaching it to each other. We do a lot of games and activities on getting a lot of things down pack. Our I like to say K through fifth grade is very hands-on. They're project-based learning, so they do a lot of hands-on work, a lot of STEM. We're very much STEAM focused, so that's all the STEM stuff, but we also include art because we have a lot of babies who love graphic design, so they get to do that too. But everything is mostly formulated for your child. So however your child learns, we will make sure that they have all that they need. We also do tutoring. This year, Moira Daoud just implemented the Becoming program, which they love. And that program is an incubator. It's a business incubator. So the children are now learning entrepreneurship. They're opening their own businesses. They have this AI tool that he created where they have real life situations. So they have money, they have bills they have to pay, they start businesses, they can work together. So it's really interactive, it's online, and they absolutely love it. And that's mostly the middle school and high school students. Usually in high school, around ninth and 10th grade is when we start really focusing on what they want to be when they get older. So if they want to do like music producing, we have a lot of courses which will help them with that. They want to do construction. So everything's kind of tailored towards your child. We do the schooling part for you. You do the parts that you have to do. And we just do the extra parts that if you can't really homeschool your child, you're like, hey, it's okay if they can homeschool with you. That's perfectly fine. The parents usually are on the classes, sometimes with them if they have younger children. If they don't, then the older children know what they need to do, but it makes it a lot easier for the parents who aren't able to stay at home or they have to work and things like that. We are an extension of your village, so whatever you need, we are here for you. Shalom.
Thank you so much, sis. And if you don't mind putting your website in the chat, and then they can get the rest on the website. And I believe we're going to finish up here. Let me make sure there's nobody else. Okay. I'm going to finish up Hebrew Homeschooling Network. As you know, I offer tutoring services, the group tutoring sessions on virtual learning. I also have a coloring book available. It's called No Pagan Days or Pagan Holidays, No Way. So I just launched that. You can check that out as well on Etsy and find the links below. The main thing that I wanted to share with you all is that I want your participation. I need to connect with you all. If you want to share your podcast, if you want to share your story on our podcast, Arise and Teach, please email me. If you want to participate in any fun, like extracurricular type classes that you know of. I have one lady that's interested in sharing like a hair care course. If y'all want to do that, please reach out to me. And I think that's it. Here's another, just one more resource on here. It's playlists that I've created of different artists and creators on YouTube that I was not able to get in contact with for this conference, but they will, they have great resources, great, children's Bible stories, cartoons, and children's music. So if you are looking for playlists, you're looking for more accurate biblical resources to teach the Bible, this is a great way to do so. And also, a lot of them have also just like Hebrew life in general. So concepts that we are trying to teach our children, they are on there. So you can click the playlist on our YouTube channel and get those as well. Any additional resources, please visit our website. We have resources and events
We're trying to come up with our bi-weekly encouragement chat, as we said before, so we can keep each other uplifted. We have a Facebook group that y'all can visit as well. And we also have a freebie library. So if you need freebies, you have some printables and things that you want to get access to, we are having a growing resource library there. So please check that out. And we want you to be part of our conference for 2027. We are already thinking about that for next year, so there's no rush. If y'all are willing, this will happen again next year. Maybe we can make it for maybe 2 days instead of all in one day, so it can kind of spread out and we take breaks. But we want you. So if you're interested in being a speaker, a panelist, a vendor, or like a resource sharer, or you have a business that you want to share with the rest of us, please let us know and email me or click the link in the website below. All right. Thank you all so very much for coming out. Thank you. This has been a long day, but very beneficial. I learned a lot. So I'm very thankful for everyone who participated and shared their knowledge. And let's help us grow as a community and let us continue to learn together. I hope to see you all again soon. And if you need to watch the replay, it's on our YouTube channel. Thank you guys so much. And with that, we're going to say shalom.
Shalom. Let it go.
Shalom, everyone.
Shalom, shalom.
Peace and blessings.
Shalom.
Shalom.
All right, shalom, shalom, everyone.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom.